Can he land the clone? Not going to be able to do it just yet. WizK on the other side, fully cloned up, and Peekaboo looks like he's just going to go down.
Tessia's pushing for the last time here with the snowdrift. He gets cheap shotted on it though, and now he will potentially go down right here. Waz is pushing for the win.
Saul has nothing in his match point. He's GUST winning for his life right now,
That's
but it's not enough. The move are through.
They're on to Peekaboo, but Peekaboo in a world of trouble, and Peekaboo gonna go down.
After this holding on, but Drake is there, a full stun, and surely this is the end of the match for the move, the end of the tournament for the move, and welcome to the JUNG are back. The Empire is here.
Now the staff is out of that. Now the staff is out of that. Corky trying to survive with the Bark team. He's got to get away, but he doesn't have anything remaining. The sheep is there, and that is going to be that. JT is in so much trouble here. TJ down to 1% HP. He's going to get sent. Palace is in so much trouble, and Palace might just go down. He does have the cloak remaining, but he's just dying through it. Can you refer to the got him?
And now Laro could be the one that falls. Look at this damage. Look at this carnage. Peekaboo goes in. The fleets are ticking. And Trev is holding on by a thread right now to stay alive. That's the fair.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the AWC War Within Season 2. My name is Aya. I am here with Zico, Ven, and Super Tease. Yesterday, we were in EU. Today, we are in North America. It has been an exciting Season 2 so far. To catch you guys up to speed, these teams have 3 weekends to score enough placement points to make it through to the finals for the Gauntlet, and it is going to be just as competitive as you guys are used to seeing. As you can see, we've got those 3 cups and then the $200,000 War Within Grand Finals, May 24th and the 25th. So this is ramping up to be a very exciting season so far, especially if you look at yesterday's games for the European teams. Zico.
Yeah, absolutely. Yesterday we saw some really interesting things happen in Europe. We saw Dobob and the return of Flappers make a big splash in the EU scene, taking down Echo with their FMP. We saw some big plays from Tessia. We saw the Forged RMP with the kind of new players and old legends making a team together and making a deep run. We saw Nap Time here as well, making their debut in the AWC, taking Shibaku Tensei to a game number 5, but Shibaku Tensei ultimately falling a little bit flat yesterday. And my favorite thing, I think, yesterday is the fact that we saw the Crucible of Carnage finally locked in immediately. And that map just brought so much chaos to Echo. So I'm interested to see if we're going to see some more Crucible maybe today.
I hope so. I love that map. For me, another one of the stories from yesterday was kind of the battle of teams that had Frost Mages versus the battle of teams that had Frost Mages. I think Frost Mage with Holy Priest was a big pick for a lot of these rosters, pairing it with a Rogue or a Pharaoh Druid. And I'm kind of wondering if that's going to be a similar story in North America. How many teams will implement that Frost Mage? Obviously, really potent burst with the Icy Veins, lots of tools to close out the game with Polymorph and Ice Walls, as you can see on the screen. A lot of these mages like Tessia, Raikou, Pacifier, they really used the toolkit to its full potential, and it was a lot of fun to watch. So seeing how that happens in NA, or if that happens at all, is definitely something that's on my mind.
Absolutely. Very exciting. If you want to check that out in full, also head over to YouTube and you can see the entire VOD. Also, if you heard some barking, sorry, my animals decided to fight in the middle of that. So apologies for that. Everyone's is okay over here. But things you do when you are working from home. But yeah, I mean, incredible breakdown, of course. And Friday's games were super exciting. So like I said, if you want to go check that out, you can head over to our YouTube. There are also timestamps for the individual matches if you want to skip to a specific one. So we had the offline games on Wednesday this week, and that was for NA and EU as well. So we can talk about North America since we're going to be going into those games in particular. Super Tease, any games in particular that surprised you from Wednesday's open bracket?
I think one of those was the series between the GUST Busters and Welcome to the JUNG. Welcome to the JUNG, reigning champions from North America. They've got a dynasty in this region, and typically teams do not beat them in a late game environment. And this was one of the few times where I've actually seen them lose, with the GUST Busters taking them down on Empyrean Domain with a very interesting composition, a marksmanship hunter and an elemental shaman. So I'm very excited to see how they perform. They are now in the lower bracket, but they took Welcome to the JUNG to a game 5, which is really tough. Like, I feel like it's a statement in itself, especially for a roster that's just come together for the first time this season. So there's a lot of new teams with a lot of new potential.
Yeah, most definitely. Any matchups in particular that were your favorite that you want to highlight, Sid?
I mean, I think everybody's favorite from the open bracket is the Calvish Cubsy comeback when they had to take on a team 2 versus 3. So Kearney in these final moments is being targeted down by Control-Alt-Defeat, and they ultimately do secure the kill onto him. But Cubsy and Calvish, they are not going to be giving up. They're going to be fighting back throughout this match on hook point, ultimately securing the kill onto the hunter, and then narrowly surviving with a sliver of health. Like, it doesn't get much closer than this as far as HP. And between Calvish and Cubsy and their positioning, their kiting, and their cooldown managements in these final seconds of the match, they're able to kind of drag Renar around the field and ultimately finish him off, with Calvish getting a re-stealth behind the pillar and then opening up on him with a stun lock. And I feel a bit for Renar in this position, because it does not get any closer than this to be able to get a win. And the Tiger Toads, they're in the upper bracket as a result of this. So I think Cubsy and Calvish on a roster together is going to be very entertaining.
Yeah, I think so as well. So if you want to go check out some exciting moments next weekend, because the offline games are always so fun to watch. If you want to follow along the action, you can head over to the AWC Discord in the announcements channel and check out that co-stream. So it was really cool to be able to see that perspective last Wednesday. So definitely check that out this coming Wednesday. But we have a lot of exciting teams that are ready to go, that made it out of that open bracket, and they are now into the top 4 today for North America, the top 8 today for North America. Zico, walk me through some of the big teams that we want to be looking out for today.
So for me, like a top 3 breakdown would be Welcome to the JUNG. I mean, this is the team that was kind of owning in North America last season. They are looking absolutely massive this season as well. And then we got the Tiger Toads, which is basically the Silk Tigers and the Power Toads kind of forged together, fused into one. So that's another scary roster. And those two teams will be facing head-to-head in that upper bracket quarterfinal a little bit later in the day. And then, of course, I would have to put Team Liquid as well in my top 3. Team Liquid, just historically such a strong roster in North America. And so far, they're looking really good as well.
Yeah, and then of course in the lower bracket you have kind of newcomers with When Will You Learn and WANSHOT, but I think it's definitely worth talking about the Move and the GUST Busters as well. The Move, obviously a little bit of a roster shakeup there, but they in their games looked really good. They had a really close loss against Welcome to the JUNG, even though it was a 3-1 series. The games were super close, so the Move's still looking good. Unfortunately, they did lose Peekaboo, one of their all-star players, but they have brought in a new Feral Druid, and yeah, we'll have to see how it all plays out. But I think Fuse was definitely a good addition to the team. And then with GUST Busters is just, I feel like such an all-star team. Super T's mentioned it a little bit here, but you have some incredible players. Chun-Li, one of my players in North America. I feel like he has been so good for so long, and I think they finally have a roster that can really shine here. Flop, of course, backing them up on lots of different healers, including that Restoration Druid. Dippy coming in as kind of a multi-caster, and Nazem on that Warlock, a newcomer to the scene who has really made a name for himself. So I think those two teams still have a really good shot of making it out of that lower bracket.
I will for sure be keeping an eye out for those players. But I mean, speaking of new teams, with these players kind of moving around, we've had a lot of that going on. Then, what are some of the player transfers that we've been seeing so far leading into the season?
Yeah, we can take a look exactly what has happened and break it down, because just like in Europe, in North America, there has been a lot of roster changes, like you have mentioned. So some big ones for me, of course, are going to be kind of the breakup of Power Toads. So you have Cubsy and Dazed, that mage rogue duo. They have left Power Toads and moved over to Tiger Toads. So Cubsy primarily playing that arcane mage, Dazed playing a lot of rogue, really powerful DPS players. And then you have Axton and Tuna. they have kind of joined forces and moved over to Left 4 Dead. So Axton plays a lot of Feral, Rat Paladin, some other melee DPS as well, but primarily known for that Feral Druid. Tuna, a phenomenal healer and multi-classer. Then you have Dippy going from La Pompe to Gustbusters. Like I mentioned, Dippy's just one of those people. I feel like he's really struggled to find a good team to play on, but he's just such a solid player. Anything he picks up, he just goes to the top of the ladder in solo shuffle immediately. Like he's like, okay, I want to play Frost Mage. He's number 1. He makes a second Frost Mage. He gets number 2. So obviously a really good World of Warcraft player. And then Flop to me is mechanically one of the best healers in North America. An incredible Resto Druid. He's going to be joining Dippy on Gustbusters. And then of course we have some more roster changes. We've got Calvish and Kearney going from the Silk Tigers. They're going to be joining up with Cubsy and Dazed. Calvish being a phenomenal multi-classer. Most people know him as a rogue, but he plays a ton of mage also. We might actually see him play mage on this team, like the Frost Mage specifically over Cubsy. And then Kearney, one of the best healers in North America, plays a lot of priest. He's been a duo with Calvish for a really long time, and they're joining up with Dazed and Cubsy. So that team, they have a lot of eggs in the RMP basket, but if any variant of RMP is good, they're going to have all their bases covered. And we've gone Gage going from the Silk Tigers for Left 4 Dead. Cerulean leaving the Silk Tigers and joining up with the Move, playing Mage at such a high level, and then a Fuse, of course, joining him on the Move as that Feral Druid. So some interesting changes. There's more than that, but these are kind of the main ones we're focusing on right now.
Yeah, I think production said that there was like 25 changes or 20 changes, something around there in the North American region alone. So these teams are definitely trying to optimize their roster as best they can, try and figure out what works in terms of chemistry and as well as, compositions that are going to be good this season. So speaking of compositions that are good this season, the individual strength of the teams and the rosters, we are going to talk once again about the power rankings that we lined up for the teams competing in North America. We did this for EU. We're going to do it for NA again. And we're pretty close this time. Again. Wow. Okay, so we've got Welcome to the Jungle first. Everybody's got WANSHOT in 8th except for me. Okay, then?
Let's see here. Yeah, Welcome to the Jung in 1st. Everyone has When Will You Learn in 7th. And then most of us have Left 4 Dead as well as WANSHOT in the same, except Aya, you mixed it up a little bit.
I did,
you
sorry.
The chain.
That was a combo breaker.
And then you could see even like in our 4th and 5th picks, we kind of and 2nd and 3rd, very similar splits. Yeah, Zico.
Yeah, me and you, Van, went with the Move 4th and Gustbusters 5th, but we got Aya and Supa doing...
We have the exact same. I didn't even notice that.
Wait, we actually have the exact... Yeah, because we didn't actually...
Wow.
We haven't seen these. We haven't seen each other's picks at all. So it's crazy. We actually picked the exact same all the way through. That's what I'm talking about right there. Look at that. That's that mage synergy coming through here on the desk.
Because we're roommates, That roommate synergy.
Yeah, that's good. Right. Super T's,
Domestic partners.
You've got the same one, and they're kind of counting you out. I don't know how I feel about that. I feel like we're making you a third wheel here.
I mean,
I guess
we're slightly.
He didn't commit to 4th
know.
and 5th though.
I didn't.
You're right.
What do you mean 4th and 5th? I committed to 4th and 5th.
4th.
I got the Gustbusters on 4th, the Move on 5th.
No, as in you're different from Ben and Zico, but you're the same as me, so it's fine.
I'm half and half. Okay, I'm trying to make everybody happy. Okay,
he's a pacifist.
I'm not leaving anybody out.
No, that's fair. But I mean, let us know in chat who you think, or how you think we did. I feel like we're pretty synergized. I like that we have no idea what the other casters are actually putting on here, and we ended up being pretty similar from week to week. So very interesting. Like I said, let us know in chat who you think is going to be, or how you think we're doing. Jesus. All right. Let's take a look at the next series we've got coming up here. We have WANSHOT versus the Move. That is the first series of the day. We're starting off in the lower bracket as well. We have a fan vote going out in the chat, so get those points in, and we can take a look at our predictions on the desk and see how we line up, because we did pretty good with power rankings. Maybe we were similar here with predictions. They always make us wait. Okay. Oh. Okay.
Is Ven going to be the odd one out again?
Ven
trying to get ahead again, being in a different direction. That's what's happening.
It worked out for him yesterday. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's some bold predictions. Paid off.
Yeah, it worked for you yesterday in the what was it, Echo series?
Yeah.
It worked out for you. So we're all expecting the Move here to come out I mean, pretty convincingly, I would say. Ven thinks it's going to be a clean sweep. The rest of us, we're giving one game to OneShot. I don't know. The move, you know, they're going through some growing pains. They got, you know, some new members on the roster. Maybe we're overestimating them. Maybe we're underestimating OneShot. I'm not sure. It's going to be interesting to see.
I mentioned it a little bit earlier on. I feel like right now the story of the meta is kind of Holy Priest with a mage. And you have Absterge and Ceralium on this team, and then a really phenomenal Feral Druid with Fuse. I think we're likely going to be seeing that. Maybe we see WizK play the Demonology Warlock. That's one thing we didn't see in Europe yesterday that I think is actually good, is the Demonology Warlock Frost Mage. Mage Lock is back just a little bit, so maybe they'll end up running that. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, I think compositionally, they'll just have the edge for this one.
Yeah, and also, you know, something we talked about a lot yesterday is just having new players sort of not maybe comfortable yet with being on the broadcast, whereas you have, you know, the Move who have been here time and time again. Obviously, it is, you know, only two of four now of the original members, but Fuse, Ceralium, both very, very, you know, comfortable in this position as well. So I expect them to take that sort of experience and move it into this series. But we'll see how we do. Looking at chat, I don't think that prediction is quite ready for them, but definitely curious to see what chat thinks about this and if we align together. Game number 1 here. We're in the lower bracket. These teams are facing elimination. It is OneShot versus the Move. Game number 1 on the Grand Arena.
Yeah, OneShot. They've got Val on the team, and I think he's known as Val the Pirate on his stream, and he's kind of been building up himself as a player over the years, and now he's getting a chance to make his debut here. I know he's got a lot of pirate emojis. It's kind of literally his whole shtick is that he's a pirate, so he's fully immersed in it, IRL and in-game. So they got a 3-player roster. They're running it down as Rogue Mage Priest, but they're facing the Move, Zico.
Yep. And this is a matchup that we saw go both ways yesterday. RMP and FMP definitely both can win this matchup. The Feral Druid is going to have a little bit more damage, but the Rogue is going to enable the Mage on the RMP a little bit more. But Ceralium is taking a decent amount of damage here. We see a DR Fear coming out here onto Absterge, and so far it's going to be the Move actually on the back foot right now, but no real major defensive cooldowns have been popped. Both priests just activating that angel form early on and getting a lot of healing done, and it's going to be all about that next setup. Zage getting actually counterspelled right there, and Ceralium now in a smoke bomb. Big damage potential here, but Absterge is going to be able to duck in there. Now Zage is taking a lot of damage as well. Ice Wall connects here for Ceralium. Is going to isolate Mason for a second. Absterge looking for the crowd control here. A little bit of a priest duel, but Val is there with a cheap shot, so Absterge might get crowd control for quite some time here. Ceralium could be in big trouble, but it looks like Absterge is just going to trade out his trinket there, but he gets feared on his trinket actually. Ceralium could still be in a little bit of hot waters, but they turn it around, get a nice double Ring of Frost. That was beautiful on the killing spree right there of Val. He actually blinked into that Ring of Frost and clipped him there with the last second of that killing spree. Ceralium securing some crowd control, forcing out the trinket there as well.
Yeah, I would say I feel like Val is putting on at least a lot of pressure towards Ceralium, keeping it at very low health time to time, and it seems like they're just struggling to get control on Absterge. Absterge on the pillar here into a cheap shot, but Zage is Cyclone, so they interrupt that nice Mass Dispel, taking him out, but they counterspell the Ring of Frost. He's Blink Mass Poly around the corner, but it looks like Absterge is going to be able to Shadow or Death it, so Absterge is just avoiding so much crowd control. He gets feared. He's going to break out with Will of the Forsaken. Zage gets gripped away, but now Absterge is immune to crowd control. He's getting aggressive. He's chasing down Mason, I think, in the back line off screen here. And Zage is just seemingly having a tough time figuring out where he's going to be able to get crowd control and how to get his feet kind of in the ground and planted for a push. Another kidney shot. Do they get the polymorph out of it? It doesn't look like Zage is going to be able to find it, and it's really just about Zage, I think, getting comfortable here and getting crowd control. He gets the polymorph onto the priest. They cheap shot the Feral, but now Val is Dragon's Breath away, and unable to really connect. They drop down an Ice Wall. And it's not going to be too bad. Big swap on the Rogue. Nice chastise into Poly on Mason. Val in trouble. Evasion's up. He can dodge the Feral attacks, but Ceralium can still attack him for a few more seconds. Cloak of Shadows comes up in 2. And it looks like he's going to survive. They switch their attention back to Zage, and I feel like the Move are just getting more and more comfortable in this and looking stronger and stronger.
Yeah, I really like that rogue swap right there. Ice Wall doing a lot of work here, but look at Zage taking a decent amount of damage, but still Mason in angel form, getting a lot of healing out. Absterge with no Will of Forsaken needs to be very careful. Actually dodged the fear right there of Mason. They get the Cyclone onto Mason as well, and Val here setting up for his team, gets the cheap shot onto Absterge, but no follow-up. Zage is looking for the polymorph, but I don't think he's going to find it in time. Defensive fear coming out from Absterge, buying him some time to just get around that corner to avoid that attack. Cerealium is going to start casting out some damage here to get the maim into the full sheep onto Mason. Do they have the damage to force the ice block here? They're looking for it. Cerealium not able to find the resheep, but they still managed to force it with enough damage there. Nice push coming out from the move, but here's the counter push as well. Cheap shot onto Absterge into a full fear. Absterge actually forced to trade out his trinket there on the fear, which is going to leave him exposed to the next kidney shot polymorph.
Yeah, Cerealium, multiple NA AWC championship titles to his name here on this roster for the move, whereas OneShot, they're all young guns. They're somewhere between 20 to 25 years old between the three of them. In WoW terms, that is on the young side, so they're fighting some legends on the move here. Absterge and now Fuse, the new addition, basically stepping into Peekaboo's role, and Cerealium's forced into an ice block. OneShot at almost the 4-minute mark, strike back heavy.
Beautifully done there, and I couldn't agree with you more there with the young guns. I mean, look at Val the Pirate's hands here. They're moving very quickly here. You can tell he's definitely got some speed in those, and we can see Zage is dropping down to about 50% here. They're going for a swap onto Absterge. This could be big, could be lethal. He's got no response. Cheap shots are coming in. Absterge manages to stay alive though. They don't have enough damage to take him down, and now Zage is exposed, but the Void Shift comes out from Mason in the back line right before that polymorph connects, but can they power through it? Zage is very low. If they find re-polymorphs in a master spell, they might be able to actually shut it down completely here and take over the game, but they manage to push in. They get the full fear from Absterge. Will of the Forsaken, stun on the Will of the Forsaken of Mason. Now finally, he's going to duck into angel form. The move make a huge push right there. Nice ice wall there as well on the angel. They blink out of line of sight there for a second. Mason has a lot of healing to do, but he doesn't have enough in the tank, I think. Fuse, beautifully done there, closing the gap, but Mason fake casts his kick and is going to be able to keep Zage in the fight. That was an extremely close moment. Ice Wall now coming out, isolating the move here for a second from their healer, but Absterge manages to get back in line of sight, manages to keep Cerealium topped here before the incoming assault. Cerealium is going to polymorph Val there as he looks to strike back here with another double stun setup. They get the cheap shot, they get the full polymorph. Absterge is going to trinket. They have the blind though, so they could launch a blind attack later on, but a nice cyclone there connects from Fuse onto Val, and now I am very worried for OneShot. They don't really have any cooldowns left on the mage and only the trinket left on Mason.
All right, let's see if they can manage to pull this together, get that final ice block from Cerealium. There are no medallions, so whoever can find crowd control first is going to be in a great position. Zage is looking for polymorph. Fuse is shutting him down. Now a chastise from Absterge, but Val is engaging, cheap shotting multiple targets and trying to enable his team to find a polymorph, but Zage has to fake shot or death. They go for blind instead. Can they power through the barrier of Cerealium? They've cut through the barrier. They connect the poly. They're very close to forcing the second block, but they can't stay on target. Fuse is diffusing the situation entirely with cyclones at the moment. Nobody can connect, and I mean, being Fuse on the move, stepping into Peekaboo's shoes, those are big shoes to fill for the roster, and I feel like he's doing a great job in moments like these.
Yeah, absolutely. And Zage right now knows that he doesn't have any personal cooldowns. He needs to stall a little bit, try to buy some time, but it's not going to be enough time right there. And he is going to get dropped. The move looking solid here. Fuse doing tons of damage on that Feral Druid. And that is the advantage that you get with that Feral Druid on your roster. If you can land those setups, you're going to have a lot more punch in them. And Cerealium as well, despite being the mage who's playing with the Feral Druid, still coming out on top in that mage war. Cerealium just such a decorated player. And for a team like OneShot, they put up a good fight here against the move. Considering as well, it's like a new roster going up against, you know, some old legends of the game. But the move just looking too strong here in game number one.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, they had good moments for OneShot. Like, there was multiple times, especially initially, it felt like they just came out of the gate really swinging, keeping Cerealium constantly on the back foot. Then it looked like they kind of got a bit shaky in the middle ground, and then they got back into it a little bit, and then they were just ultimately behind. So if they can stay consistent like they were at the start of the match throughout an entire game, then I definitely see them having the potential to take out the move. And I think this is where potentially like tournament jitters experience, right, come into play. Sometimes you just get caught up in the moment, a setup you're expecting to win, and then it doesn't work out, and then you got to recalibrate what you're going to do for the rest of the game from there. And that's something that you develop with time as a team and experience over time. Something that the move obviously have is at least individual players, although for the first time playing together with this type of composition. So OneShot definitely have potential in this series. They've definitely shown that they can do it. So I'm very excited to see where we go from here. But at the same time, the move looked really good on this Feral Mage Priest, right? I think a lot of questions are coming in for the move is like, what's going to be their new identity? Because we've known them as the Shadow Priest Rogue Shaman team for so many years. So can they find a new identity? Can they find success within that realm? And right now, I would say they're looking very solid. Fuse had a great performance overall on damage, overall on control, overall on peels, phenomenal feral plays, great execution, enabling his team for setups, just all around MVP in my mind.
Absolutely. He came in strong, but also Absturge, man, securing a lot of fears as the priest, pushing in, not afraid to get aggressive, adding in, look at the damage as well there during that kill, actually out-damaging Ceralium there on the kill. Absturge definitely showing, why he's one of the GOATs in terms of healing here in North America. And the next map is going to be Hook Point. And again, this is a map that we've seen. I feel like the maps don't matter as much in this matchup. I think it's more of a kind of a preference. Like if you prefer to play a more defensive style, kind of like we saw with Swapsy yesterday, where it's more about focusing on damage, shutting down the setups, and just winning on overall pressure and dampening. If you're playing like that, then maybe a larger map is better for you. But if you're playing a bit more kind of like we saw with Dobob, where Tessia is going for a lot of aggressive plays. He's blinking in. He's trying to land Sheeps. He's trying to land Rings of Frost. And if you're playing like that, then a map like Hook Point might be better for you as the Feral Mage. And I feel like as the RMP, it's whatever map you get, you're pretty much happy with. The only map I think that I saw that looked kind of bad for the RMP was the Crucible of Carnage against Echo. So I'm wondering, if that's maybe something that we'll see. If the move loses, maybe they lock that in as a little surprise, because that was very effective yesterday.
Yeah, especially for a team that maybe doesn't have a lot of experience on it, because it's a completely different dynamic. Where do you stand? Are you going to play on the bottom of the ramp in the backside? Are you going to play off to the side with the pillars? Are you going to try and take the center platform? There's a lot of unanswered questions. So if you're in a situation where you need to create chaos, like this other team has got more skills than you or a comp advantage or something like that, throwing that map pick to try and throw them off can definitely be a good way to get an edge. And I would love to see it again, because I think it looked really good as like an ice wall map. So if you're a team or a player that knows how to utilize that as a mage player, I think it could definitely be very powerful. Hook Point, more standard, small, aggressive map, which I think will play into OneShot's strengths, at least with how they played the initial part of that first game. They were just getting in there, getting things done. So that's following in line with the playstyle that they're kind of showcasing for us in their debut here for day one for North America.
Yeah, it's crazy because you say it's their debut, and it is. But OneShot is a team that's only been playing, they've only been a team for 2 weeks now. And they're already, in the top 8 in the AWC. They're already going up against the Move, which is one of the longest standing rosters, several times in a row, even last year in the finals of the entire thing, right? So they're really, I think being in a situation like that, you have nothing to lose as a new team, and that can sometimes be good for you. And it's looking good here in the opener already, potentially pushing for that ice block from Ceralium. Absturge managed to get a big heal there in time to keep Ceralium safe in that position, and it looks like he is going to recover with that angel form. But yeah, I think OneShot in their position, they got nothing to lose, and you can tell maybe the nerves are calming down a little bit for them, and they're just locking in now, just playing fearlessly.
Oh, that wall. Zage takes a huge hit. Cerealium making big plays. They get the first ice block. Now it's Zage just trying to strike back with a Ring of Frost. Can he poly Fuse here? He's out of form. I'm honestly surprised he didn't try and polymorph Fuse here. Fuse is looking for Cyclone. Zage is line of sighting, staying next to Absurge. Frost Nova behind the pillar. Cerealium in trouble. Excellent crowd control by Zage, and that's going to get an ice block in return. Zage is only 20 years old. He's been on this team for 2 weeks. He's facing multi-NA champion Cerealium. He's fighting the move, Absurge, Fuse, the new addition to the roster, and he's still making some plays here in game number 2.
Yeah, definitely making it look good there. That opener with Cerealium's Ice Wall was very beautiful, but they equally as quickly strike back here. Fuse also has no trinket, so they could look to maybe get a cheeky little swap there onto Fuse at some point. It looks like Val is actually trying to set it up a little bit, but there's a fear onto Val. Cerealium just trying to get around the corner here for a second, trying to get closer to Mason, potentially looking for some crowd control. They get a Cyclone there onto Zage. They get a Sheep onto Val, but they don't find the stun onto Mason just yet. It's going to be just a Maim stun there onto the Mage, and now finally the Feral Druid stun comes out, and Cerealium is actually playing the Blink stun here, so he's going to have a harder time kind of getting away from this rogue, but if he lands polymorphs, it's going to be very nice for him. And also they continue the chain here with another stun. Zage so low. Can he get the ice block? He's almost getting it, but no, it's going to be the Void Shift coming out there with the Will of the Forsaken, so another successful attack coming out here from the move. That Blink stun not slowing down Cerealium at this point, and it's providing a lot of defense here from these rogue attacks.
Oh, nice Psychic Screen out of the Polymorphs, but Cerealium is just avoiding Zage behind the pillar here. Zage is trying to get it around the corner and connect some damage, but Absurge is free of crowd control. Big heals coming through. Icy Veins active on both sides. Both mages looking very dangerous into the next couple of seconds, so Mason recognizes that. He's jumping into Angel form. Absurge is jumping into Angel form, but an Ice Wall comes down, blocking their path of vision, but he's able to alter time back to the other side of the wall. Clutch play from Zage here. Once again, as they're just trading flurries and lances in the midfield, Zage preemptively barriering here, anticipating the stun, blinking in for a polymorph. Absurge deaths it. Zage is getting cracked. Massive damage coming up from Fuse and Cerealium. They drop down a smoke bomb. It's a Hail Mary on Fuse, trying to go after him. Ice Wall comes down as well. Is it going to be enough? No, it doesn't look like it. Fuse is just going to walk it off. Absurge Linus now pushing in aggressively with the Holy Ward, looking for crowd control. They smell blood in the water on hook point, and they are close to a kill right now, Zico.
Yeah, absolutely. They overlap the trinket and the ice block there. It's very, very dangerous. Absurge is in position for the fear. Mason, I think, deft the sheep right there. That would have been the end of the game, as Absurge was closing the gap there as well to look for the follow-up fear, but they find a full Cyclone. Zage is not out of the woods just yet. What are they going to do? He's got the alter time active. He teleports back there. A little bit greedy. That could have almost gotten dispelled, but Absurge is in a sheep, so good call there. Fuse now caught up in the kidney shot. They're playing defense. Nice counterspell. Gets sniped there onto Mason. They follow it up with the stun. Absurge pushing in for the game winning fear, and the move will take game number 2, now leading 2-0.
Okay, the move, man, they're looking cleaner and cleaner. I will say, WANSHOT, they're making things flashy. They're definitely putting on a show for us in their tournament debut. And I think there's still possibilities for them. They went for the small map, they went for the all-out aggression, but the move were able to match them, see them coming, block them at every turn, and be able to pull off a victory on game number 2 pretty quick here at 3 minutes and 45 seconds. You know, some of these matches we're seeing go much longer than that. I'd say overall, Val doing substantially more damage in this game as well. I mean, we saw Fuse at the end of the first round doing like double everyone's damage, so there are improvements on that front, but I guess the trade-off for that aggression is that it's going to be more volatile. The game can end faster, you know, out of nowhere on the dime if you misplay one crowd control chain, and that's what those final moments were really like for WANSHOT. They made really good effective trades. They didn't overlap. They went through one block into the Void Shift, into another block. No significant misplays as far as cooldown defense, but because they're so aggressive, they can be punished, and Fuse and Cerealium were able to take advantage of that, secure extra crowd control, and be able to finish the game. So the move are matching WANSHOT's aggression and looking solid in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I think that overlap earlier on really put a big hole in the defense of WANSHOT there. So, I mean, these are the things that can happen, right? If you're a team that's maybe not used to playing on broadcast, you can get a little bit overwhelmed in certain situations, and they just pulled the trigger a little bit too early there on the ice block and the trinket. and immediately a team like the Move is just going to punish that, right? Absterge again having a great game here, pushing in, finding the crowd controls even now at the end. Like, this was really good coordination from the Move. They land a counterspell, and then the timing of the stun out of the counterspell is just perfect from Absterge. At the very last second of that counterspell, he hits his own chastise stun, gets the DR fear as well, and the Move just looking as crispy as ever. OneShot now is going to do the complete opposite. So they tried the small map, they didn't like the small map, and now we are going to Ashman's Fall, and I think we're just going to see the same thing here from OneShot, and it's going to be just up to like kind of small individual plays. I feel like the game on Nagrand didn't look bad for OneShot, so I think if they can clean that up and play just with more confidence like they did in that first game, they could definitely take a game here against the Move.
Yeah, I think going for like a more neutral path, given that they've seen the results on the aggressive pick versus the neutral, and try and play this for a little bit more of a later game, play a little bit more conservatively in some of these moments, could be wise for them. But the Move, they're looking impressive on this composition. You know, usually WizK, I feel like WizK is often in like 99% of the matches. Like, it's not often that he's actually on the bench on this roster, depending on the players on the roster. So the Move are looking really good with this setup with the Feral Mage Priest, and I think it's a composition that can win this weekend. So the Move, they might actually be able to go the distance here in this lower bracket with how good they're looking right now here at the end of game number 2. OneShot, the newcomers, making their team. They probably made their team from the solo shuffle ladder. We've seen that a couple times, you know, like Hulaban came in Dragonflight and went the distance and took down Echo. So we do have these Cinderella stories, these dark horses that come off the ladder every now and then and really put on a show. And I can feel like they've got the potential. Like, I feel like there is something there for their team. They just need to be able to unlock it with some confidence. And we got WizK, of course, broken down. He's not playing right now, but holding a pretty solid win rate. And look how many games. I think that just alone, right? Like, most players probably don't even have this many games played, like in the game itself over 10 years, let alone in a tournament setting. So WizK has been holding it down for a very long time, and he's a 90% play rate. So this is a rare occasion that he's actually not in the game.
Yeah, no, that's actually a really good point, because we did ask the Move who on the team has grown the most as a player since last season, and Absterge said that WizK is the GOAT. So they're keeping their GOAT on the bench, maybe for a little bit later. And even despite that, it's looking really good here for the Move. And I mean, that's something that they have in their back pocket as well, because Feral Shadow Priest is something that we have seen that the Move likes to run. And that's definitely another strong, potent combo that they could utilize there in their arsenal. But we're going to see game number 3. It's match point losers, lower bracket here. Whoever loses here will be heading out of the tournament. And right now, it's not looking good here for OneShot. They just get absolutely blasted through the Guardian Angel right there, I think. Did he even get the Guardian off? I didn't even see it. That was so fast. OneShot just sitting through that long CC chain. It looked so good because Mason pushed in, got the full fear onto Absterge, but then he would have to Forsaken it, and then the Move responded with their own crowd control chain, and it was just never ending.
Yeah, I mean, now we're seeing like how intricate a mage can be played, you know, like yesterday in Europe we saw PMake making all of these just micro plays to avoid damage, making it look like he's invincible. He doesn't even take a point of damage. But if you don't make those micro plays, or you mismanage the barrier or timing on an altar, greater invis, you can just explode out of nowhere. So in this game, I think his team was saying like, hey, we need to get aggressive, let's get Zage in for polymorphs, and so he did, but then immediately took a huge amount of damage, and I think you can see why he was maybe hesitating in game 1 for the middle part of the game for trying to go for crowd control, because situations like this can happen. So it's a very difficult dance to balance your defense, your offense, and your positioning at the same time in order to execute for a win. So it's a bit of a tragic loss for them here on the side of OneShot, because I really do think there were moments where like little glimpses of like, this is going to be a good RMP, like this is going to be a possible threatening team. And you can see in the replay that Zage is way more aggressive. He's in the middle of the map, he's getting polymorphs on Absterge, he's blinking on top of Absterge, and while he's playing aggressive like this, they just see an opportunity and snipe him.
What happened to the polymorph on Absterge right there? I mean, OneShot just got completely one-shotted. It's like they just looked in the mirror there for a second. But how did Absterge get out of that one poly here? because it wouldn't have been a bad attempt here. Right there. How does that just break on Absterge? Oh, it's a resheep. Yeah, the resheep just broke there from something. But yeah, it's a bit unfortunate because Ceralium obviously responded as well there. They got the maim stun into the full ring of frost, and they got to make a trade there. That's the problem. They just have to respect it. It's icy veins, it's power infusion, it's, you know, just like all damage in the game. You just have to respect it. It's incarnation as well. Like, what do you do here in this position? You just, I think it's just a trinket guardian trade from the priest. Maybe a bit of defensive miscommunication.
Just didn't expect to get bashed. He's got altar up. I think he just didn't expect to get DR'd bashed. So he was like, I'll just altar back, and then he got DR bashed and died in the DR bash before he could go back in time. That's what it looked like to me, at least.
How long was that second game?
30
like 30 seconds?
Less than that, maybe.
Doesn't Ceralium like hold the record for the fastest death, I think, or something?
Does he? Jeez.
I think
he does, yeah.
In one of the previous seasons, but I don't think this was faster though.
What was it?
I can't remember how fast Ceralium's first death. This game was only 32 seconds, but I do remember Ceralium dying really fast in one game also. So like, you know, it happens to the best of them, okay? It's not, this is just like, sometimes happens as a mage. You can't be embarrassed, okay? Dying without ice block is just, it happens.
All right, well, that is a 3-0 from the move one shot. That is the end of the road for them, so hopefully we'll see them return to cup number 2, but they are eliminated for now. And we've got another lower bracket elimination series coming up next. It's Gustbusters versus When Will You Learn. Gustbusters, I believe, were placed quite a bit higher than When Will You Learn in terms of the power rankings for us here on the casting desk. Zico.
Yep, they were indeed, and for good reasons. I mean, Gustbusters is a really, really solid roster, and they took Welcome to the Jung to Game 5. They've already shown, you know, some of their long game strategies, some of their wars of attrition. I feel like the spirit of Cloud9 lives on in Gustbusters. They're not afraid to play that old school Cloud9 strategy where they lock in Chun-Li on the MM Hunter. They go for the Windwalker, and they just play like a really long game, or even the Ellie Shaman, and they just play for the late game. Have flop, just go for a lot of drinks, and yeah, just win that way.
Had that song stuck in the head for the rest of the day. But Ghostbusters, yeah, trying to live up to their former glory. This is definitely a team of all-stars, and we will have to see if When Will You Learn, the kind of the new kids on the block, if they're going to be able to take up that challenge. So we're going to head to a break. We've got another elimination series up next, so stick around. You definitely don't want to miss it. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. If you're just now tuning in, the move 3-0 to ONESHOT. They are unfortunately knocked out of the tournament, and we're going to knock out yet another team here in this series because both of these teams, their backs are up against the wall. They made it all the way through the offline bracket here into the top 8 on Saturday's North America games, but it could be the end of the road here. It's going to be either GUST Busters or When Will You Learn? And it seems like When Will You Learn is going to try and overcome tremendous odds because GUST Busters is a team of AWC veterans here.
Yeah, definitely. When Will You Learn? You know, some very solid players. I mean, these are players that are consistently playing at a rank 1 level on the North American ladder. So kind of coming together, making a team, seeing what they can do. But they're definitely going up against some veterans. Like you said, we got Flop, Chun-Li. They've been around in the scene for quite some time, kind of staple names in the competitive scene for North America. Nazem is one of those players that he's kind of just been getting better and better over time. We highlighted him last season. You know, how much that he really has improved, going from Gladiator to rank 1 to competing in his first tournament, getting a top 3 finish. And this new roster he's on, I think, is a really good place for him. He's going to be acting mostly as that Warlock. I think he plays a little Shadow Priest as well. And that's going to really benefit this team. So we haven't seen too much Warlock yet, but if we do, it's probably going to be Nazem doing it first. And then, of course, Dippy, who we did talk about, just a phenomenal player overall, mostly specializing in these different caster specializations. So we know Chun-Li, he likes the Windwalker Monk, he likes playing the Hunter. I think these guys are going to have some of the most interesting comps out of all the teams we've seen so far this weekend. So I'm really curious to see what they end up running.
I kind of feel like also if you look at this roster here, these 4 players, Sid, these are players that we've seen time and time again in the AWC, but they haven't quite made it all the way. They're kind of in that like 1 through 4th position. You know, they don't have a bad season, but they don't have like those first place finishes that we know they are capable of. So kind of the question that I have is like, is this a roster that they can finally start finding consistent first place placements with?
You know, I think there's a lot of reasons for that. I'm just gonna say it. All right. If you guys don't like if you think that Rogue Mage is the villain, you want to cheer for GUST Busters because they're one of those teams. They don't have Rogue Mage. They're not going to be playing Rogue Mage more than likely. If they do, I would be surprised. It's possible with Chun-Li and Dippy and Flop, but they're going to be the team that tries to break the meta, try to figure out a composition to beat Rogue Mage. So if you're kind of anti-meta and you want to see some unique compositions, GUST Busters is definitely your team.
That. They're not going to have any
honestly,
fans. What do you mean?
I'm a mage player at this point, and I want GUST Busters to do well. I want to see something different.
All right, well, let's see what they can do. Game number 1, it is going to be... all right, yeah, and you were correct. Here we go. It is... All right, start. Game number 1. Let's check it out.
Say they're not Rogue Mage, they're Windwalker Mage. I didn't expect to see Dippy on Mage, to be fair. Like they
Mages aren't bad.
I feel like this is the first time I've seen him on broadcast of this. He played Ellie Shaman for most of the open bracket, so this will be very interesting to see how they perform together with this Windwalker Frost Mage composition, where on the opposite side we got a Mistweaver Monk. It's our first Mistweaver Monk with Melon playing that in the back line. Killborn on the Warrior, just blade storming down. Dippy in the midfield here, pummeling him on cast, getting some decent uptime. Wall comes down. Killborn still just pursuing. Looks like it maybe want to swap targets here. No, just charging around the wall. Max taking some hits. Big hit! Oh, that is a knockout! Good night. Chun-Li comes out swinging, man.
Woohoo! I mean, that's that slicing wins technology. It's like some new tech for Windwalker Monk. You cannot sleep on Chun-Li. I mean, he's going to be putting out a lot of burst. I'm curious to see exactly what happened in that death log, but he went like 60-0 almost instantly. Unfortunately, that was a bit of a down goes moment there for Max, but obviously GUST Busters is going to be happy to get that Game 1 win.
Still not shorter than the last game, unfortunately, for Zage. He's still going to be the fastest death of the day. This is only 2 seconds slower here for Max on that Frost Mage, but yeah, Chun-Li just comes in swinging, man. Like, I feel like Chun-Li's been waiting for a Windwalker patch. I don't remember the last time we had a Windwalker patch. feels like it's been a while at this point, and Windwalker's definitely in a solid position. Still, obviously, Feral and Rogue are putting some competitive cuts above that, but Chun-Li with a massive setup and swell of damage, just lining it up for that miracle moment to absolutely destroy Max. So you can see him ramping at this point. He's got his Storm Earth and Fire images out. He's ramping up his damage. He's getting ready to hit for that final strike. And when Max thinks that he's safe, Slicing Winds comes through and just cuts him down into a conduit. Just absolutely rolled right at that moment. And yeah, the slicing winds, you have to be ready to dodge it. You got to maybe save a shimmer, try and blink out of it, have an altar up pre and visit. Like, if you don't have something for when that slicing wind comes your way and you're that low, it's just going to absolutely cut your head off. So getting executed in game 1 here.
It's one of those things. Slicing winds, oh, goodness. I mean, that's got to be a crit. It's one of the things. Like, Windwalker monks don't actually play a lot of crit. So they're one of those specs that more often than not, that slicing winds is going to be like, you know, it's like a comfortable 2 million, something, you know, around there. A little bit of a 2 million, but every once in a while, maybe 5% chance, 7% chance, around that range, you're going to crit. And when that happens, it's very unexpected. So, you know, it's a tough situation kind of for Max to be in, because you don't really expect to go 50-0 like that instantaneously. But let's see, slicing winds. It actually wasn't a crit.
Crossfire bolt hit pretty hard too. We didn't even see that. It's just probably an instant proc one.
It was mostly Dippy.
Dippy.
Well, let's see the last, like, that's 10 seconds. Let's see the last, like, 2 seconds if we can, like a shorter window. But yeah, Frostfire Bolt 2.5 million at the same time as slicing winds. So it wasn't even a crit. It's just well-timed burst, I guess, happened at the same time.
Everything's syncing up at the perfect moment here, and I kind of feel bad for Melon. I feel like playing a Mistweaver in a Mage meta is really tough. It's going to be really hard for him. The fact that they could even get the top 8, assuming that he played mostly Mistweaver, I think is pretty impressive for him.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, he has been one of the most consistent Mistweavers. Like, Melon, I would say him, he's been one of the most consistent Mistweaver monks in North America. We talked about kind of waiting for a Windwalker patch. I don't know if it's necessarily a Mistweaver patch, but yeah, we can see here these final few seconds. So it was about even in that last second between Chun-Li and Dippy, both of them contributing, but it just so happened, you know, the slicing winds hit exactly as he lost all of his health. So that was crazy. That's like, you know, when that kind of
communicated, like, are they trying to communicate?
I mean,
that
maybe,
at all? Or
yeah.
You're like, I'm slicing. Okay,
3,
I
2,
got a
1.
proc and shoot it at the same time and hope that they connect and they both crit. And I mean, imagine if they did both crit. That could have been like 6 mil damage or something in a 1 second period.
I think this is a very important, this exact moment is a very important thing to think about. So for when will you learn, kind of newcomers to the tournament scene, just group it together, how was your mental after that game? Because I feel like a veteran team, they shrug that off. It's like, okay, these things happen, and wow, like, you can just get one shot by crits. Nothing you can really do. But you could also just be like, why didn't you ice block? Why didn't you pre-cocoon me? Like, why didn't you use all of these abilities? Like, what are we doing? And getting frustrated and angry. So, you know, there's two roads you can go right now. You shake it off, you come back, you know, with a level head, or you kind of tilt. So I'm wondering about the tilt factor for game number 2.
Is when will you learn going to play the blame game moving into game number 2, or just walk it off, clean up their plays, play a little bit more decisive, and be ready for that slicing winds, because that's a new ability of the patch. It actually came from Plunderstorm over into World of Warcraft, and I'm having a lot of fun with it on my Windwalker monk. I like the way that the longer you hold it, the further distance you travel, so you're trying to calculate, like, how long do I need to hold this down so I get to the target and hit them, because if you don't do it enough, you end up short, you don't hit the target, or you overshoot the target, you overshoot the target, you go way far past it. So it's actually a very fun ability to calculate as far as, like, distance needed to travel.
All right, game number 2, Gust Busters. Chun-Li on that Windwalker monk. I mentioned it in the pre-show. Chun-Li's one of my favorite players in WoW. Just him on the monk and just his playstyle in general. He's kind of flashy. You know, he goes for those one-shot moments, and it is really, really fun to watch. And I feel like this roster of Gust Busters, they're a really solid team. You cannot count them out. A flop on the Restoration Druid, to me, is one of the most impressive Restoration Druids in the entire game. He's super good, so this team's looking deadly. Let's see how it plays out in game 2.
Chun-Li looks like he's getting cleaved down a bit here by Killborn, going for the Blade Storm, now moving his way over to Dippy. Max the target again, popping a pre-barrier, displacing back, but Chun-Li is still all over him. Nice knockback with the Blast Wave, looking to reposition. Dippy getting destroyed and chunked at the moment by Killborn. He will get the block off in time, but it is looking very scary for these mages time to time with these melee DPS when they can connect. And once again, Chun-Li's connecting onto Max. He tries to blink away from the conduit, and they're just trading Life Cocoon. They're not playing around. Dippy now caught into a Stormbolt on Hypothermia, dying through Iron Bark at the moment as Killborn looks to reconnect and train him down. Chun-Li clashing Killborn over, but he's just going to Blade Storm out of the route. Look to reconnect immediately, and when will you learn are just turning up the aggression in game 2.
Yeah, look at the damage meters. I mean, Max and Killborn are both putting out a tremendous amount of pressure here onto Dippy. Flop has struggled to really deal with it, but I think Flop, once he stabilizes here, should be able to hold on. Once you don't have the Icy Veins, that Restoration Druid, that healing is quite consistent and should be powerful enough for them to survive. Going after Max once again. Melon in the back line. He's moving in for crowd control, so gets the Paralyze out of the Stormbolt. Does he have the leg sweep to follow it up? Doesn't look like it just yet. He's going to move away. Chun-Li with a beautiful spear hand strike, so shutting down some additional crowd control from Melon there. Good backup on Flop, and that's exactly what you want to see. When they go for crowd control on Flop, you want to see Dippy and Chun-Li try to back him up, try to prevent those chains from being extended.
Oh, good awareness by Killborn there. They were setting up a swap with an Ice Wall, so he Blade Storms back to avoid getting stunned there. But now he's still taking a lot of damage. He gets maim stunned by Flop, and it's these top-level Resto Druid plays, finding time to get combo points so you can get a full 5-second stun while also healing your team, maintaining your Star Surges to keep your Hots going, and also looking for Cyclones. It's a lot to juggle all at the same time. Big damage incoming onto Max as he alters back, displacing away, and Chun-Li is actually going behind the pillar, gets a Ring of Peace, knocking Max back into his clutches. He gets Blast Waved away. And Chun-Li is still trying to stay on target. Max displaces again. Oh, big swap on Killborn once again. Is he going to die through the enraged regen? Killborn's basically 1v2ing Flop and Max. Now Melon out of nowhere loses about half his health. Flop repositions, possibly looking for a clone. Melon ports to avoid it. Killborn's trying to stay on target and trying to sink his teeth in and get some pressure like they had in the earlier stages of this match.
And good heals coming in from Flop, using that new honor talent, putting him into the slow-moving tree form that is uncrowd controllable. Max drops a really nice ice wall, so that's one of the counter plays you can do. It's difficult for the tree to actually walk around that ice wall, so it can be a really effective tool to shut down that cooldown. Is going to subside, though. Melon in the backline, still just throwing in some heals. Both healers. Actually, Melon pushing in for a bit of aggression, but Chun-Li clotheslines him with a Paralyze. He gets stunned up, looking for a Cyclone. Can he find it? Chi-Ji coming out there for Melon, but unfortunately not able to find it. He might be able to follow it up. The Song of Chi-Ji could be big if he can actually get it. Gets counterspelled, though, and Chun-Li's making a swap on Melon. He needs to be very careful. He uses his Transcendence to get away. Might be okay, but I do not mind this. At the same time, though, Max is just getting soloed by Dippy. They get the Ice Block. They overlap it with the Life Cocoon. Now, When Will You Learn is trying to get aggressive here. Dippy gets interrupted. Needs to be careful. Make a swap on Killborn. Right now, Gustbusters, they're all over the place.
Yeah, they're getting tremendous pressure on Max time and time again. They're keeping Killborn as an option. They're swapping to Melon. They're really keeping the entire team on their toes. And are they going to be able to finish it here? Max trades out the barrier. Dippy gets hit by a sleep, which also connected onto Flop. Dippy has to be careful. He's playing a dangerous game, but he gets the ice block off in time. Shattering throw, as that block is going to be removed by Killborn. He gets pet novaed by Dippy, so he can't reconnect immediately. Now Max on the back foot, big pressure, and it looks like Chun-Li is trying to force that second block because suddenly When Will You Learn have put themselves back in the game. Dippy with no ice blocks remaining. Gustbusters need a kill soon.
Yeah, definitely. This is a scary moment. Melon going for that Crackling Jade Lightning. That is a significant amount of damage. So if you can channel the Crackling Jade Lightning as a Mistweaver Monk, not only are you really contributing to the kill, you're also putting out a lot of healing on your team. Very powerful. It's important to shut that down if you can. So that's something we're going to be looking out for. Max right now throwing in the Frostfire Bolts in the backline. Big Comet Storm Meteor lands on him. They're making a swap on Killborn, and Melon, he is really struggling. Nice ice wall there by Dippy. Killborn could go down so close.
He crackled to heal through the wall. What did he crackle? It was like a pet behind the wall. Oh, he crackled the wall itself. Oh my god, okay, that's how you counter the wall as a Mistweaver. I've always just punched it and got really mad that I can't get through it. You could just crackle the wall and heal through the wall. Okay, we don't get to see, I don't get to see a lot of good Mistweavers, okay? It's rare to see this. So Melon able to outplay the wall by shooting lightning at it and heal his team on the other side. So clutch moment for Melon. His team is still in it here. Dippy has Cold Snap coming up in about 14 seconds, so he can reset his Ice Block. He needs to stall for 12 more seconds. I think that's what they're doing right now. They're just polymorphing the Warrior, containing him with Vortex, disarming him, stunning him, buying time on the clock to get that Cold Snap. Big swap on Killborn. Nice stun initiation from Flop once again. It's really important that Flop gets stuns with a Windwalker, and they've got to paralyze on the healer. Are they going to trade Life Cocoon in time? It's a dangerous game if he dips into touch of death range, and now Chun-Li is switching to Melon for a moment. Big swap. Now they're going to Cyclone him, get back onto the Warrior. Celestial Conduit, big damage, and Life Cocoon will stabilize him here in this position. But now they just swap to Max, interrupting him for a moment. And Chun-Li's having a tough time connecting. Maybe he's going to be able to make his way here onto Max now. Pre-barrier, anticipating some damage here. Max blinks forward. Chun-Li's looking to reconnect. Double leg sweep. Beautiful punish. Dippy gets the polymorph. This is a clean setup by the Gustbusters, and it will net them an ice block. Possibly a win in game number 2 if they can keep up the momentum. Dragon's Breath hits him. Meteor comes through. Are they going to be able to drop him? Flop actually gets caught in a polymorph. And they have a chance here maybe to turn around on Dippy, but there's just no momentum just yet. And Max is still falling behind. Killborn is falling behind. They got pressure in 2 places, and this is going to be tough for Melon.
Yeah, definitely. Mistweaver Monks. His mana is not looking too bad, though, surprisingly. If he can rotate back up to those cooldowns, he might be able to live. Dippy is in some danger. He's opted not to use the Cold Snap. At the same time, Killborn is having to use the Enraged Regeneration. That should be enough to survive. Melon is there with the heals, but he gets Cycloned. A beautiful Cyclone by Flop slows down the healing, and now they're on Max, and Melon really has a difficult task ahead of him right now. Pops out some of his cooldowns to increase his healing. It looks like he will be able to top off, but that was a great push there by Gustbusters.
All right, they're very close. Let's see if they can manage to close it out here. Killborn's almost going down. He has Life Cocoon. It just came off cooldown. Dippy gets caught in a sleep. A double sleep here from Melon. Excellent plays on that Mistweaver. Trying to flipping a switch, but now he gets caught in a polymorph 6 seconds away from his medallion. Killborn leaps away from Chun-Li. Chun-Li gets Dragon's Breath away. Killborn is still critically low. A Bashy Trinket Life Cocoons, and he's not playing around anymore. Crackle comes through to re-stabilize the teams, and they're looking so much more evenly matched here in game number 2 as we're going to 7-minute mark. Dippy goes down, no block! And I think this is going to be a theme of the day here in North America. Is this just a North American mage thing?
I mean...
Did you start something?
No.
Did you start this trend? Is this just
that was so long ago, man. Like, come on. Like, yesterday,
let it die.
It's happening to the
Let it
European
die.
No, it's good for the brand. Like, I don't mind it from like a brand point of view, you know?
I mean, you've still got the emoji, right? The emoji's still there?
Yeah.
Some people probably have the emoji in the chat, I imagine.
I do think that Dippy, I mean, there was a big mistake there. He just held on to his Cold Snap forever. So I don't know if it was like, he thought he had the Ice Block off cooldown. Maybe he thought he had already used the Cold Snap, but definitely an unfortunate situation there. They kind of threw away that game, and it was close. I mean, they definitely could have won it. So when will you learn? They're going to be happy to pick up a win. It was a good game number 2, right? We go to the small map. That game obviously felt a lot better for the side of when will you learn. They were able to prolong it a little bit longer than just randomly get one shot. We take a look at these final moments again. Dippy right now uses the overpowered barrier. He's kiting away. He could actually cold snap an overpowered barrier again if he wanted to, and that might actually save him. But sometimes that Fury Warrior burst, it can be unexpected. But I do kind of feel like they had a lot of time for that moment to actually prolong the game and stay alive.
All right, nice plays here. They kept it going. Even with the Mistweaver Monk in a not Mistweaver world, Melon is fighting against all the odds right now. Like, if you were to power rank the healers, I feel like Mistweaver, I want to say it's possibly close to the bottom as far as like overall. So I feel like Melon is actually fighting against, you know, an uphill battle in this tournament. I
love Mistweaver. Like, Mistweaver Monk has consistently been my favorite healer. Like, I play a bunch of the specs right now, and for healing, Mistweaver Monk is by far my favorite, but I think the main problem it has is mages. Mages being good is not good for Mistweaver Monks because you can be micro CC'd on your Crackling Jade Lightnings, you can be Dragon's Breath, you can be Blast Wave, like, you don't have any kind of range defense from Polymorph, so you kind of get abused by crowd control as well. But the actual, like, on paper, Mistweaver Monks are not that bad. Like, you have your Zen Spheres, which is basically, it's a PvP talent where you can put like a positive orb on your teammates to increase healing, but you also have a negative orb to put on the Sphere of Despair, I think it's called. You can put on your enemies to increase all damage on them by 10%. So just by having a Mistweaver in the game, you have 10% more damage to your kill target, which is actually really significant. You have big cooldowns you can trade with Life Cocoons. So that's why you're seeing that shield. I'm curious to see what build Melon's playing. I'll investigate that a little bit more, but you have good mobility, you have instant crowd control, you can move in and get things like Paralyze into a leg sweep, into a Song of Chi on the healer. So I do feel like Mistweaver's kit is pretty well rounded. I think the biggest thing it struggles with right now is just how popular mages are.
All right, big map though this time around. As a Mistweaver, you hate this. This is the map with the least amount of pillar surface area. It's gotta be. It's literally like 4 pixels. And that's it for pillars on the map. And as a Mistweaver, you love pillars. It's your only thing that can save you against a mage. So this is very intelligent on the side of Gustbusters to pick a map like this, whereas their healer, a druid, they don't really care about polymorphs. I'm a bear. You can't sheep me, bro. I'm a giant tree. Try and sheep this. Like, he can just walk around and be very happy to be immune to a lot of the polymorphs that Melon is just going to have an absolute nightmare dealing with here. So I think this is a really good map selection for the Gustbusters, setting themselves up really well for game number 3.
All right, see how they can do. I kind of wonder, like, is this one of those things? We do know that Chun-Li plays a ton of Marksmanship Hunter. Like I kind of felt like Gustbusters, they might actually lock in the Marksmanship Hunter Frost Mage.
Yeah.
This composition we saw in Europe. And after seeing that composition and talking to some of the players, they were mentioning that it's actually really good. Like we saw some of the swaps you were able to pull off with like a Snowdrift on the healer. You pair that with True Shot Aura, and you can create a lot of pressure, a lot of havoc. So on a map like this, I think that might have actually been a good play, but they're just going to stick. I feel like Gustbusters, they won game number 1. Game number 2 was really close. They kind of fumbled at the finish line. So I could still see them winning this exact matchup.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they also want to just warm Dippy up on Mage. Maybe they feel like they're going to need him later on in the tournament because they're using a lot of Elemental Shaman previously, which I think could also be good here. Elemental Shaman Hunter could be just as good as well. So let's see what happens, though. They're sticking with it. Maybe this is going to be the comp that they want to ride or die with throughout the entire lower bracket. I think this weekend is definitely very important that you either have the answer to Frost Mage or you become the Frost Mage, given what we've seen so far. So they're deciding right now to opt to become it. And they've been playing well. Just a little bit of a fumble at that 7-minute mark, 8-minute mark, just about in that last game. So as long as Gustbusters keep it clean, I think the series should be theirs. But Melon and Killborn and Max have a surprising amount of damage that might mix things up.
All right, let's see what they can do. Seeing some kind of not necessarily off-meta healers. We've been seeing a decent amount of Druid, but definitely the Mistweaver Monk is the first time we are seeing it. So Melon is representing for the Mistweaver fans out there. Killborn right now hopping over, trying to connect to the mage. One of the most difficult things you can do as a warrior, train down a Frost Mage. But so far, Killborn has been able to create some pressure. The spear drops down, and Dippy is pinned. But at the same time, Max taking a tremendous amount of damage. Here comes the Ice Wall. Look at Flop. He's trying to just move so slowly in line of sight. But unfortunately, there's just no damage to follow it up. And Chun-Li and Dippy were completely fine.
All right, good exchange there. It looks like Max and Killborn are still trying to keep some surprises. That Spear of Bastion, I think, is going to be a key player ability for the warrior to pin the mage. See a Stormbolt here to reconnect, continue building up that onslaught, but they might be swapping to Killborn. No, they're just going to polymorph him, blink away. It's on diminishing return, so Killborn could actually get some decent uptime here, but Melon's into a Cyclone. Max is isolated. He's caught in a Maim stun. Flop once again, carrying the team here. He's getting so much pressure for his team off the back of that stun and that Cyclone, and he can easily be an MVP.
Yeah, definitely. Dippy looking for an Ice Wall. Is it going to be effective? He drops it down, but Max is in line of sight, and we mentioned it. Supertees called it out, but it's one of my favorite things to do as a Mistweaver Monk. If a mage drops an Ice Wall, you just pop a Thunder Focus Tea, use that Crackling Jade Lightning on
Vortex.
the wall, and everybody's full health. So it actually ends up working against the mage a lot of the time if Crackling Jade Lightning is available, and Melon is kind of navigating that situation pretty much perfectly so far.
They just got a double leg sweep on top of a Vortex, so the Monk and the Mage couldn't move at all. That was really good teamwork from Chun-Li and Flop, and despite them being kind of a newly fused roster, they have such high individual skill that it seems like if they get that synergy, they're going to sync up and be a monster team in the North American region here for Season 2 of The War Within. And Melon gets swapped to. He's trying to get aggressive, and he manages to get the sleep. He goes for the Crackle. Big turnaround onto Dippy, getting another Ice Block, and Melon is answering. He's like, hey, Flop, I'm not going to let you run the show as the only healer in this game here. And now Melon makes a big play to put his team back in it.
Yeah, I love that about Melon. He is willing to make those aggressive plays. He goes for the Thunder Focus Tea, Song of Chi-Ji, gets crowd control on both Flop and Chun-Li. It's something you don't see very often, but it is very effective. At the same time, though, Max is taking some bursts. He needs to be careful. He gets in line of sight, and he does trade out the Ice Block. So now Max down to 0 Ice Blocks. Dippy still has 1. Ice Wall will drop down. Here comes a Paralyze on Flop into a potential Song of Chi-Ji. He manages to find it. They're going after Dippy, but look at Dippy. He's kiting masterfully right now. Gets to displace on the Stormbolt and should be A-OK now that Flop is out of crowd control.
Dippy kind of low here, but Killborn can't connect. Dragon's Breath on Chun-Li. Killborn comes through, but Max is still low. Dippy is absolutely pummeling tons of damage onto Max. Chun-Li, if he gets there, Fist of Fury coming through. Ring of Frost around the corner. He's not going to go for it. Melon gets rake stunned by Flop. Shadow Meld rake stun. He can't find the Cyclone, though. He fakes a kick. He's going for another one. Gets it on Killborn, slowing down his assault. Buying time for Dippy to get stable and push in on top of Max, who has no blocks remaining. Another double leg sweep, pinning them for a moment. But now Max is escaping. Killborn is leaping in, looking for a big crit on Dippy. But Meteor's coming down. There's pressure on both sides. Killborn's getting uptime. No, as I say that, he gets blast waved away. He spell reflects the polymorph. And now he gets Blink Poly. Bladestorm immunes the polymorph. Really good timing by Killborn here. Dippy manages to blink again, though, into the middle of the map, and there's the Spear Bastion pinning him for Killborn, but Killborn's taking a lot of damage in exchange as well, and it's just constantly back and forth here. Can Melon keep his team stable for the push? He goes for the sleep. He gets the sleep. Despite all of the carnage, he actually gets crowd control, but Dippy just so slippery. Killborn can't connect.
Max gets caught into the stun, a maim on Killborn as well. So Flop right out of the crowd control. He goes invisible, gets the rake stun on Max, then he gets the maim stun on Killborn. So these are the kind of plays you consistently see from Flop on the Resto Druid, just stunning up the team, acting almost like a subtlety rogue for his roster to keep people locked down. Flop gets interrupted. Melon trying to chain off the interrupt. He does manage to find it. He fakes out the interrupt. Can he find it? No. Flop gets into tree form, and that should be enough to keep Dippy alive. This is the Icy Veins for both mages as they exchange blows here. Max is going to displace away, trying to get away from Chun-Li just a little bit, but it just seems like there's pretty much an all-out mage race in this game. Try to control the mage. Killborn putting out a lot of pressure right now. Look at Max in the back line. Dippy needs to be very, very careful.
He got kicked on Frost. Manages to displace back away. Killborn's leaping on Flop. Maybe he wants to make a Resto Druid swap. Looks like he's trying to a bit. Now he's coming back on Dippy. Stormbolt. Dippy's going to trinket that right away. Maybe a bit of an overlap here with his barrier. The warrior disarmed there. Double leg sweep. Chun-Li is carrying. Oh my god, it's disgusting amounts of damage coming out from Chun-Li right now. They get a polymorph paralyzed. Max blinks in desperation to escape from Chun-Li's clutches. Now Dippy on the back foot. Killborn's looking to respond, but Flop gets a huge heal. Dippy's back to full. Chun-Li's still connecting with the images. They drop down a snowdrift. Chun-Li's trying to dodge it, and he actually manages to avoid it there before the Dragon's Breath. Shifting power to try and reset some shimmers here. Barrier active, pulling Chun-Li into the back line. He's got no trinket. Melon has a leg sweep. They could maybe swap to Windwalker. Now they're making the push here. Melon's moving in. Tranquility around the corner. Melon's on his back. He gets to paralyze. Dippy's in trouble. Could be the second block. They connect the sleep, and he might sweep the trinket. He is looking to sweep the leg of Flop, like Karate Kid style here, but he doesn't get it. And nice plays. It just doesn't net any damage, unfortunately. Killborn just can't get there. Between the mage kiting him and the Windwalker range disarming him, he just can't get momentum in those moments.
And he gets caught into a double leg sweep as well. Really nice job there by Chun-Li, going for the burst here onto Max, but dampening is cruel in a game like this, and it's going to become more and more difficult for these healers to deal with this situation. Max has an ice block coming up in 10 seconds, 2 ice blocks in about 25 seconds. Here comes the Icy Veins, but what are they doing? Are they trying to go after Chun-Li? He's just putting an ice wall to avoid the dispel. A very interesting choice there by Max, but Chun-Li is still going to continue to be all over him. This Icy Veins really trying to get some work done here for Max. Dippy at the same time pulling the trigger with his cooldown, dampening, getting higher and higher. It's going to become more and more difficult for these healers to deal with this pressure. Max is falling further and further behind, but luckily for him, he has both ice blocks, and that life cocoon will keep him very stable.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of bad for Gust Busters here. The fact that When Will You Learn actually looks so good right now, and Melon's getting a lot of crowd control, a sleep into his sweep, and Dippy, if Killborn can connect here, he gets a shockwave, but he's Dragon's Breath. He can't get the finishing blows here to finish off Dippy. Dippy trying to reposition his knockback, actually gets Nova'd there. Max in trouble, though. Chun-Li once again carrying the team here with that Zwen, the White Tiger. Now switching back to Killborn. 1 second on his trinket. Is he going to survive here? It's a lot of damage. He leaps away from Chun-Li. Chun-Li's chasing him down with the rolls. Looking to close this out. Looking to give them no opportunities. But he gets storm bolted. Melon gets a big crackle. Killborn's back to full. Melon's mana, though, is looking a little bit shaky here. He's slightly behind, and it could be a mana situation here in game number 3.
Yeah, it depends how much T he has.
Oh, that counterspell!
Oh, no! Oh, my goodness. That burst was insane. They snuck in a counterspell. Melon was trying to get aggressive, going for a cheeky Song of Chi-Ji, and so many times in this game, Melon goes in, he uses the Paralyze, and then he fake casts the Song of Chi-Ji. Probably gave him a lot of confidence, but in that final moment, he got punished in a big way. Gustbusters had the damage. They take down Killborn in the counterspell. A great play.
All right. They're looking pretty evenly matched, you know, despite the mystery or disadvantage to the mage. Melon's making some plays, but just one mistake. That's all it takes. And the Gustbusters, they're just going to suck you up into their vacuums like the Ghostbusters and keep you imprisoned forever with Frost Mage snares and Windwalker disarm. So that in those final moments, you know, one way you can win is crowd controlling the healer. So they've got Polymorph, they've got clones, but they also have interrupts. So they're going to use Counterspell here on Melon. And you'll see that on his sleep here. It pops up on his frame on the top right. And he's basically useless once that happens. If he is interrupted on a cast, you can't do anything until that interrupt is over in his position. And so it was just a checkmate. Dippy was aware of it. They communicated it. They found it, and they secured it. And between just the mobility here with this Vortex also just limiting the Warriors' uptime and this type of coordination here, they're able to close the game out.
Counterspell. And then, yeah, it's crazy that you went down like that. It's wild. You know, Gust Busters, Flop said he messaged all of the commentators. He definitely messaged me. I don't know if he told you, but I was asking him about his name, and he said, Gust is a term for someone making a mistake in the game or playing badly. We are here to bust the Gusters. So, like, basically, if you make a mistake...
I thought it was a pun on Ghostbusters, and then I started talking about Luigi Mansion vacuums and stuff, but...
Yeah, Gust is like you're making... according to him, Gust is like you're making a mistake in the game.
I thought it was related to, like, cyclones, you know? Like, he's like the Cyclone Buster or something, you know? Like, they get tons of game-busted cyclones, and it's a pun on Ghostbusters, but it's like some random term for...
He said... When there's gusters gusting out, I guess that means like when people are making mistakes, who are you gonna call? The Gust Busters. So they're ready to pounce on the mistakes of their opponents, really punish them, and that's kind of what happened in that last game. So going up 2-1 in this game. When will you learn bringing it to a small map? And I don't know, how much do you think the small map really benefits? The thing is, I guess it's nice. Mistweaver Monks, the one thing I will say is it's nice to be able to be at a pillar really quickly. So on a small map like this, the Mistweaver Monk's going to be able to roll in, get his paralyzed, his leg sweep, and then immediately get out really quickly. So I think that's kind of the line of play that they're thinking here, is this just might be a better map for Melon in general.
Yeah, I could also see it maybe being a net negative, though, for the Warrior if you're getting knocked off the side, Ring of Peace on the corner. I guess they also have Ring of Peace themselves. So maybe that's not going to be as big of a deal, but it's just, to me, it's like enabling the Warrior. How do they enable the Warrior? He's got to get through a Blast Wave. He has to get through a Vortex pulling him. He has to get through all the Frost Novas and the consistent snares on him. He's got to get through the Warrior disarming him. He's got to get through all of the Shimmers. He's like, I'm surprised he can even get like pressure in the game, honestly, when you start listing the amount of things that he has to go through as far as a gauntlet, and he's still actually getting blocks every now and then from Dippy. It's just, how do you get him on his target? It's just all about getting the Warrior to stick. Maybe this map, you know, depending on how Dippy utilizes it, they're going to be able to get some uptime. There's lots of different strats. He could play topside, go back and forth, knocking them off, or he could play on the outside and run laps on the outer ring. So I'm very curious to see how Dippy navigates this as far as kiting. I think it's going to be very crucial if they're going to be able to just close the series out 3-1 here.
Yeah, we'll see. Gustbusters. What do you think about this composition in general? The Windwalker, Frost Mage, the rest of the room?
I mean, I think it's decent. I think the one downside is the lack of consistent stuns. Leg sweep is really easy to play around. So, well, I think it's more pressure, right? Whereas as a Holy Priest with like a Rogue, you get the Chastise, which you can shove that out whenever you need to instantly from range. Whereas the Druid has to spend more time in cat form, building combo points, and then picking the moment, not getting caught. I think it's much more difficult for Gustbusters to actually line up stuns than the Holy Priest comps that we're seeing at the moment. So it has potential. I just think that there's like a higher skill ceiling, and if you don't hit that skill ceiling, it's probably better to be the Holy Priest composition.
What are we thinking about the Subtlety Rogue tag in?
Okay, Robin's coming off the bench. Subtlety Rogue. I mean, I think Killborn is done getting kited. It's probably one of the things. Is like, yeah, guys, I'm sorry. Like, I tried. Like, I got you guys one win, but like, I gotta go on the bench. I can't do this anymore. I can't chase the mage anymore. Let's put in a rogue. It's gonna be a lot easier for a rogue to connect in some of these situations. I think it increases their lethality to any target on the team. Also, like, I think a Subtlety Rogue is one of the specs that can kill a Windwalker. It can kill a Druid, or it can kill a mage. So I think it's a better option for them, and that's probably why they picked the small map now. They want options to switch to the Druid while also having small close pillars for the Monk to be able to escape crowd control.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see if they can do it, because Gustbusters right now, they're playing triple or double Orc. So both Chun-Li and Dippy, they're playing Orc, so stuns are going to be reduced on them. I wonder if Dippy ends up playing Blink in this matchup. I don't think that he will, but it'd be really effective against the Subtlety Rogue. But yeah, well, we'll see how they navigate it. You mentioned it. Subtlety Rogues, they have some of the highest control and single target burst in the entire game. The problem is it's condensed in a short window during the Shadow Dance, during things like Shadow Blade. So if they control those cooldowns, if they preemptively use things in a really good way or pre-kiting, then it can be really difficult to actually close out the game for When Will You Learn. But on this smaller map, they should be able to connect to targets. So Gustbusters definitely needs to be careful.
All right, let's see if we can get it done here. Robin coming off the bench, and When Will You Learn's debut in the tournament, flexing their fourth player. in a dire need. They need some wins here. They're going to be out of the tournament, out of the cup. There are only 3 cups to qualify, so there's only 3 opportunities to earn points to get into the grand finale for the big final finish. So let's see if Robin, stepping off the bench, is going to be able to be warm also, right? Like, coming off the bench in this situation could be a high stressful situation, and they actually get popped out of stealth. Not the best start here for Robin. He's going to get caught in a rake stun. Oh, no, please don't just die immediately. Don't just die immediately. Okay, Robin's fine. He's going to get some pressure here now onto Dippy, build up, and just likely start with something like a blind, I think, on Druid.
Kidney shot on Druid, but he gets polymorphed. Great play there by Dippy. Oh, no, he gets knocked away. He gets disarmed. That wasn't his blades, though. Wasn't actually any cooldown. So, I looked good for Gustbusters, but didn't accomplish too much by committing so much of their defense there. Robin's going to be happy. He managed to bait out a lot of cooldowns. Here comes the Shadow Blades, though. This is his big moment. This is the moment that Robin could potentially close out the game. Who are they going to go after? It seems like they're just putting out damage on Dippy, not even going for a setup, and this just seems a bit unfortunate. That was a bit of a sloppy play there, but I don't know. I feel like Gustbusters, with all these preemptive plays, it's hard for When Will You Learn to get anything going.
Oh, ice wall the wall. Oh, but Flop actually got through the wall. He's in there, but he's into a kidney shot, cheap shot. Robin finally possibly getting a setup here onto Dippy, but he's got blink barrier, so he can blink out of the stun and barrier the damage. They catch Melon in the midfield, and Flop is doing such a great job still microing time into cat form to get combo points for his team to enable them some opportunities. See a grapple on Robin. He's not getting any pressure. Max is playing defensive. Melon's off to the corner to avoid polymorphs, repositioning out of line of sight of Dippy. Max preemptively using barrier here. Dippy's getting close to Melon. Looking for crowd control soon here, I would imagine. Chun-Li in a Dragon's Breath. Max blinks forward. Polymorph on Chun-Li. Looks like he might be out of line of sight of Flop. He's just stuck here in the polymorphs. Going for a Snowdrift, but Chun-Li can escape that. They're swapping on Robin once again, it looks like. He's going to use evasion to dodge any potential stuns and damage here. They switch back immediately off the evasion. Conduit is cleaving 2 targets. Dippy is blinking back with Flop into the corner during the counter spell and avoiding a ton of damage. Melon repositions, but Max got left behind, and that's going to cost a block. Just one little decision to move out of line of sight for a second, and they're down an ice block.
Yeah, it's going to be a rough game here. I feel like Gustbusters, this is looking good for them. They're going to need a miracle. When will you learn? They need a miracle if they want to win this one. Max down to about 50% health right now. Melon still doing a good job. He's had great positioning so far in this game, going for a big crackle here on the Dippy, but Robin just cannot connect in any kind of meaningful way. Chun-Li is just disable rooting him, just one-shotting him. Robin could easily go down. That is going to be the life cocoon, basically solo force there by Chun-Li, but Dippy needs to be careful. Dragon's Breath on Robin. Here comes the ice wall. That's such a good ice wall there. And it looks like Dippy will be able to quickly get in line of sight. So had the mobility to escape. At the same time, Melon is going for offensive crowd control. It's still a mage race between these two teams. And it looks like Dippy could fall. He's got 2 ice blocks. You do not want to choke it at this point in the game. It looks like Greed will be good. Dippy holds on. And now Gustbusters can make a push.
All right, let's see where they're going to go here. Shifting power from Max. Going on Robin with no trinket. Nice maim stunts from Flop. Looks like Chun-Li's going to get knocked off the side, but Robin can't capitalize. I think he wanted to go for some stuns there, but he's just going to pull back with Melon. Max is out in the middle tanking damage by himself. Ring of Peace stops him from re-stealth, and he gets walled away from his team. Max manages to jump downstairs safely with Melon here, and looks like they will be able to recover. Conduit, big damage. Nice leg sweep from Chun-Li, hitting 2 players. That's going to force another ice block. And on match point, When Will You Learn have a gigantic mountain to climb if they want to stay alive in this tournament right now.
Yeah, this is not going to be easy. Chun-Li just playing at the pillar, getting out a ton of damage. Melon falling further and further behind, but his mana's not too bad. Here comes the smoke bomb. They're going after Chun-Li. Is this the miracle setup that they need? Chun-Li, unfortunately, there's a gap in the stun, and he is able to get the Touch of Karma, and it will be easily fine without really trading too much. That's more than a fair trade, that Touch of Karma. Now it's going to be Max on the back foot. Chun-Li's all over him. They're making a push on Dippy, though. Right now, When Will You Learn? They're trying to make a play. They're trying to make something happen. They can't just be clumped up behind the pillar. They need to get aggressive. They need to be getting out consistent setups if they want to win this game.
With a vortex, Robin gets caught behind the pillar. Melon comes in with a huge heal and manages to recover, but a double leg sweep. They're still going for it. It's not enough damage. It's been blocked. Melon gets paralyzed. Chun-Li setting up for the win. Going after Max. Max ports away. Chun-Li swaps to Robin. Big crackle from Melon once again. Great plays from Melon here. Keep his team stable throughout that chaos as Chun-Li rolls over. Setting up damage could be lethal. He gets knocked away on his Fists of Fury. Dippy's looking for polymorphs. He catches Melon in midfield, but it's on diminishing return, fortunately, for Melon, so he can port and maybe get aggressive here. He gets knocked off the side, possibly. He's into the Dragon's Breath. He's lucky to not get knocked off there. They swap on Chun-Li. Big setup on match point. Can they finish him? He ports downstairs, but they're in hot pursuit. Nice polymorphs from Dippy on the road. Good iron bar from Flop. They knock Robin off the side here, but he might be able to sneak by. That ring of peace is not exactly blocking the stairs. The Flop is getting into the mix, building up combo points. He gets a stun for the mage, but Melon has options here. And it's possible that Melon has actually bought a decent amount of time to give his team a shot now.
Yeah, he's got the life cocoon available. Max getting one shot, though. Needs to be careful. There comes a life cocoon. And Melon has to make a big trade, and there's no cooldowns available for When Will You Learn for quite some time. They're going after Chun-Li. He's got the touch of karma if he needs it. Many cooldowns available. Evasion has to be used by Robin. They are all over him. Gustbusters is making a push to close out this game. 5.5 minutes have elapsed. They might be able to do it. Full kidney shot now onto Flop. Looks like he's going to comfortably sit that. He's going for a play, but he gets rooted up. Chun-Li just pre-kiting him and line of sighting. At the same time, Dippy is making plays, getting a lot of damage out on Max. Melon's able to recover it, though. We'll have to see. Everyone is kind of split up right now. Chun-Li is preemptively running, doesn't want to allow their team to get anything going. At the same time, Max getting bursted down. Melon is falling further and further behind. Needs to connect the heels, but look at Max and Melon. They're so far separated at this point in the game.
Dragon's Breath on Chun-Li, but Max is out in the open. Robin moves in. They catch Chun-Li on the bottom side, but Flop is there. With the tree form, they should be A-okay to survive right here. Good timing by Flop with that Ancient of Lore. And now big Star Surges are coming out from him onto Max. He's trying to Ice Wall, but he got counterspelled. He's taking a ton of damage, and Gustbusters do it 3-1.
Yeah, just overwhelming pressure in those final moments. Like you said, Flop's able to get out the Ancient of Lore, pops everybody off. Look good, and they can just comfortably make the push with the Icy Veins of Dippy. I have a feeling when we look at that death log, it's going to be Dippy that kind of carried the damage. The burst of Frost Mage can do with Icy Veins is really, really high, and I think he was just able to get off way too many casts. And you can see the damage kind of tells a story here. Dippy and Chun-Li pulling out ahead and just had overall a lot more pressure in this match.
Yeah, they're looking like a really solid team. I swear that this team could be a team that goes the distance. The fact that they took Welcome to the JUNG to Game 5 in the open bracket and lost, and they, now that they might have some mage compositions also, they did that without even utilizing the mage at the moment. That seems to be vital for a lot of teams at the moment. So if they can do that and take out some of these other teams as well, they could be an absolute menace for the North American region. And we talked about in the open bracket, the competition in North America is so wide this time around. I feel like a lot of teams are actually very close to Welcome to the JUNG's level. I mean, there's another team, Liquid, with a major name that we haven't really had a lot of time to talk about because we've been in the lower bracket, but their Rogue Mage Priest looks really good. It's been awesome to see Sam back on the Mage. I can't wait to see them play a little bit later on in the day, but this is just great execution. They saw the win condition. Let's just pop Veins and send a ton of damage, and they just mow them over real quick here. Get a 3-1, advance in the lower bracket, and look solid as a roster. They've got a diverse option of compositions, strategies available to them. They're executing with high-level plays on that, and even despite, Dippy plays like a ton of characters. The fact that he can just switch on a dime to all of these and still perform at this level is very impressive. It's going to be very important for their team at the moment, and they look really good. So, Gustbusters, if you're not a fan of the Gustbusters, I don't know what to tell you, because they definitely deserve it.
Yeah, looking good. Let's see these final moments, exactly what happened. So the last few seconds, Chun-Li with a big Fist of Fury. I'm curious. I think he's probably using the 4-set. Fist of Fury wasn't that impactful of an ability prior to the 4-set, but with the 4-set, Fist of Fury hits very hard. So when you see a monk channeling that, it's going to be doing a lot of damage there. You got Dippy throwing in an Ice Lance for 1.4 million, a big Whirling Dragon Punch, and with all of that damage with dampening ramped up, it's just Melon did not have enough HPS to really keep him alive, and they're able to score a win. So this Windwalker Frostmage, an interesting composition for sure.
Interesting composition indeed. I'm excited to see how far this is going to carry them. When will you learn out? Gustbusters stay strong, 3-1, and they're going to continue in the bracket here. And you guys have already touched on it, but I personally am so excited for this team. I feel like, especially since, they're kind of playing sort of pocket picks, not the meta that you're seeing a lot of these other players choose. So Gustbusters is going to be moving forward. We're going to see them in the second to last game of the day, and this next up series that we have is going to be in the upper bracket. It's Tiger Toads versus Welcome to the JUNG. I think this is the series, Stupities, that I am most excited about today. I feel like it's going to be, these are two powerhouses that we've seen many, many times here in the AWC, and I'm excited to see how they're going to perform.
I just feel like Cubsy and Calvish are such flashy playstyles on the Arcane Mage and the Rogue that having them together on a team is going to be really awesome to see. And I think it's also just everybody wants to know who is going to finally beat Welcome to the Jung. Who's going to do it? Who's going to dethrone them? Who's going to take their crown? Who's going to demolish their empire, right? And we've had dynasties in the past, right? Lots of different dynasties. I remember the Method Triforce dynasty with Botar and Fabio and Swapsy for a long time, where they won like 3 BlizzCons in a row. And then I think it was Rosita Jones, where he was finally able to dismantle their empire after 4 years. So sometimes it takes a little bit, and we're starting to wind up to that point. And you can see that, I think, on the skill level for a lot of these teams advancing. So the empire may not be safe this time around.
I certainly don't think so as well. Just, looking at the other teams as well and how powerful they are. So super excited for this next up series. We have a break before that, though. And then before we do go to a break, also, we have our first game of the day. Are you guys excited?
Yeah, I actually am, because I feel like these new games have been good.
They have,
I don't think I've had a chance to play it yet, so...
Yeah, this is the one that I was really terrible at yesterday. So hopefully I can redeem myself.
We can all be terrible together.
Yeah, all right, let's check it out.
The most important component is that there is a theme to all of these abilities. So
that there was a what?
A theme. So once we saw one word,
yes.
The other words are associated with that first word. And so let's see. I see stealth, but I don't know if I think that's a bait.
I doubt it.
I think it's a
so
bait
too.
I think it's a bait. And then I see.
No. This is so tough.
I'm literally so bad at this.
We might need to like use a lifeline, you know?
Oh
like,
yeah, come on, let's not give up too quickly.
What even is the first lifeline? We can see the theme, because that definitely I think would.
I don't know. Oh yeah, perhaps, yeah.
We can see if it's an ability or if it's a player.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be an ability. It could be. It's just they're connected in some way.
In the middle,
some way.
Is that my name? Am I just being egotistical right now?
Oh my god!
Am I just a
okay,
narcissist?
so players. So it's players. No, it's definitely no, because there's not 2 S's.
Oh, I think
there's not
it's
2
missing.
S's. Wait, there is 2 S's.
There's
Super
2
T's.
S's.
Yeah, you're right.
But there's 2 E's.
Super T's. Yeah, you're right.
There's 2 E's. I can't...
Wait, there's 2 E's in your name.
Wait, are there? Oh, there
Yeah,
are.
Super
That
T's.
is my
You know
name.
your own name, man.
I don't know
I'm
my
pretty
own
sure it's
name.
Super T's.
Okay, I think it actually is.
All right, so is it number 2 Super T's? Can we get confirmation?
If it is, then
Or is that just completely random? That'd be hilarious.
Is that literally just random luck that's...
Super T's. Okay.
Okay, so it's Super T's.
Oh, so wait, D Machine.
Yes.
Okay,
you got one.
D
Machine. I
said
got
you were
one. I
bad
got
at
one.
it, but I swear that's what that is.
Okay, wait, so the last person's another
Okay.
person, or the last one's another person. Who has that long of a name?
Healing stat?
Oh, it's healing stat. Yes, nice. Wow.
Yeah, okay.
What is this, AWC?
What is it? What did they
casters?
just
There we
AWC
go.
caster? Okay, right, because we are going to be joined by D Machine later this season. Okay.
I'm proud of
Nice.
you guys. I'm proud of everyone, you know? Like,
Yeah, that was
we
good.
did it.
That was good team effort. I like that. Super team. Am I just being egotistical, or is that
Wait, what do I
my name?
say?
I love how you also said there's not 2
There's
E's
not
in my
2
name.
E's.
Like,
I dude, it
come
took
on.
me a sec to realize that there were 2 E's also. I don't know. Spelling is hard in your brain, apparently. All right, well, let us know in chat if you struggled as much as we did. But we're going to head to a break. When we come back, it is Tiger Toads versus Welcome to the Jung in an upper bracket series. Up next, you definitely don't want to miss this one. Stick around. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We have an exciting matchup coming up for you guys. Now it is Tiger Toads versus Welcome to the Jung, two teams that are extremely powerful forces here in the AWC. Kind of mix things up a little bit in terms of rosters, Zico. How do you feel like these two teams are going to be colliding with each other?
I think this is going to be a very even match, and Welcome to the Jung was kind of the team to beat last year, and I think the same thing was kind of true for Echo and Dobob yesterday. So I feel like this is like the NA version of the Echo versus Dobob. Can Welcome to the Jung kind of cling on to their title as the top dog in NA, or Tiger Toads, kind of the two really strong teams from last season fused together into one Giga team? Can they challenge the Masters?
All right, well, get your predictions in chat. Get some points. Maybe you align with our predictions as well. We can take a look at the predictions that we had here on the casting desk, because I feel like this one was a tough one, Ben, to call. I think either way that it goes, at least for me, I see this being very hard-fought matches on both ends.
Definitely. I mean, these are kind of the teams to beat right now in terms of ladder. Them and Liquid, I think, have been having some of the most success, but yeah, Tiger Toads, an absolutely stacked roster in terms of talent. And then, of course, Welcome to the Jung as well. This is the team that won last year, or last season. They're looking incredibly good. Let's see what the predictions are. I think all of us went in favor of Welcome to the Jung, including myself. Yeah. So I think it's just one of those things where Drake and Prev, especially with Zhang and Nick on the roster, they've been so consistent and playing at such a high level. It's really hard to count them out. And I feel like this team especially shows up during tournaments. Like, during the games, they just get better and better. It's really difficult to beat them.
Yeah, I feel like also that's been the case for them from the beginning. You know, when they were newcomers to AWC, they just hit the ground running. This is a team that's been so consistent for so long, since their debut, Zico, in the AWC.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they kind of came in and we sort of mentioned it. We're like, okay, this is looking like a really strong team. This could be kind of the new dynasty in North America. And I feel like they've definitely shown that they are that top team. They are the team to beat. And we'll see, how the offseason has been treating them. It's kind of our first look on broadcast, of course, outside of the open bracket. They were tested a little bit by the GUST Busters in that open bracket, but still looking good. We got the FMP versus RMP matchup here to start things off in this best of 5.
Interesting, though. Cubsy playing Arcane Mage, and Calvish going to be playing the Subtlety Rogue. So a very different variant than what we've seen so far. Almost everybody's playing Outlaw. Frost Mage, they're mixing it up. Cubsy right now going for the Arcane Surge. He fake casts the Interrupt and manages to get it off. He's a lot of damage loaded up. Who are they going to open up? This variant, this Arcane Subtlety Rogue, has a ton of burst damage available. So if they actually connect on a target, they're going to delete them very quickly. So Nick, Drake, and Zhang need to be very careful of that.
Yeah, I really love the Arcane Mage. And this season, it's super fun to play, and packs a really big punch, especially when you pop that touch of the Magi. You get the free clear casting. You get the what is called jackpot set bonus, and you can get a lot of damage. And I think Cubsy is going to be rocking mostly basically missile damage spec. So most of his damage is just going to be trying to stay at the pillar and get a lot of arcane missiles. But we got an opener here on to Drake. Cheap shot coming out onto Jung. It doesn't look like Cubsy is going to go for any kind of crowd control here, and instead he's just going to opt to go after Nick. We already see both priests into angel form, and so far, pretty slow opener here for both teams, but Cubsy does have his Arcane Surge rocking here, and he was able to get a decent amount of damage onto Drake. Still not forcing out any defensives just yet, but needs to be very careful in that position. Heart of the Wild is active. He's not even bark skinning this smoke bomb here. Drake being extremely greedy in that position. Is it going to cost him? Doesn't look like it. Nick manages to snipe the counterspell onto Cubsy and shut down his damage.
Yeah, nicely done. Cubsy gets stunned up. He's going to blink back to the pillar. Pretty much every single game, Cubsy's going to be playing Blink as well as Ice Flow. So he'll be able to free himself from the stuns, and he'll be able to get that run casting off. Plays it very effectively on that Arcane Mage. Drake right now taking a hit of damage. Both healers relatively even on mana. Zhang maybe a little bit ahead, Let's see if they got the setup. Cubsy gets interrupted. Calvish right now on the run, looking for a reset. They're going to be looking for that Subtlety Rogue one-shot. Drake pre-bearing once again. Really good read there by Drake to prevent a lot of that incoming damage. Double stun here from Kearney. Where are they going? Still pressure out onto Drake, but it is not enough. This is the touch of the Magi, but it's not able to get too much damage rolling. I think so far, Welcome to the Jung has handled the situation quite well.
Yeah, beautifully done there. And they are going to get a sheep here onto Kearney as well. So Cubsy needs to be very careful here, just running around the pillar. They actually go after Calvish, but I think he trinketed out of something there. Might have been a stun. So Calvish could be a swappable target here. Cubsy going for the Ring of Frost. Nice. He blast waves Jung into the Ring of Frost right there. But Jung was able to get the Shadow Ward Death off there. Now Arcane Surge coming out. Big damage potential there onto Drake. He's got no bark skin. He realizes the danger he's in. The touch of the Magi is rolling as well. Cubsy's got a lot of damage here for Drake, and Drake knows about it, so he's going to be just ducking back to the corner. Definitely happy to play it slowly, and they know on the side of Welcome to the Jung that they are going to have a pretty sizable lead in terms of damage. Nick and Cubsy should be doing roughly around the same amount. Cubsy is pulling ahead a little bit over Nick, but the big story is going to be the Feral Druid versus that Sub-Rogue. But at the same time, Drake could get absolutely deleted in any one of these setups. Good damage there onto Drake in that stun lock, but with Jung in angel form, was able to deflect it. Now Jung finds himself into a cheap shot. Drake still not out of the woods just yet. Just sitting in bear form. They get the full blind out of that cheap shot. They could maybe get a sap here as well. Drake realizes that, shuts it down with the stun there onto Calvish, and now instead it's going to be a counterattack here onto Cubsy. You get a full CC chain there onto Kearney. They follow it up with the Dragon's Breath, half DR ring. Calvish is rotting down, Cubsy's rotting down, and Tiger Toads need to get a lot of healing done here.
Yeah, definitely. This is not looking that good, but Tiger Toads, it's going to be one of those matchups where it seems like Welcome to the Jung is just ahead in terms of consistent damage and setups. It could be good, but then these one-shots can definitely happen, so Drake needs to be careful. He gets the counter stun here onto Calvish. So basically what I was going to say is it's going to not look too good for Tiger Toads until they just randomly win, so that's what we need to look out for. It could happen at any moment. Calvish right now, evasion has been popped. He's about 50% health. Kearney into a Cyclone. Maybe a little bit more needs to be traded.
Oh!
Cubsy drops out the Ice Wall. Beautiful. But it's not going to get too much done. It might have been Nick, actually, who dropped that Ice Wall.
Yeah.
Cubsy right now going for an Arcane Surge. He gets Dragon's Breath on it, and it's going to be shut down. So slowing down Cubsy, not allowing him to get that Arcane damage out, is going to be very important in this matchup. And for Nick, he just wants to get that Icy Veins off cooldown, which it now is. And that's going to be a big opportunity for Welcome to the Jung to make a push.
Yeah, and they're not afraid to just kind of play out the game and just wait for that late game advantage where the Arcane Mage and the Sub-Rogue could just completely destroy someone. Meanwhile, Welcome to the Jung wants to play a little bit more classic. They want to just go for those CC chains, and they got one right now into Kearney, forcing out the Ice Block of Cubsy, and this is 5 minutes into the game. I don't know if he's going to be able to get that back. Look at Calvish as well, just rotting down here in that setup. That was a great push coming out here from Welcome to the Jung, forcing out major defensives. Calvish still has that Cloak of Shadows, though. He was able to at least hold that in his back pocket. Kearney's Trinket has rotated back up. Jung is in Angel form. Now Kearney goes into Angel form as well, spamming out the heals. Cubsy, though, in midfield is going to be taking a lot of damage. That Feral Druid and that Frost Mage doing some work here, and Cubsy realizes that he is in some danger, so he's going to run away, and he's playing that overpowered barrier, so he's going to blink after he gets that shield absorbed, and then he's going to be able to get into invisibility for a little bit. You got a fear onto Kearney. Cubsy's not out of the woods just yet. Big stun coming out here onto Calvish as well. They look like they wanted to swap to him there for a second. Cubsy's still not out of the woods. He gets locked on Arcane. Big damage coming out. Defensive blind, though, onto Drake should be enough to keep Cubsy alive, and here comes the Arcane Surge and a counter pressure, Van.
Yeah, definitely. Nick has both ice blocks. I mean, I really don't feel like Welcome to the Jung is being pressured much in this match at all. I mean, defensively, they're just looking like a brick wall. Drake has just been pre-bear forming all the setups. Nick going to be farming back that Icy Veins in 24 seconds. I really think this next Icy Veins could close out the game. Like, there's a very high likelihood of that happening. See what ends up happening, though. What can they do? Cubsy moving into position, looking for a potential polymorph. Nick immediately counterspelling him. And Nick, his counterspells onto Cubsy have been insanely effective. All of them are just nailing Cubsy at the exact right moment to shut down their offense. I feel like Nick is having a really great game on that mage.
Yeah, and he's really feeling the heat too. Anytime you get locked on Arcane, there's not really that much that you can do. You don't play Ring of Fire anymore, and all you can do is really cast that Ring of Frost. So Cubsy is really feeling the pressure every single time one of those kicks lands, but at the same time, Drake could be in danger here. This could be the moment that we've been talking about, the random one-shot from the sub Arcane, and they're controlling Nick pretty beautifully here. Nice Ring of Frost gets snapped. Actually, that Ring of Frost, unfortunately, lands on the pillar, so it's not going to hit anyone over there. Cubsy mismanaging the camera a little bit there for a second, and now here comes Drake. He gets a big maim stun, huge bite onto Cubsy. Cubsy playing defensively. Calvish is left behind though. Defensive smoke bomb comes out. The Cloak of Shadows as well. Kearney, Angel Form and Void Shift forced there. Here comes the Ice Wall though to deny that, but nice massive spell from Kearney. Arcane Surge comes out. They need to find some pressure here on the side of the Tiger Toast, or they're gonna be toast. You can see Drake just pushing in once again, gets the maim stun. Jung is there for the potential fear follow-up. No, they're going to go for the Cyclone instead, and Cubsy is just rotting down. Nice Greater Invis coming out there with the overpowered barrier, but still, where is the damage? They don't have any pressure. Nick still has 2 ice blocks. They still have everything they need. Cubsy is a long minute away from his last defensive, and another fear connects there, but there's not going to be enough pressure here, I think, on the side of Welcome to the Jung. For now, they hold on the side of Tiger Toads, but the question is for how long?
That is a very good question. They're in the blizzard. They're in the frozen orb. Nick is putting in complete work right now. Calvish, where is the opening? Drake has his trinket. Barkskin, they might just kill him randomly. He's in bear form, though. No, he's in cat. Still with the Guardian Spirit, just getting the damage rolling. Kearney is really struggling. Dampening is getting higher and higher. Icy Veins up in 2 seconds here for Nick. And surely that is just going to be an overwhelming amount of damage. Completely pulling the trigger with that immediately. Kearney's getting low. He could fall. Calvish is kiting for his life. Cubby's just dead behind the pillar. He gets the ice block back off cooldown, but might just have to use it immediately. Kearney doing what he can to survive, but they could easily drop him. They connect a stun here onto Kearney. It could easily be GG. He's feared up. All 3 members are low, but at the same time, Drake needs to be very careful. They do not want to throw away the game. The one-shot potential is there. Kearney barely escapes. Are they going to be able to do it? A miracle comeback, potentially. The Void Shift comes in, and Kearney is still just so low, getting to the pillar somehow, some way, holding on.
Yeah, but for how long is the question? Cubs, he's got ice block actually. He blinks with the overpowered barrier. He's got all the time up as well. They are standing on their last leg. They could maybe take Drake down. There's no Void Shift on Jung. There's the ice block coming out for Cubsy, but no mana left whatsoever onto Kearney. He's got Angel Form in 2 seconds, but Calvish gets one-shotted. Unfortunately, Kearney's not going to be able to access that Angel Form, which is going to give him free healing there for a little bit. If they had that, maybe they could have turned it around, but this just looks like such a brutal matchup. Like we mentioned, the damage differential between Drake and Calvish is just miles. And sure, the mages are somewhat tied, and I would say the one-shot potential of the Archimage can be very scary, but it's just such a consistent threat. In late dampening, you got the Icy Veins, you got just a guaranteed big hit on the Frost Mage, and you got that paired up with the Feral Druid. Look at the damage from Drake here. Almost 400 million compared to the 234 million of Calvish. You know, that's why Kearney is just going out of mana. He has to just heal way more than Jung. So for Kearney, it's going to be a brutal matchup when you reach 40, even 50% dampening here. He just has nothing left to work with, really. And I think they did a great job defensively on the Tiger Toads, but at this point in the game, Nick can play with confidence. He still has his ice blocks. He gets power infusion. He's popped the Icy Veins a little bit earlier, and it just generates so much pressure and so much momentum that they can just continue to ride all the way through.
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to be honest. I've played against this Tiger Toads team. You just get one shot in the opener. Like, it just... And the reason I say that is because Welcome to the Jung, they are so good defensively. So it's like one of their main strengths. It has been for a long time. They're the team that just isn't going to die. You're not going to kill them, and eventually their pressure is just going to overwhelm you, which is exactly what's happening in these games. Drake and Zhang together, their defensive capabilities, Nick as well, just doing such a good job both offensively and defensively. The fact that Tiger Toads is struggling so much to make any kind of setups happen, that just speaks to how good Welcome to the Jungle is. Like, to be honest, they're insane. Or Welcome to the Jung is, pardon me. They're absolutely insane. And I do wonder if we're going to see Tiger Toads make a switch. Like, maybe we see the other variant we might see is Calvish playing the mage with Daze coming in on Rogue. Like, that's something that they practice a lot.
Yeah, they could tag in their second mage. I just, it's so interesting about Cubsy that he's just, he doesn't want to play any of the other mage specs. He's just an arcane mage. Like, I respect that, you know. I identify as an arcane mage as well these days, so I kind of understand it. But it is interesting to see that even when Frost Mage is kind of the meta spec, he's just like, nope, nobody else play that. I'm just gonna stick to the arcane.
I think he has it in his contract. Like, whenever he signs up with a new team, his contract says he's only playing arcane. You know, don't ask.
Yeah, he used to be the best Resto Druid in the game, and now he's one of the best arcane mages in the game. But I don't know, Tiger Toads, they're gonna need something more than that against Welcome to the Jung. And we did see the Gust Busters pull Welcome to the Jung all the way to Game 5 with some late game Druid-based strategies. So maybe Tiger Toads want to swap up their healer choice for a Resto Druid. We've seen that in the past work out for them. Maybe set up Ashet mains and then go for maybe some RMD and try to win with just like late game drink strategy. That could be something that they want to implement, or we might just see the same composition, honestly, and they just try to clean it up a little bit. But it feels like Drake doesn't die. Like, he has such good synergy, like you mentioned, with Jung, and he's just reading every single stun that's going to happen on him before it does. So he's always ready for those attacks that are coming in.
Yeah. Curious, what are they going to do? Because I really don't think that composition looks super good with, you know, what Drake was doing. Maybe they could go after Nick, but I'm pretty sure Nick's playing Blink as well. So yeah, he's playing Ice Flows and Blink. So he's an orc too. So it's like, even if you go for like the diminishing return stun, it's going to be orc reduced. So, you know, Nick being in a stun, it ain't going to happen. It's going to be really difficult to find these setups. I feel like Welcome to the Jung, they happen to have a really good composition into what Tiger Toads is running. And it also so happens that not only is it a good composition to what Tiger Toads is running, it's also just one of the best compositions in the entire game right now. So I think Welcome to the Jung, probably feeling very confident in this matchup.
Yep, they're feeling pretty good here. I mean, for them, it's they're putting all the pressure onto Tiger Toads. So it is interesting to see Tiger Toads, though. I think this is the first sub rogue that we actually see. But yeah, they're gonna lock in the exact same thing. Sub rogue, Holy Priest, Arcane Mage, run it back. And it's like you mentioned, I don't think Nick is at all a viable target. Like, you actually cannot kill Nick. Maybe if you kick him, like if you kick him on like a shifting power and you stun him at the same time so he can't blink out of it, and then you get a big go like that, maybe. But I think the gameplay is for sure to just CC Nick as much as possible, use every counter spell on him, use Shadow Step kicks on him, get sheeps on him, just mind control him, chastise, just throw everything you have on him and go after Drake. But I think they need a second target. I think that just going after Drake makes it too easy to predict for Drake. So I think they need to go after Jung as well. And the fact that Jung is also playing the Undead Holy Priest, that could give them an opening where maybe they go after Drake, then after the stun is done, they fear Drake and cheat Nick or something and go after Jung. And that way, at least they can accelerate the pace of the game and continue to force some cooldowns. Because right now, Welcome to the Jung, they just know what's going on here. They just know, yeah, we're not letting Drake die. It's going to be a perfect cooldown rotation every single time, and they kind of need some chaos. They need to cause a little bit of panic if this sub arcane is going to work.
It's really interesting because, like, in a matchup like this, where you have like two ranged interrupts, right? Like you have the Pharaoh Druid. A lot of people don't consider Pharaoh Druid's interrupt range. I do. Like,
I consider it a ranged. It's counter.
Yeah, it's a range. Yeah, it basically is. Yeah, they're moving around so fast. They're kicking you from range. But you also have Nick. And for me, I don't know how it is for you. You know, you're playing a lot of Arcane Mage. I play some Arcane Mage myself. I hate fighting Frost Mages because I feel like they have such an advantage with the fact that they can cast Polymorph, and if you kick them on Polymorph, then they'll just cast Frostfire. You know, they'll cast like a Ring of Frost. You kick them on Ring of Frost, then they're just gonna like Dragon's Breath and spam Frostfire Bolt. It's like it seems like there's nothing good to kick against a Frost Mage. Meanwhile, they know exactly what to kick against you. You want to pop your Touch of the Magi, they're gonna lock you on missiles. You want to get an Arcane Surge off, well, guess what? You're locked out. And then on top of that, they just spam Polymorph on you. Like anytime you have anything going, you're just it's abusive. Frost Mage into Arcane Mage. So we'll see how Cubsy's going to navigate that. But I definitely think Calvish and Cubsy need to connect damage on the same target. Because even though Cubsy did a lot of damage, it didn't seem like it mattered that much, the damage he was putting out.
Yeah, it was just like a lot of fluff damage, like a lot of pad. And another thing about the Frost Mage is just that their damage is instant as well. So if you do get kicked and they want to swap to you, they can with just a ton of instant damage. But we're going to see, actually, welcome to the jungle after the Holy Priest here in the matchup. So maybe, I think they're just going to go for a rot strategy here. They just want to run Kearney out of mana. They just want to cleave everyone. So not really the FMP strat that we see where you're crowd controlling the Priest and you're going after one of the DPS. But where was that ice wall going there, Nick? That ice wall was behind Kearney. So he did not connect onto anybody. But yeah, Jung is going to be in angel form. And they're actually going to go after Nick, but he's just going to blink out of that stun. He gets the Guardian Angel as well. They kidney shot Drake, but it looks like just for CC. So they're actually putting all of their damage here over onto Nick. And look at Cubs' DPS. He is absolutely popping off right now.
Yeah, doing a lot of damage, but it seems like Jung is able to easily deal with it so far. Drake right now has that Heart of the Wild up and available, putting out a big amount of damage here onto Calvish. He's stunned up, but Kearney with no crowd control on him, he's going to be more than fine. It seems like they're really just trying to play into the strength of the Pharaoh Druid. In general, Pharaoh Druids are one of the highest DPS melee in the game, especially when compared to a rogue, like a Subtlety Rogue or an Outlaw Rogue. More often than not, the Pharaoh Druid's going to come out ahead, and I think we're seeing Welcome to Jung really just trying to exploit that advantage. Not necessarily go for crowd control and big setups, but just do damage, don't die. The classic.
Yeah, the classic. Actually, Touch of the Magi coming out there onto Drake, but he's just going to play defensive while that was up. He gets kidney shot in cat form, but the polymorph spam is just coming out, and it's like you mentioned with the kicks. Nick just always having a threat with that multi-school advantage. Actually, fake casts the interrupt right there, and now he has that precognition, so he's going to be able to spam out a lot of damage. Cubsy is fishing for an Arcane Surge. He's maybe trying to use the Ice Wall. He actually Dragon's Breath Sheep's Drake here, it looks like. No, they're going to chastise him, and then he's going to cast the Arcane Surge. No, he's going to keep faking it, look for that opening. And so far, Kearney has a little bit of work to do, but finally manages to recover his team. There's the ice wall. Drake is isolated, but where's the stun? Calvish is not able to get there, and Jung is on the right side of the wall. Now, finally, Arcane Surge. No, Rake. Actually, Drake melts it, and then Rake stuns Cubsy right there. So not able to get it off there, and now he gets locked out. And yeah, I mean, just look at this. This is a classic Arcane Mage Paul. Yeah, he gets the kick. And he's just been trying to get his surge off for the longest time. But now look how low he is. He might be the ice block here. And this is just a classic case of trying to pressure Arcane Surge. Cubsy on 1% HP finally gets the ice block off. And yeah, this is so frustrating, man. Like, as an Arcane Mage, this is just, like, I'm getting a little bit triggered.
Oh no, Drake right now getting swapped. Do they have the damage to take him down? He goes into the smoke bomb. Arcane Surge lands, but I think Drake's going to be okay. Overpowered Barrier comes in. Jung right now just in angel form, bombing in heals, and that was a lot of damage committed there from the side of Tiger Toads, and they just shrug off the attack with the bark skin. Now Cubsy might just outright die. He gets gripped back to the pillar. This is not looking good. The interrupts from Nick and Drake, the stuns, the shadow melts have really limited what Cubsy's able to do in the match so far on the Arcane Mage, and they are losing in terms of damage right now. Drake is a little bit ahead. Every single time Icy Veins is up, I think that's another thing when you compare Frost and Arcane right now. Icy Veins is just so much more threatening than Arcane Surge is, so when you have those moments, it's like a big berserker timer for that Frost Mage. Oh, Drake, no!
Whoa!
He might just die. That's what I'm talking about. Out of nowhere, the Shadow Blades almost just drops him. He gets the Survival Instincts off and trades the Trinket, but that was a really close call, and Tiger Toads is now back in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. They can just find a situation like that again, where, well, they need to force Jung's Trinket, but if they can find a situation like that again, that could be absolutely massive. I would almost like to see them just swap. Oh, never mind. They catch him out of form, but again, Jung is not in any crowd control. I want to see them just swap to Jung, fear Drake, and try to force Jung's Trinket that way, because it seems really, really hard for Cubsy to push in with no ice blocks and try to get a full polymorph, especially when he is playing without the Shimmer. So I think a strategy change maybe like that could be good. Or maybe even go after Nick. They just need to find a way to force Jung's trinket because there is an opening, but the Cubsy is just going to fall. They get a CC chain onto Kearney. And like you mentioned, the icy veins, man, it's just a, what did you say, a berserk timer. And Nick goes absolutely berserk there onto Cubsy. Just completely erases him out of the game. And yeah, that's the thing, man. You get pinned down, you get kicked on Arcane, and if you're in a bad situation, like in a bad spot when that happens, the Frost Mage is just going to be able to unleash all of that damage.
That was wild. I mean, that was just so much burst there on Cubsy. It's like you said, you know, I know you play a Dark Iron Dwarf as well. Dark Iron Dwarf, Arcane Mage. We've all been there. You know, you're trying to cast a Surge, you get kicked. You're trying to cast a Surge, you get stunned. You're trying to cast a Surge, you get Shadow Melted. You're trying to cast a Surge, you get kicked again. Then you have to Ice Block because you're just dead. And yeah, that was rough. But there was moments. You kind of see the potential here from the side of Tiger Toes with this composition. Drake got incredibly low. I think it was the Shadow Blades of Calvish that allowed him to get it. But here are kind of those final moments, I do believe, where Nick's just pushing in. He ends up getting a polymorph into a polymorph, Dragon's Breath on Kearney. I think he trinketed out of the first polymorph. So here's the setup once again. He goes for a bash into a Cyclone, and then Nick is there. I think he just finds the polymorph out of thin air. I think he fixed the interrupt here, so manages to get the polymorph here. Unfortunately, Kearney isn't able to use the Shadow Word Death on that. He uses his trinket. Nick gets the re-polymorph, and then blinks over for just a quick little Dragon's Breath, and that's enough crowd control for them to drop Cubsy at the same time. Cubsy did get interrupted there too, so it's a really great play there by Nick, and it's one of the reasons why we're seeing so many Frost Mage. Icy Veins is an insanely powerful cooldown. It is getting nerfed, believe it or not. We got some patch notes. Frost Mages are receiving some nerfs. We'll see what ends up happening after that, but right now that cooldown is just monstrous, and anytime a Frost Mage has that up, you can basically just solo the whole game.
He actually died through Greater Invis there as well. He had Mass Barrier, so he could have lived, but he died through Greater Invis too in that exchange. So pretty insane amount of burst coming in there from Nick, but that's the way it goes. Drake also contributing there with a big bite. And welcome to the Jung, up 2-0 now. And I don't know, if we're going to see this the same comp play out, I really feel like we got to see some kind of strategy change here. They try to go after Nick a little bit more in the match, and I don't know if that's the key. Basically, from where I'm sitting, I want to see them just go after two different targets and continuously swap between them. I want to see a little bit more crowd control thrown onto Drake. So we're actually going to see Dazed on the Outlaw Rogue this time around, and Calvish is going to go on the Frost Mage. So Cubsy going back to the bench, and we're going to see some Frost Mage Outlaw versus FMP. What do you think, Van? They didn't want to lead with this, so this is obviously something that maybe they're not feeling as practiced on. But what do you think? What do you make of this?
I think this is a very good composition, and they're very good at it. Like Calvish, it might seem like, oh yeah, Calvish is a subtlety rogue. He plays a ton of mage. Like he plays, I don't want to say he plays more mage than rogue. Like he plays it a lot. I think he has 2 mages. He was spamming it last season, playing a ton of fire. I think he was the highest rated mage. Someone can fact check me on this, but I think he was the highest rated mage in North America playing fire. He was the only fire mage, I think, that got rank 1 in the whole world. So he's a really solid player. And I think they definitely have a good shot. I mean, this is a matchup we've seen in Europe. It seems like it can go back and forth. Either side can win. So I'm curious what they're going to do. Like you mentioned, though, they didn't lead with it. So what's their confidence feeling like? Maybe they were overly confident with the Arcane Mage. It's hard to say.
Yeah, it's interesting because Calvish, obviously, when we think of Calvish, we think, oh, Calvish, he's a rogue. And when we used to think of Nick, he was also, I think when he came on, his nickname was Nick the Rogue, right?
Yeah.
But now he's just Nick to everything because he can play every class. It is cool to see, though, 2 rogue mains going head-to-head. They used to kind of be the big competition for each other on that rogue class, and now they're going head-to-head as mages. Yeah, it's going to be a tall order to climb. We have seen this matchup go both ways with FMP and Outlaw RMP. I think it depends on who you ask. So it seems like a pretty even matchup. But I'm worried that since they didn't lead with this, Dazed is going to have to come in cold here And, sometimes that can be an advantage because you have kind of a fresh perspective and you're just kind of, ready to go. But sometimes it can also be a disadvantage. We'll see what happens here. Tiger Toads on match point here. Welcome to the Jung. This is the upper bracket game. So whoever loses here will drop down to that lower bracket. We're already seeing an aggressive opener here. Full polymorphs being casted here, but Jung is going to dodge it. And so is Kearney. Both of them in angel form here, deflecting that opener.
Calvish plays very reckless on the mage. He's always in your face looking for crowd control, playing at 10,000 APM with all that haste, but he gets caught into a stun and it could get dropped. Looking for a polymorph, manages to find it, shimmering back. Big heals, Nick could easily fall, and that's going to be the ice block. Great offensive plays there by Tiger Toads as they strike first blood.
Yeah, really, really good push there. And already getting that ice block, but meanwhile, Kearney had to use his trinket. So a little bit of a difference there in how they're rotating cooldowns. They rather trade out that first ice block rather than use Jung's first trinket. Dazed getting feared at this moment, and Nick is going to get counterspelled. Here comes the setup. They get the maim stun onto Kearney. They find the follow-up polymorph. Calvish could be in trouble. They get a defensive stun there onto Drake, but I don't know if they're going to have enough damage here for Calvish. Nice vortex there on the blink of Calvish, and now finally getting gripped back to safety. Dazed is all over Nick at this point. They get some bleeds rocking here onto Dazed as well, looking to maybe swap to him, but no, they're going to just crowd control him instead. Full Cyclone onto Dazed as they look to make their next push here. Tiger Toads, I feel like they need to try to get in there and get a kidney shot now, because now there's two back-to-back setups happening here against them, and Calvish could be forced into the ice block here. Kearney in a massive CC chain, and they're going to get that ice block, but now they're going to leave the ice block, look for the counter setup. Nice blast wave to stop the polymorph. Can they still find it? They cannot find it onto Jung. Really, really well played there by Nick, shutting down that counter setup as soon as Calvish left that ice block.
Nicely done. Nick going for a shifting power. It's very important to reset the cooldown of that Icy Veins as it is available now. And looking for a mind control. He gets locked out there by Calvish. Let's see what they can do. Calvish gets interrupted. Both mages kind of fishing for crowd control right now. It's a stun, and now Calvish might have to trade. He's got the cold snap. Kearney trades out his trinket, but they might get more. Here comes the smoke bomb. A beautiful setup. Nick gets low, and they force the smoke with the smoke bomb. They force out the ice block of Nick. A great play. And right now, welcome to the Jung. They're actually vulnerable in this game.
Yeah, they got no trinket, they got no ice blocks. This is looking really, really bad here for Welcome to the Jung. Tiger Toads might have actually find a win condition here to try to turn this series back around. Nice ice wall there, but they managed to stay alive there on the side of Tiger Toads. They're just one setup away here, one clean setup with damage away from taking down Nick on that Frost Mage. Can they do it? Kearney gets caught up in a full polymorph. Calvish could be in trouble here. Manages to get back in time there, and now he fake casts the interrupts. He's looking for the sheep. Can he find it?
Whoa!
He's very low. He finds the full sheep, but Nick is going to immediately just get out of there. Jung stuck in the full fear. Is he going to Will of Forsaken it? It doesn't look... Yeah, he is actually. And he's going to get the counter fear there onto Kearney, but it's on diminishing returns. Kidney shot connects. Nick is very, very low. They have no more crowd control though for Jung, but that was the Guardian Angel. They have a 20-second or so window where they potentially could end the match. Can they do it on the side of Tiger Toads? Kearney stuck in another crowd control. Calvish trying to kite, trying to line of sight. He teleports back into line of sight of Kearney and now looks to get aggressive. Can Dazed get there to Jung? They're dogpiling onto Jung there. It looks like they want to get maybe a kidney shot into a full fear, but at the same time, Calvish is taking so much damage. Kearney not able to find the crowd control. There's the chastise into the full fear onto Jung. He's got no Will of the Forsaken. This could be the game here. Jung doesn't want to trinket out of this one, and the greed is going to pay off. Nice kiting there by Nick. Now turning back the pressure once again onto Calvish as his healer is sitting through that cyclone, but the low cyclone connects as well, and it looks like both teams will stabilize for now.
Yeah, kidney shot now on a Zhang. Calvish, though, getting incredibly low. He gets kicked. They have to use the Void Shift. That was a dangerous moment. Good reaction time there by Kearney. Calvish is still just taking the pressure. Here comes a nice ice wall displaced, and Zhang is left behind. Great play there by Calvish, but it looks like Nick is going to be able to hold on. He's getting low. No ice block, but Zhang has so many cooldowns. Look, he's got the Trinket. He's got the Guardian. He's got the Swap. Zhang can completely carry this game and keep his mage alive, but he's going to have to. He might have to make the trade. The full Cyclone lands. Full Sun lands, and Zhang trades out his Trinket to keep him alive.
Yeah, and Nick just needs to hold on for another 50 seconds to get that ice block back. Kalvish still has one left in his back pocket. It's a very even game at this point in time. They've done a great job here on Welcome to the Junk to kind of try to recover. Kearney gets caught up in the full fear. He's going to Will of Forsaken. He gets stunned on his Will of Forsaken into a full sheep. Beautiful setup, Kalvish. What are you going to do? It's going to be the ice block. What an insane counter-aggressive play there. Kearney wants to find that fear back onto Jung. Are they going to get it here? It looks like they will finally connect with it, but no, it's going to be the Ring of Frost. Instead, he's going to fear up Drake here in that position, and Kearney now finds himself in a full cyclone. I think Kalvish could be toast here if they have the damage. Ice Wall is going to drop here as well, buying a little bit of extra time there with Kearney out of the game, but Kalvish is going to be able to kite, stay alive, and get back into line of sight. But Nick now, he's got an ice block, and if he can hold on for another 30 seconds, he's going to have a second ice block, but it might not even matter because right now Kearney's in a full sheep. Kalvish has got nothing, and welcome to the Jung. Turn the game around there. Beautifully done. Excellent defense, excellent counter aggression, and they make this FMP look super solid.
I mean, yeah, one of my favorite CC chains there. It's not something you often see, but it was the fear. He will have forsakened it. So, yeah, we saw a Jung push in. He got a fear on Kearney. Kearney immediately will have forsakens it, and then he instantly gets pounced. Like,
yeah.
Drake did such a good job. He managed to get the pounce. They polymorphed out of that, and that's where they kind of reversed the pressure. But I have to say, I mean, we could break this down. Well, let's see these final moments here. At this point, Kalvish has no ice blocks for quite some time. Kearney goes into a full bash, a Ring of Frost. Great crowd control there. Gets repolymorphed on his trinket, and Kalvish gets dropped. Another just cheeky Dragon's Breath there by Nick to close it out. But this game looked way better from Tiger Toads. They were actually making them sweat a little bit. You know, this is a very close match, super back and forth. If we see a rematch, this is the comps we need to see. It's like way better.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. I think if they locked this in right away, the series could have looked very different, because there was a moment where they actually had no cooldowns whatsoever. Jung had no trinket, Nick had no ice blocks. I mean, even at the start of this replay, you can kind of still see that. Jung with no trinket and Nick's ice block just comes back right here with that cold snap. So there was a big window like that where if they just got a cleaner setup, they could have potentially won the game on the side of the Toads. But instead, it is going to be that one play that you talked about this weekend of Kearney, and then they stunned his Will of Forsaken and then snowballed that into a CC chain as well. So just looked a little bit cleaner on the side of Welcome to the Jung. There was also moments in this game where they landed some setups back to back. So they would like do a setup, get a full sheep onto Kearney, and then they would sheep the rogue, and they would get another setup before the rogue gets to launch his counter attack. So there was a lot of little plays like that. I think Welcome to the Jung just played a little bit better, but very close game. And if we do get a rematch, hopefully we see them bring out the RMP, because Arcane Mage, while I enjoy watching it, this did not look like a great matchup for it.
Well, they are going to be dropping down in the lower bracket to face off against Gustbusters. Do you feel like they stand a better chance against them, Zico, or are going to implement what we saw in game number 3 against them?
Yeah, I think so. I think against the Gustbusters, if they do lock in the Windwalker, Arcane Mage is really good into that, so they could bring that in. And just in general, the RMP is pretty solid into the LA Shaman stuff that they've been running. So I think they have some good answers, but the Gustbusters also have their MM Hunter. So if we get to see the MM Hunter come out, I think that could be a pretty strong pick in general as well. So yeah, I think it's going to be a close series. Both teams kind of have some answers for each other.
All right, well, that will be the second to last series of the day. But up next, we've got another upper bracket series. We can see here in the bracket, we've got Left 4 Dead versus Team Liquid. Of course, Team Liquid, we know them, we love them. Left 4 Dead, it's Tuna, Axton, Gage, and Clapper. So kind of a mix of some players here. And we quite haven't really seen what they're capable of yet. Besides those offline games, Ven, how do you feel like they're going to do against Team Liquid?
Well, Left 4 Dead, they play some really interesting compositions, right? So they have Gage, who is an incredible Shadow Priest, so they could play like Feral with Axton, Gage with Shadow Priest. We might see some Feral Shadow Priest. They also play a very unique Cleave composition that I've seen them practice, which is Axton on Feral, Clapper on the Fury Warrior, and then, of course, Tuna playing the Restoration Druid. So they play double Druid Warrior, and it's actually good. Like, I've seen them beat some of the best RMPs in North America consistently, so I am curious to see what they end up doing. They'll have that double Cyclone threat. Maybe they opt not to go for that, but this is a team that has some wild card compositions. So if you guys like crazy, these are really solid players, and they're going to be playing some crazy compositions.
Yeah, really excited to see what this team is capable of. It sounds like, just based on us talking to them and what we know from them, from what they've told us, they've been working really, really hard to get that synergy going together as a team leading up to this season. So we'll see if it does end up paying off for them. And I'm excited to see what this team is capable of. So with that, we are going to be heading to a break. When we come back, we've got that upper bracket series up next, Left 4 Dead versus Team Liquid. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are in the upper bracket. If you are just now tuning in, welcome to the JUNG 3-0'd Tiger Toads. And now we are moving on to yet another upper bracket series. It is Left 4 Dead versus Team Liquid. We are pretty much in agreement that Welcome to the JUNG was going to be the favorite to win in that last series. So I'm definitely curious to see if we are just as aligned for this one. If you're watching from home, if you're in chat, definitely get those predictions in and predict this series results along with us. But let's check out what we said here on the casting desk for this series.
I went with Team Liquid. I think you know, it's a pretty safe horse to bet on. But I don't know. I feel like this Left 4 Dead team is kind of scary as well. They've looked really scary from the games that I saw in the open bracket as well.
Okay. Super Tease.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
Talk to me
leaning
about your
on.
prediction.
I'm leaning on the side of Liquid. Okay, I'm leaning pretty heavily on the side of Liquid actually. So
Yeah.
I feel like they've been looking really good as a team. I think Sam on Mage and Trill on Rogue and Pseudo on Holy Priest, they've been having a phenomenal performance on that composition, and we've seen how good it can be. Although maybe Feral is starting to take the spot of the Rogue on that composition as time goes on.
Okay. All right. I was on... Wow, we really are all over the place. Okay, Ven isn't here, so it's just me representing Left 4 Dead. But I don't know. I think, you know... Team Liquid, they're sometimes a bit of a toss-up, so I wanted to, you know, root for someone else. Left 4 Dead, I feel like they've got it in them. They've got a powerful roster. They've got compositions that can make it work, so I am excited to see what they can do. But kind of a lot of variance in the compositions that we could be seeing here, Zico. The blind pick for this one in particular is going to be extremely important.
If I had to guess, I would say we're probably seeing the Shadow Priest Feral come out from Left 4 Dead. It's looked really good, and it's a comp that was super strong last season, and I have some questions about, you know, kind of how good it is in the current meta. So it's going to be really cool to see, you know, a team of their caliber potentially bring that out. For Liquid, I think I got to agree with Super Tease. It seems like they've been practicing their Rogue Mage Priest the most. I know we saw a little bit of Boomkin from Sam in the open bracket, but I don't think that was real. I think they were just kind of, you know, having some fun. I think it's going to be the Frost Mage Outlaw coming out. But it's interesting what you said, Sid. You think the Feral Druid is actually better than the Rogue in this comp?
I don't know. I mean, Flappers beat Echo. So, I mean, that was like the best example of it, where you see also with Welcome to the JUNG, they're deciding to bring on the Feral. Like, they were playing Ellie Feral in the open bracket, and then I guess they saw Flappers in EU, and they're like, they beat Echo with that. That's the best comp. We're playing that now. And then the community and Welcome to the JUNG just immediately were able to re-roll to that composition instead. And it seems like the Rogues are starting to maybe lose a little bit of pacing here. But Liquid, I don't really think they have a Feral Druid. So that's not going to be an option for them, I think, at least in this cup for right now.
Have they ever played Feral Druid? Who would play? Trill, probably?
Just give Trill like 30 minutes and he'll probably be one of the best Feral Druids.
I kind of feel like it should be Mez.
What's the delay timer? You think it'd be Mez?
I think it should be Mez, just because then Trill can play Hunter, and then they can play Hunter
true.
Feral if it's ever, you know, a viable option.
That's
so
true.
To me, I think Mez should be the Feral on the team. But I've watched his stream frequently. I don't think he's got Feral going. He's been doing some Ellie Shaman. He's been doing some Ret Paladin, Death Knight, obviously. Maybe with the changes, maybe we see Mez pop up. Still a bit worried about Death Knight's defense as far as the changes moving in for next week. So I think he'll try it. I think he'll give it a go, and depending on his success in practice games next week, maybe we see Lord Mess come back in on Death Knight. But I'm kind of leaning more on the side of maybe not for right now.
Yeah, I feel like right now, probably not.
Right now, definitely not. Right now, it's definitely not. Right now, it's definitely not.
What do you have against Boomkin, Sid?
Sam will say the same thing. They're too squishy. They're too squishy at the moment. I mean, maybe he plays it just out of pure comfort. But Feral Druids can tear you apart. Assassination Rogues, Ellie Shamans, these types of things can completely tear you apart. And a lot of the best teams in the game have those classes, so it's a very difficult matchup in that sense. If he picked Boomkin, I think it's purely out of comfort, not so much though so that he thinks it would be a better option than a Mage or an Ellie right now, I think.
All right, well, let's see what that blind pick is going to be for Left 4 Dead and Team Liquid. This is upper bracket series. Neither of these teams wants to be sent down to the lower bracket. There are some strong and powerful teams down there as well. So it looks like, looking at chat, they weren't quite as split as we were on the casting desk. Left 4 Dead, about 15% versus Team Liquid's 85%.
Sheesh.
I don't know. I don't know if that's fair. I feel like not a lot of people are giving Left 4 Dead credit. I mean, you know, Zico, I know you and Sid were rooting for Team Liquid, but I don't know. What do you think about that prediction from chat?
I mean, I don't think that 15, like, if we took the votes and we said, like, okay, that's 15% chance to win, I wouldn't agree with that. I think that this is actually two pretty evenly matched teams. I think Left 4 Dead, maybe they don't have as many fans as Team Liquid because, you know, Team Liquid's big org. They've been around for a long time. They've won AWC. They've won all the big tournaments. They've done everything that you possibly could do, you know, and they've kept such a good shape over the years. So it's, I think they have a lot of fans out there, but I think you can't really underestimate Left 4 Dead. Like, sure, I predicted 3-1 in favor of Team Liquid. Yeah, I think Left 4 Dead is it's gonna come down to comps, because I think when it comes down to individual skill, I think Left 4 Dead are very, very capable in that department. We have seen a lot of these players, you know, in the AWC and what they can do. So I think this game is being remade. So we're currently getting into a new lobby. But yeah, I think I'm not that surprised to see that 85% of the chat are going with Team Liquid, because I would say probably majority of the people watching are fans of Team Liquid.
Yeah, Left 4 Dead are more kind of just they're strong ladder players, but as far as like personalities, do we know a lot about them personally? Not really. We got to ask them some questions before moving into this tournament to see what was going on for them, and one of Axton's response was just, we're just homies having fun. So they seem to be a bit more chill. They're also on the younger side, with Clapper being only 20 years old. Every time I look at that, and I'm just like, wow, I didn't realize so many young players were actually, I feel like everybody's over 30 now in WoW Esports or something, but this is a very young team, homies just trying to have some fun in the tournament, and they're going to be going against Liquid, and Trill is coming in on that Windwalker. We're seeing more and more of that. I would love to see a Chun-Li versus Trill Windwalker Mage Mirror at some point.
Ooh, definitely agree with you there, Sid. All right, time is up. Game has started. It is Left 4 Dead, game number 1 versus Team Liquid.
Very interesting that he decides to go for the Windwalker. Like, historically, going Windwalker into Shadow Priest has been a really solid pick. So I think that's maybe what they were going for. They just want to get that advantage, but Sam I Am already in the opener, almost going down there, but Sidu is able to save him, gets the Guardian Angel, gets the Spirit of the Redeemer, and manages to get enough heals out there. And here comes Trill sitting on the Shadow Priest, and I think this is going to be the strategy here. Just give Trill uptime on a target. There's not going to be that much disruption coming out, heading to him. And I think this is actually a really smart pick here coming out from Team Liquid. They're just going to have that advantage. And you just let Trill do his thing here. Full Fear connects onto Tuna, MIM, and Trill connecting onto Gage, doing a lot of work there, but a Sheep onto Gage there, maybe not exactly what you wanted to do in that position from Sam, but he is going to be able to survive. The Entropic Rift is going to explode there onto Sam IM, but Sidu is ready to deal with the attack. Full maim stun onto Sidu. Do they have any follow-up CC? They're looking for the Cyclone. Counterspell in the last second there by Sam. Very patiently done. And Team Liquid will brush off that attack.
Yeah, I think this is a really smart composition by Liquid. They're also running double Undead. They knew they'd be fighting a Shadow Priest, so Trill is playing an Undead Monk, so you can use Will of the Forsaken when Gage is likely to use Psychic Scream on his cooldowns. It gives him more escape mechanisms. Sam, though, is being pressured quite heavily. Nice crowd control. That's going to net an Ice Block. Left 4 Dead make a huge push right there, scoring a major defensive cooldown, and they are looking clean, even despite potentially the composition disadvantage.
Yeah, I really like that they also brought in Tuna here on the Resto Druid as well. It's going to give them some longevity in the match. And that ancient tree form is also going to allow Tuna to just stay out of some of these crowd control chains. As I say that, they do get a crowd control chain here onto Sidu. Cyclone connects. They get a paralyze there onto Axton. MM is just going to alter time back into Sidu's line of sight. Looks like Sidu wants to push in and look for crowd control onto Tuna. And there it is. He actually avoids the Chastise there, I believe, with that Tree of Life. And He's trying to even find some Cyclones, but Tuna going to be moving very slowly in that massive tree form. Not able to find any crowd control there, but still good pressure onto Sam I Am. And Ice Wall is getting interrupted there onto Sam as well. Gets caught up in multiple stunts here. This could be a big, dangerous moment, but the Ring of Frost comes out. The Ice Wall comes out. Nice CC here by Sam, protecting his Ring of Frost on Axton from the Dispel with that Ice Wall, and also isolating Gage there for a second. Big value on that one, but Tuna is going to be able to brush off that attack as well. They snipe a counterspell there onto Tuna. Big damage potential here onto Gage. Can they get the dispersion here? They still haven't been able to force it one
vortex.
time. Nice Vortex! Oh my goodness. Oh no! They overlap everything. Trinket, Void Shift, Ice Block. That Vortex was MVP, and all of a sudden Team Liquid's got nothing.
Okay, the predictions are maybe going to be skewing in Aya and Venruki's favor into those few in the 15%. Apparently, what you guys need to ask Ven what his prediction is before you make it in chat. You might earn a lot of points because he's been taking some really risky bets, and it's been working out. These have been crazy pushes by Gage and Axton on Sam I Am, and now they're floundering. They've got basically nothing. If he gets caught one more time, it's lights out in game number 1. Axton's in pursuit. He's got a bash on the mage. They fear the monk. They clone the priest. Beautiful crowd control from Left 4 Dead. Tuna's looking for another Cyclone. Not able to find it this time. Looks like Sidhu fades it. Able to get back to the pillar. Sam Am's lining up some cast, but Axton fakes a counterspell, gets a clone on Sam, and now Gage is being pressured. And it looks like he's just going to have to tank it for now. Sam blinks on top of Gage. Gage getting knocked up. Sidhu's trying to dispel vampiric touches, but they're not landing kicks, so Gage is reloading quite quickly. Here comes a setup from Trill. Ice Wall comes down, separating the team, but Trill got separated a little bit too there as well. It's a bit unfortunate. He had to wrap around the corner, and they strike back. They get an Iron Bark and a Bark Skin. Nothing major, though, has been forced by Liquid yet this game.
Yeah, but they have a good, sizable mana lead here. Sidhu has his trinket coming back up in 10 seconds, so there is a short window right now where they could try to take Sam down, but it looks like they are going to be able to survive through it. And meanwhile, look at Gage taking so much damage here, forced into the dispersion here from Trill's damage with the Zwen the Tiger. And now it looks like Sam could be in trouble, though, but Sidhu is there deflecting the situation, and Sam actually is going to whiff that Ring of Frost there. And it looks like Axton was on DR for that knock, so wasn't able to blast wave him into it either. Gage actually playing the Thought Steal, so he's going to be able to steal the polymorph. Sam I Am could be in trouble here. Sidhu has no trinket available. Sam manages to recover once again there. Big heals coming out from Sidhu. He manages to connect a big fear onto Tuna as well. They get a stun to follow it up. They get sheep on his trinket. Gage could be in huge trouble here. He's got the Void Shift. He fake casts the interrupt, gets the Master Spell. Nicely done there by Gage. Not to panic. Manages to get that big MD at that point. They're swapping to Sidhu here as well, but it looks like this swap is not going to be able to net too much cooldowns, but still good pressure on Team Liquid. No trinket on Sidhu, no ice blocks for Sam. The next minute is going to be very scary if you're a Team Liquid fan.
Sidhu repositioning, but Gage is getting closer, looking for crowd control in the near future. Silence is coming up in a few seconds. He has stunned Silence. They can chain that out of the Cyclone. Trill is going to use Medallion. He's going to get stunned on his trinket. Ice Wall comes down, line of sighting Tuna, but he's got heal over time effects ticking. He's got Iron Bark already active, but Gage is the target. I think he Iron Barked the Feral. No, he's got Iron Bark. He's going to die through Iron Bark. Massive pressure from Trill, just carrying the game in that moment, while Sidhu and Sam are just struggling to stay alive. Trill is just laser focused in. Top DPS is what you expect from Mr. Warcraft. You know, coming off the Race to World first, coming off MDI competitions in the past, he is scaling that damage meter so high.
Yeah, he's really perfected his rotation there. You can see the amount of damage coming out from Trill, but there was so many answers here. I'm very surprised to see it, you know. Left 4 Dead, they had their I'm very surprised to see it, you know. Left 4 Dead, they had their Void Shift, they had, you know, Nature Swiftness. They had a lot of things to answer with here in their back pocket, but it was just Trill able to take him down. And we'll see it here towards the end of the match. So at this point, offensively, it's looking really good for Left 4 Dead. But then the leg sweep connects, the Celestial Conduit comes through, and Tuna not able. He does use his Nature Swiftness right there, but just not enough. And yeah, the Void Shift also not being pressed in that position. I think it was that Ice Wall that actually bought them a decent amount of time. I think they should have just respected it, maybe. Dropped the Ice Wall. They had Dispersion coming back up as well. They had a big lead in terms of cooldowns. I don't think it would be the worst thing to just try to make the trade here. But they, you know, they were relying on that Iron Bark. They thought Iron Bark plus NS is going to be enough. Did that NS actually go off? I feel like
he used it to get in the tree. So you have to. The tree form's not instant, so you have to use Nature's Swiftness to cast the tree instant. So he uses NS to tree, and in that time that he's transforming, Gage died. So maybe he should have Nature's Swiftness regrowth first, and then gone into tree. It's such a close calculation. I think he's thinking that he doesn't die through Iron Bark, and he has more time. Yeah. But then he just dies through it, so he didn't have time to do what he was planning to do in that instance.
Yeah. Unfortunate, but Team Liquid, they will take it, and we see the Slicing Winds tech come out from Trill Mistweaver, what? From Trill Mistweaver, who is a Windwalker. But yeah, doing a lot of work here, and I really like this draft from Team Liquid, but I think that when we go to a blind pick, there's no way we're going to see the Windwalker just get blind locked, right? I think they're going to go with the Outlaw Rogue, or do you think they actually blind lock this Windwalker?
Assuming that they know Gage is going to be played in every game, I think so, yeah. I think Windwalker, Fury Warriors, like these two specs are really good into Shadow Priests. Like, even though Sea-Doo and Sam blew every single cooldown that game, Trill could still kind of carry the match. So as long as they know that there's a Shadow Priest that can't transform into a mage, because that's where then I think the Windwalker might have a bit of a more struggle, that they'll probably keep him in on that Windwalker. It's just all about disruption. Sea-Doo's probably playing the Dispel talents, so he can spam Dispel Vampiric Touch. Trill can land interrupts, he can knock the Shadow Priest in the air, and that's all about limiting Gage's uptime on damage, while also being able to just 100-0 him as a Windwalker with cooldowns at times. So I think compositionally Liquid are making the right move here. It's up to Left for Dead, like, just clean up that moment. Maybe they win the game, right? Like, they were ahead for most of it. They had Void Shift and an S. They had abilities that could save there. They just underestimated the amount of damage, so they're probably going to run it back with the same thing, I would imagine.
Yep, looks like we are going to see the same thing. Left for Dead. Going to go to Ashamane's Fall. And they have 2 Druids, so home field advantage for them. But that game, honestly, was looking decent. I'm a little bit worried in terms of mana, because on mana they were losing, but they were winning on cooldown. So I feel like at some point in the game, Trill's consistent damage that he's able to pull off on the Shadow Priest just becomes kind of overwhelming to deal with. So I feel like they need to find an answer for that before they get to that point. Maybe get some more Cyclones, maybe get some more disruption onto Trill. Make sure that anytime he is popping his offensive cooldowns, they are trying to shut it down a little bit more. Because if he gets to pop off like that, Gage is going to have a big issue, especially late in the game.
I find it interesting, like, the dialogue between the players on Left 4 Dead in the interview that we've got from them. Axton said that he thinks Gage has grown the most as a player because he finally got an MMO mouse. You know, the side buttons? That helped me a lot, man. Like, without the side buttons, you're a god then. I don't know what you're doing. Can you, like, bend your thumb in some weird way to hit all the extra little modifiers? Because I can't do that. I need the side buttons on the mouse. I need the
Is
side
that why
buttons
I'm
on the mouse. I can't do it. So he's got an MMO mouse. He's leveled up. He is ready to go. And I feel like Gage is an up-and-comer. Like, WizK's had that title of Best Shadow Priest for so long in North America, and I think that Gage, he's leveling up. He's trying to get up to that stage to be a rival for WizK.
Yeah, Gage, aged 23 years young. First competitive appearance last year, looking to mark his territory here in the AWC, and so far he had a solid last season, and so far they're going up in the upper bracket here against Team Liquid, looking to make something happen against this Windwalker mage composition. And we can see a big push happening here already in the first minute of the match. Nice ice wall coming up, but Tuna is there to deflect it with the ancient tree form. Beautifully done. Axton now getting swapped too. Needs to be a little bit careful. Trades out the bark skin. Heart of the Wild. He also has no trinket and no renewal. Axton's got no cooldowns left. He needs to pre-wall the next stun, or he might just die in it. There's the stun. They could actually go after him. It doesn't look like it though. Just going to use that as a crowd control to recover Sam I Am there. So Team Liquid, so far looking decent actually here in the opener. Already going for a Dragon's Breath Polymorph as well on Axton, but it does get shut down by the silence of Gage. And now Gage could be in trouble.
All right, let's see how he's going to deal with this. Iron Bark's up. He's going to get topped by Tuna, not playing around this time with that Nature Swiftness. Cyclone on Trill. I really like that if they can utilize peeling the Windwalker off the Shadow Priest so he can get some uptime, get his dots rolling because it's super tough to cast. Nice Vortex again, man. Axton is crazy with these Vortex timings at the moment. And they keep it going, though, because it's likely going to take a little bit longer than this to end the match. A nice fake on the kick by Axton. Just really MVP plays. Gage would be in so much more trouble here if Axton didn't fake that and land a Cyclone, keep his team aggressive, keep them posted up in the midfield. Axton's trying to make a move on top of Sea-Doo here, punishing that Dispel with a Cyclone. Nice plays by Axton. He's just getting great crowd control. Sam is getting blasted. They might be able to force a block here as he's silenced. It looks like Sea-Doo is going to trinket and recover Sam in that position. And Axton is flexing on that Feral.
Yeah, Axton doing a phenomenal job here. He's got his defensive cooldowns rotated, so he's not really going to get swapped to mana down to about half here for Tuna. So you might need to find a drink later on in the match, but here comes a big Celestial Conduit. Had the Paralyze there onto Tuna as well. Gage is going to respect situation, trade out the Dispersion right there. Thought Steal coming out here for Gage as he looks to spell steal some of those polys. Gets a Sheep onto Trill, and then when he gets dispelled, goes for the Fear onto Trill. They're swapping to Sea-Doo. Big swap here potentially. Don't have the silence though. It looks like still a couple of seconds left, and Sea-Doo is going to be able to recover himself. Had to pop into Angel form though, but here comes the Ice Wall. Gage, what are you going to do? You're almost in touch of death range there, but Tuna is looking to recover him here with that Ancient Tree form. Trying to add in a little bit of extra damage. That was a phenomenal Ice Wall play from Sam-I-Am once again. Now a full Fear here onto Tuna by Sea-Doo, but Sam-I-Am is taking a lot of damage here as well. Axton looking for the Cyclone. Can he find it? Sea-Doo manages to duck away from it, and still so much pressure coming out from Trill. Gage on 1% HP, and he forces out the Void Shift there. Trill's damage, we're starting to get to that point where it becomes too much as he just tab targets to Axton and just takes him down immediately.
Okay, Trill. Okay, Trill. We see you. You're back. You're back in action. Took a little break in the raid. Had to quickly just dust off Gallywix, get him out of the way, and then jump back into the AWC and just dominate again on his main specialization. I feel like we've seen him flexing around onto Rogue for quite a long time, so it's nice to see him back on the Windwalker here for this weekend, and he is definitely carrying as far as the offense right now. He's doing tremendous amounts of pressure in this matchup. I mean, we have seen Feral Druids dominating, and Axton is not a pushover. He's getting crazy plays in this game, and Trill is still able to overcome that with pressure and just keep Gage constantly on the back foot. Like, he just void shifts, and Trill's like, whatever, Axton's half health, tab target. I don't need an MMO mouse. You're dead instantly. All right, this is over. Let's go up next game. I'm ready to go. Like, he is just finding opportunities here at every passing second to be able to carry his team just on pressure alone. So Trill, when he can play that Windwalker, is an absolute menace.
Yeah, it's so fun to see him back on the Windwalker, and that's something that we didn't really get to see too much in Europe. So it's been fun to see the likes of Chun, the likes of Trill, kind of showing us, their old mains and showing us how it's done, and showing that they pack still a lot of power here with that class. And Axton, he had the survival instincts here. Wasn't really expecting the damage to come in, but Trill's just doing a phenomenal job there, getting, the doubles. And as soon as they get that cooldown from Gage, he just tabs over, gets the damage off onto the Feral Druid as well, and almost no time to react there with that survival instincts. And first game, I wasn't that convinced of this Team Liquid comp. I was like, I don't know about this. It didn't look that good. There was answers, offensively. Sam-I-Am was pressured. This game, however, was a lot more convincing for Team Liquid. So, I think our predictions are looking good right now, Sid. I think Ven and I are a little bit in their boots.
now they're quaking. Hey, game one was kind of close. I don't know. They had a lot of options to keep that going. It was looking close. And Axton is making crazy plays. So if they can somehow keep Trill at bay just a little bit longer, I think they definitely still have some options here. We're going to go Tiger's Peak. Pretty neutral map. No major advantages. I'm kind of wondering, what would even be the best Shadow Priest map against a Windwalker? It doesn't... I can't think of it. Is a bigger map better? Because we just went to one. Now it's, slightly more medium-sized.
Not sure. Might be time to bring in the Clapper.
Is Clapper, I don't think he told us what his main is on the interview. I'm going to pull it open again just to see.
I think he's a warrior.
That's what I want to say.
Right?
Clapper is a name that screams warrior, but do you really want to be... We saw Killborn as a warrior into a Frost... playing a warrior into a mage is already kind of rough, right? Then playing into a Windwalker is also really rough. And then, the Holy Priest gripping the mage around. So it's you're going to get Blast Wave, Blink, Displace, alter, get gripped twice. Monk's gonna disarm you. Probably gonna get Ring of Peace. He's coming in, but I don't know if it's the right move.
Yes.
He's coming in, but I don't know if it's the right move. Like, this is probably the hardest comp to stick to a target in the game for a warrior. So maybe it's just they don't have any good options, right? Because the Shadow Priest hasn't been doing that great into the Windwalker, and it's like the warrior's not. But like, let's just get him in. Maybe something can happen here. So Clapper is gonna try and clap here, and on match point when his team needs him the most.
When I need him the most, because I need the Left 4 Dead. If they're gonna lose this, I need them to lose 3-1. Right now, you're winning the perfect prediction here, Sydney. You got the 3-0 prediction.
Man. After that Echo debacle yesterday, I need this. Okay, I need this. Don't take this away from me. Don't take this away from me.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm praying for the Clapper. I would love to see it. Honestly, all jokes aside, I want to see a Fury Warrior. I feel like they have some good options. Like, sure, sticking to the Mage is going to be challenging, is a good way to put it. But you know, they could get a Stormbolt swap onto Trill. They could get a Maim stun swap onto Trill. Maybe if Sea-Doo pushes in looking for a Fear, they can stun him and get a swap onto him. We saw them, do a Sea-Doo swap in that previous game. So maybe they can find some windows of opportunity. This is a comp that they have been practicing. Venruki was talking a little bit about it earlier. This is a comp that they have been, beating a lot of the really good teams on ladder with. So it could be an answer. I feel like it's going to come down to how much damage do they have when they stun Trill. If they can stun him and get some good pressure and then get back on the Mage, I think that could be a decent recipe for success. But we'll have to wait and see. We're already in game. Left 4 Dead versus Team Liquid. Upper bracket. Loser will drop down to the lower bracket. Liquid got him on match point right now.
Oh, they are exchanging a ton of damage in the initial stage of this round, but Trill is still in the lead with Axton on his heels right now to try and keep pace here. Tuna's pushing in aggressively in tree form, but he's right next to Trill. Sea-Doo's getting close. Big swap on Tuna. Is he about to get canned? He's going to be able to escape with that bark skin around the corner and survive. Axton's getting aggressive again, interrupts into stun, but there's the Ring of Peace protecting Sam, but now he gets pinned by the barrier. Is he going to be able to blink through it? He tries to grip him, but he can't get it. Oh, he wastes both life grips. That spear got big value from Clapper. Sam's trying to blink, but likely they're going to get some uptime if they can survive. They have to use survival instincts. Ice Wall's coming down. That's going to line side What?
The Clapper!
I'm looking at the wall. I'm looking at the wall, not looking at Sam. Like, I was like, did he cancel his wall? And I think it's because he just died. The wall just disappeared. Like, what? What on earth? I mean, to be fair, that spear got huge value. Basically, like, half of the escape mechanisms got blown into that Spear of Bastion. That was, like, the best Spear of Bastion a warrior's ever going to see in his life.
That's what I'm talking about. When you got the Clapper coming in from the bench like that, he is hot and ready to go. And that was beautiful. That was absolutely beautiful. This is what you need sometimes, man. Sometimes you just need to zug it out. Warriors are absolutely insane. Like, the damage that they do, okay, sure, they're not the best class in the meta right now because, they can struggle to kind of stick on a target. But when they do stick on a target, their damage is absolutely filthy. I think, personally, I've experienced some big executes like that, some big 4 million executes, but I think that was a combination of the Blade Storm and Axton as well, probably getting a big, juicy bite right there. And there's that Spear of Bastion that you were talking about. And Left 4 Dead, get the Shadow Priest out of there, get that Windwalker Shadow Priest matchup away from Trill, and you can find a win condition like this. Just one good spear, get good uptime, and Sam is just going to get absolutely erased there. Sea-Doo not able to react in time there, and this is what you need. You need some aggression. You need somebody to bring the momentum back into your favor, and who could do that better than somebody who goes by the name of Clapper?
Yeah, what better region than North America? Okay. When we go to North America, this is the Zug zone. Okay, this is where we originated the formula. Of the Zug. So this is going to be where it came from, the primordial ooze of North America, as we just came out smorking. But we're going to a big map. We're going to Maldraxxus, and I actually wonder if Liquid have like an even better comp maybe for this type of matchup. Although I feel like this has to be good. It's just that all the life grips got wasted into the spear, and then he got kind of stuck in one spot. So I feel like if they just clean that up a little bit, And you're able to get out of the spear with blink, but there's like a really tricky way of doing it. It looks like Sam either didn't have a blink or didn't know 100% how to do it, so then they just ended up wasting everything. So this time around, as long as they're aware of that, but to be fair, they have spear and they have 2 vortexes probably. So like that's actually a lot of grip. Maybe Left 4 Dead managed to get more points on the board here. Like, you're happy thinking like it's gonna be 3-1. I'm so happy I'll be right. Perfect prediction, Zico. But like, what if Clapper is just
I didn't say that.
ungodly? Okay, what if Clapper is just ungodly and someone reverse sweeps and then we're all sad again?
I mean, I'm fine with that, because either way, we're getting some good matches. Like, I was getting a little bit sad, Left 4 Dead, they're a great team, and they were getting absolutely destroyed, especially in that game number 2. And we haven't seen too many Warriors, and when we saw Clapper come in, and look at the damage he contributed there in the last couple of seconds. That big winner from Axton coming out there as well. And is that the set bonus for Druid?
So, yeah.
Big winner, yeah.
Just build it up over time, and then it hits, and he got it exactly in that moment. And I did not expect
perfect.
it. Not a
ferocious
good day for
bite.
Sam to be taking any extra bets. Liquid, they're taking their time with this. Maybe they're actually kind of a little bit rattled, or maybe they want to try and make something a little bit smoother as far as options. Like maybe they could bring in some type of caster comp, like rather than a melee, maybe like Mez on Ellie, like an Ellie mage. I feel like it'd be really tough for a Feral and a warrior. But at the same time, I feel like that was just a choke. Like, just they could just lock it in again. And okay, RMP would have been one as well. But Trill's gonna stay on the Windwalker. They're just gonna throw that one out and say, "Yep, that was just a misplay." Clean it up from here, moving into game 4.
Yep. I mean, I really like to see it. Look at Clapper's damage, almost contributing 5.7 mil in those last 2 seconds of the game, and Axton as well, getting that big bite into the big winner. There we go. Winning streak. Your spells and abilities have a chance to activate a winning streak. Increases the damage of your Ferocious Bite, Rip, and Primal Wrath, stacking up to 10 times. Ferocious Bite, Rip, and Primal Wrath have a 15% chance to remove winning streak. 3 Ferocious Bites are exempt from this chance. And then the 4 set, when you consume Apex Predator's Craving, become a big winner, dealing 1,100 of your attack power physical damage to the primary target, and also increases your bleed effects on that target. So, I don't know. I think Axton is kind of feeling like a big winner after that one. I don't know if Samayam does, though. Samayam probably thinking that he hit the jackpot right there.
I wonder what happens when Clapper meets Flappers. It's like, what happens to the world here? Like, we need a universe where that head-to-head's gonna happen. Clapper versus Flappers.
That would be, I think that's like got to be like a grand finals or something. If we get a LAN event, that would be a sick final. And also a tongue twister for the commentators. But we got match point here. Left 4 Dead trying to find their way back here against Team Liquid after an explosive first game of this new comp that they locked in. But here comes the Ice Wall. Here comes Samayam. Big damage potential. They are taking down Clapper in the opener there. I didn't like that displace that Sam did right there. He might just take him down. Oh, no. Clapper is getting absolutely clapped here. Tuna forced to trade out his trinket, Tree of Life, everything here as he almost goes down in that opening exchange. But they recover, and now Samayam could be on the back foot.
All right, there's a big opener for Sam and Trill right here with that initial exchange. They got major cooldowns. There's a stun now onto Tuna. Clapper's getting low. Axton is pinned in the corner. Clapper leaps for his life, trying to avoid Trill at all costs because he is definitely carrying once again. He wants to close this out, leave no opportunities. Spirit Bastion is down, and can Sam deal with it this time? He's just bouncing in and out of it. He's unable to escape for now. They're going to trade Guardian Spirit, but Clapper is just getting destroyed by Trill at the moment. He's stacking on both players. Double leg sweep. Axton's getting smacked around by Sam. Everybody is in trouble. Big slicing wins, but a huge heal comes through just in the nick of time there for Clapper to restabilize. Axton's looking for clones, but it's on diminishing return. Not huge value. Vortex on Trill. They're charging towards the mage, looking to ramp up, get those onslaught stacks going once again in order to pull off some massive pressure. Axton jumps in with a stun. Trill Fist of Fury is peeling Clapper away. He can't get to the mage. He's getting pulled deeper and deeper, and it looks like they're going to go for a double snowdrift possibly. He's trying to snowdrift Tuna. He's shapeshifting. He can't get it. Trill in a bit of trouble. Caught into a stun. Left for Dead are certainly keeping things interesting.
Yeah, absolutely, and that is going to be the ray of hope there. Forced out on that swap onto Trill, and that's going to leave Samayan potentially as an exposed target with Clapper. Is blade storming in the midfield here, still not feeling too safe as he has all of his spells still on cooldown from that disastrous opener. But Tuna at least has his trinket back here for the incoming crowd control, so it's not going to be as scary as we saw. Nice root there on the life grip, but manages to get it off there onto Samayan, but Samayan still not out of the woods yet. I think did they purge the alter time there somehow? It looked like it, but Samayan is going to be able to recover. Ice Wall coming out here. They've isolated Clapper. He's getting absolutely destroyed. Fist of Fury coming out. Nice Celestial Conduit here from Trill as they continue the CC chain. Paralyzed into full fear. Tuna is going to trinket out of that one. Samayan, though, sitting through that Cyclone is going to slow down the damage here for a moment, but these Ice Wall plays onto Clapper have been absolutely devastating to deal with. Still a lot of damage incoming here. Tuna, how is he going to deal with it? Can they get a Dragon's Breath Sheep, or can they get something here onto Tuna? Maybe even a leg sweep. It's still 20 seconds left here for Trill. But if they could have gotten anything there onto Tuna, that could have just been the game. But they're swapping to Sea-Doo. Big Blade Storm coming out here from Clapper. And that is the best defense when you are left for dead. Just more and more offense, more and more damage. Samayan needs to be very careful here. But so is Clapper. Once again, stuck in a very, very difficult position. The fear on Tuna actually breaks right there. So Clapper might be able to stay alive in this position thanks to that. But that was another extremely close call.
It is so hectic with Clapper in the game. He's just all over the place. Leap over here, charge over there, intervene back out, try and stay alive, just ping-ponging around to try and stay in this match and keep something going for his team. Big Blade Storm connecting a game 4. Stormbolt comes through and Ice Block is forced. But a triple leg sweep. Trill is just putting Liquid in his pocket, in his backpack, carrying the team. Massive pressure coming through from Trill, and Trill is just soloing him. He's just soloing him. Sea-Doo gets a double fear, but somehow Clapper holds on. Sam gets shut down on the polymorph. Clapper is holding on by a thread right now. Nature Swiftness, Tranquility around the corner, buying any chance here for Clapper to survive. I cannot believe he survived it. He survives it. They're turning it around. On to Sam. Massive pressure coming through. Sea-Doo into the Stormbolt, into the full Cyclone. Ray of Hope is up, but it might be negative. It's a lot of damage incoming right now from Clapper onto Sam. He's getting cut down, but Clapper, no, he goes down to the counter spell. It is back and forth in this series, but Liquid ultimately take it 3-1.
Beautifully done by Team Liquid. Who could have seen that score coming here when we saw how this series played out the first 2 games? Left for Dead. Really, really impressive performance, man. And really entertaining comp to see. So, thankfully, these guys are going to be dropping down to the lower bracket, so we're going to have a chance to see this composition maybe a little bit later today in our last series. But let's take a look at those final moments here. This was a crazy, crazy comeback there for Clapper, almost surviving this position. This was such a dangerous moment, and a big reason to why he survived here was that defensive fear that he was able to land, but still the counterspell from Samayan sneaks in. They get the Snowdrift, they have the damage, they have the Celestial Conduit, and Clapper gets absolutely clapped here. So good counterattack by Team Liquid. They didn't panic when the damage was like extremely high, and I would say they had a much better kind of defensive rotation with their just kind of micro CCs. So whenever they didn't have the Guardian Angel, they made sure to drop more pseudo kind of short CD defensives from the Monk, like the Ring of Peace that we saw there, the overpowered barrier and things like that. So just good defensive rotation, and also just nice aggressive pushes. The Ice Wall stuns was a big component, I would say, and just having that strong opener that we saw from Team Liquid that almost netted them a kill in the first 10 seconds of the game, I think gave them like a lot of confidence to just keep playing aggressive and kind of continue to snowball that lack of cooldowns that they had on the enemy team.
Trill is a legend. Trill is a god. He's back. Mr. Warcraft carrying the team in any part of the game. PvE, PvP, does not matter. Trill is going to be on top, and this is why I didn't want to count Liquid out. That's why I put them so high on my rankings, and maybe I should have put them honestly a bit higher. I feel like Trill has definitely showed up to play this tournament, and he could be very threatening. He can play a lot of specs. But right now, I would love to just see him on this Windwalker more and more. It's great to see him back on it.
Yeah, could not agree more. Team Liquid had a very strong series. Left 4 Dead, though, I mean, incredible series for them as well. Completely turned the tides once they brought in that warrior. Sympathies, I know you guys were kind of hoping for it throughout that entire match. Do you think that's something that they should have started with? Is that something that they should bring to the rest of their games that we're going to be seeing them in?
Oh, I mean, the Shadow Priest in game 1 didn't look that bad, but I think at a certain point, that's a frustrating matchup where you're constantly getting kicked, stunned, and dispelled on your dots. So it was like, we need to get him out. Like, I would be tilted if I was the Shadow Priest in that position, and that's why Liquid, crafted that composition. So the Warrior seems to be at least a little bit more, probably more interesting for the Warrior than the Shadow Priest in that type of matchup. So, and it seemed like it fit their playstyle a bit better as well. Like, they were able to be able to be a lot more aggressive in that situation. So they've got some interesting, fun compositions. I don't know how I feel about the double Druid. Like, obviously, Tuna's been a great Druid for a long time now, but that might be a bit of a problem moving into the future.
Yeah, certainly. It seems like they're kind of still figuring out what works for them as a composition, because they've got so many strong players that have strong specs ready to go, and players that they themselves have said that they're very adaptable. They've been working on, adapting new specs and being able to quickly kind of switch things around. So it's going to make the difference, obviously, as we've seen here with Team Liquid, how they can quickly adapt to that pressure that your enemy is putting on you. So well done to Team Liquid. They're going to be moving forward in the upper bracket. We'll see them once again on Championship Sunday, actually facing off against Welcome to the Jung. And we're going to see Left 4 Dead later on today facing off against the Move. So we can look at the predictions once again. I know, me and Ben were wrong. I get it. We were very, very wrong. But Zico, you had a perfect prediction. That's good.
I did
That's good. Oh,
yeah, I did. But it was about time. I feel like you guys have been pulling ahead a little bit here on the predictions. So especially Van Rookie, he's been going for. Look at that! We got the leaderboard.
Oh man, if I got that, I would have tied Ven.
Yeah.
If I got that, I would have tied Ven.
You would have surpassed Ven. Oh, actually, no. Yeah, you would have tied with. Yeah, I see.
His echo prediction. His echo prediction.
Yeah, that one.
Echo prediction is carrying Ven.
Definitely is. All right, well, here are the leaderboards so far for the predictions that we've had over the course of the yesterday and so far today. So let us know how you're doing in chat with predictions. They had a 15% for Left 4 Dead and 85% for Team Liquid in that last one. So I feel like chat is actually, like, non-ironically, usually pretty accurate. So let us know how you did with that. But we've got another series coming up here after this break. It's Tiger Toads versus Ghostbusters. Before we do head to a break, though, we've got, I don't know, personally, my favorite new game that we have this season is the emoji guesser game. You guys ready for some,
I'm ready.
some fun?
Okay.
Picture this. We are going to see if we can guess the words based on the emojis, and this was done by amongst us, the casters as well. We were the ones that submitted this, so it could be one of us that made the emojis. Oh boy, is this yours, Zico?
What is this?
You're laughing. Okay.
Doing a cartwheel.
So yesterday we had a bald emoji. Now we have a very hairy man with a beard
It's a
and a full
speller
set of hair.
ability, so
It's a spells and ability. Okay,
some
so
athletic ability.
It's something in the game.
I want to say
ability.
roll for monk.
I was gonna say that too, but like, what would that have to do with the hair?
I mean, it's just a face. Maybe it doesn't have anything. Okay, just because he has hair doesn't mean it has to do with anything. Just because he has hair doesn't mean it has to do with anything. Okay.
Or the swords.
Wouldn't he be bald though if it was a
If you were
monk?
gonna put a monk, you'd put like some tea or something. Well, would it be what, Zico?
Blade storm
Wouldn't it be
because you're like
bald?
spinning with swords or something.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Blade storm.
He's
The
got
Blade
like
Storm?
the rugged
Ooh,
warrior.
Wow, very nice. Very nice.
Okay, I made that.
Oh.
Yep.
What was the thought behind the face?
He's rugged, like a
Just a
lumberjack.
warrior. It's just
Yeah,
a
like
warrior,
Yeah.
swords, and he's spinning. Like I don't
Yeah,
know.
you're right. When I close my eyes and picture like a typical warrior player, it is like usually a bearded dude. So that's fair.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
that's your average warrior, like Giga Chad gamer right there.
Peak performance right there. Yeah. Ooh. Demon Hunter? Oh, this is abilities.
Oh yeah. Wait,
like
what is that? Like
Fel
Fel
Rush?
Rush?
Yeah.
Or is it Metamorphosis?
Could be meta.
I don't know. I feel like it's
Vengeful
got to be some
Retreat?
Demon Hunter.
I don't know.
It's definitely. I think it's definitely a demon hunter ability. Is it glimpse?
I think.
You guys already have said it.
Oh.
Wait, we have.
some
I think
point.
it's Fel Rush. I think it's Fel Rush. Yeah.
No.
No.
It's one of the ones
Me-
you said for sure.
Meta.
What ability do they use that jumps through the air?
Metamorphosis. Woo!
Hey.
Dude, half their abilities jump through the air, but fair enough.
Yeah, but that's the only one that got.
I was like, which one of them?
Yeah, which
like
one?
Up forward. You know, you're like a kangaroo
You're right.
jumping up and forward. Okay.
You're right. Okay. No, I think that's good.
A kangaroo. Oh, okay. What is this?
Jungle.
Oh, jungle cleave. Yeah, because you can see like the
hunter,
doctor,
priest.
the hunter, and the feral. The doctor's got to be the healer, right? Yeah, that's the jungle
Hey,
right
that
there.
was mine.
That's a good
Okay,
one.
that was a good one.
Thank you. I think that's it. I think that's the only ones we've got. We're good at that. We've rapid fired these. We are so good.
We're
I'm
actually
proud of
insane.
us, gang. We smoked these emojis.
Our emoji brain rot skills are maxed right here.
Hey, you don't gotta phrase it like that. Come on. Okay. All right. Well, let us know how you did in the chat. In the meantime, we're gonna head to a break. It's gonna be Tiger Toads versus Gust Busters coming up next. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. If you're just now tuning in, we just came down from the upper bracket where Team Liquid beat Left 4 Dead 3-1. Left 4 Dead now in the lower bracket facing off against the Move. But first, we've got Tiger Toads versus Gust Busters, Ven.
Yeah, this should be a very interesting matchup. I think Tiger Toads, a bit of a rough loss for them in that upper bracket, but I think they kind of figured out what they need to do. Maybe bring in the Frost Mage for some of these games. Gust Busters, they do have Dippy on the Mage, so I'm curious to see. You know, we've seen so far them play Windwalker Mage. Is that something that they can comfortably lead into, you know, the Rogue Mage? I'm not so sure, but I think Gust Busters, they're one of those teams, like I mentioned, they have so many different comps that they can run. I think the blind pick should be very interesting.
Yeah, I think so as well. If you're watching from home, get that prediction in. We can take a look at the predictions that we had here on the casting desk, Sid, but I feel like it's probably going to be pretty split evenly amongst us as well as chat. What do you think?
I don't know really what to expect here. I know for myself, I'm not counting out the Gust Busters. They're the only team to take Welcome to the JUNG to a Game 5, so I think they've got a lot of potential in this first cup, and they've been, all individual players have been vying for a big championship title for a long time. So this culmination of them together on this new roster is looking like a powerhouse. But the Tiger Toads, Calvish and Cubsy together looks really scary. So I definitely don't count them out. That's why I think this is going to be pretty close.
Yeah, I think that's definitely fair. I mean, on paper, you know, you'd think that it would be Tiger Toads. Just based on kind of the compositions that we're seeing. You were kind of saying it earlier, Ven, yourself, Gust Busters, the kind of the meta breakers, and you want them to win if you want something, you know, some change to come.
Yeah, I do want them to win, but unfortunately, instead of going with my heart, I went with my head, and I think they're going to lose.
Oh, no!
Yeah, so I went with the Tiger Toads. I will say, the one thing about the Tiger Toads is I don't want to like cast or curse them. I don't want to, you know, say anything bad, but I feel like they don't show up fully in the tournaments. Like on ladder, they own. Like they are always the team to beat. They run in, they win in 30 seconds. They all out aggression, speed, violence, momentum. They're the young guns with the skill, but in the tournaments, it feels like they just don't put it all together that well. So for this season, I really want to see Tiger Toads like really just put it all together and show what they're made of, because they're such a phenomenal team. But it does look like they are going to be locking that Rogue Mage.
All right, let's see what they're going to be able to get done here. Dippy Jungle. It's Beastmastery. I've wanted to see a Beastmastery Hunter all weekend. I'm like, everyone's playing Marks, but I'm like, why not BM? Like, why not BM? I swear Beastmastery Hunter could be really good right now.
All right, well, let's see what they can do. It's a lot of double Druid we're seeing in NA. A lot of Resto Druids paired up with a Feral Druid. Let's see what they can do. Calvish going for a full Ring of Frost, and Chun-Li is already in a little bit of trouble here. They can take him down. A follow-up sap here as Daze moves over and continues to put on the pain. I mean, Chun-Li might just die in the open. This is not an ideal start. Oh, no. Great push there by Tiger Toads. They get the turtle immediately.
All right, that's a big push, a big win for the Tiger Toads. Calvish under fire, though, here. And jungle can be a little bit of a difficult setup as a mage to deal with. As far as defense, Kearney's into a stun. Trap from downtown. Oh, Calvish almost blinked and ate the trap. He was almost able to land that. Not able to, though, and it could cost a block. 1 second left on the trap. Kearney gets big heals. He's going to be able to hold on to it. And now we see a swap onto Flop. Is he just going to drop? Somebody get the mop to clean up the dead body here in a second if he's not careful. As he manages to scour around the corner here in bear form, praying that his Heart of the Wild. He had to do almost an all-in defensively to survive that. Calvish now a bit on the back foot after making that push. He's not going unpunished.
Yeah, Tranquility's going to be used on the Smoke Bomb as well. It doesn't look like Calvish is there with a counter spell. So that's going to be completely free. Chun-Li survives, and that opener with Adrenaline Rush and Icy Veins, that's that overwhelming amount of pressure. I think Flop should be able to stabilize. We'll have to wait and see. It's a gouge on Flop. What do they have to follow it up? A full kidney shot lands, but Calvish is silenced. A beautiful sting there by Chun-Li. Slows him down, but is it enough? Flop might just die anyways. Heart of the Wild still is available, and it looks like he should be fine in bear form. Frenzy Regeneration, more than enough to keep him alive. Good trades there by the Gust Busters.
All right, nice trades. Calvish getting low. Guardian Spirit in 1 second. He lives to it. Big heal. Calvish should be able to recover that bonus healing. Calvish fakes a kick. Ring of Frost. Hits Flop around the corner, but it's on diminishing return, so not a huge loss there for his team. Trap on Kearney. Pressure on Calvish. He pops the barrier. Absorbs the hit, but that Guardian Spirit is faded. That boost of healing is lost. Calvish into a stun, but Flop into a stun as well. Can Calvish get around the corner here? Can Kearney get around the corner? They can't really get there. Dragon's Breath. Maybe they get this DR Psychic Scream. Is that enough to finish Chun-Li? He's popped survival of the fittest. He gets polymorphed. I think it's going to be a trinket. Chun-Li's too low. Trinket Nature Swiftness isn't enough. He's got the Ancient of Lore, but he doesn't have Nature Swiftness to get into it. And if he gets counterspelled, it could be lights out. So Flop's got Iron Bark. He's out positioning the counterspell. He's got his tree form active. Calvish in the back foot has to block. Massive chomps coming through on Dippy. And I feel like it's very rare that we see a player flex from a range DPS to a melee DPS as far as playstyle like Dippy is here in this tournament.
Yeah, going from that Frost Mage to the Feral Druid and not looking too bad. I mean, they get one Ice Block out of the way. Calvish has no Trinket. He's under a lot of pressure in this game. Flop so far has expertly managed these situations on the Restoration Druid. He gets locked out, but Calvish is still low. Where are they going? It's a full kidney shot. Do they have the Ring of Frost? They find it. Chun-Li gets the Feigned Death, but now really no defensives left. The Turtle actually has rotated back up. He has aspect of the Turtle if he needs it. Might have to pop it. He does. He's not messing around. Just going to actively use that and allow Flop a little bit of room to breathe here on that healer. And now it's going to be Calvish taking most of the pressure.
Dippy looking for a low clone. No, Kearney line of sights it. Big bites, huge chomps once again. Just looking to force this with raw damage. They knock him away. Kearney recovers with the Guardian Spirit. Dippy jumps back over to reconnect. Chun-Li has to be careful. He has no defense. Everyone's in crowd control. It's a perfect setup by the Tiger Toads right now, but not enough damage to finish. Chun-Li gets the Feigned Death. He's got Exhilaration to heal up, but they go for the blind. The chain is extended. Dippy's kicked on clone, but he stuns Calvish, keeping him on the back foot, and Dippy is tearing in once again, looking to just race for that second ice block, and Kearney is defiantly keeping him alive and preventing that, but a Cyclone comes through from Dippy, and this, I mean, how just need to connect for a second here. They might be able to get it. They can't. Dippy's caught in a blizzard, constantly getting root procced and unable to connect. Now Icy Veins is up. This is a big push, and Chun-Li has no trinket. He pre-walls. Really nice play from Chun-Li. He can feign death at the end of this as well on the Comet Storm, but he's caught in a Psychic Scream for now. They will recover. Ice Wall, but Flop managed to sneak past it before its construction, but now he's kind of stuck in the middle. Maybe he's just going to go for a stun. Kearney's in a trap. They stun Dazed. Triple crowd control, but again, not enough damage. Oh, but the Cyclone keeps the chain going. Bleeds are ticking. Can they force the block? That's got to be the block. It's 2 blocks out of the way, and Gust Busters have a solid chance of taking game 1 here.
Yeah, this is actually looking like a solid composition so far. They have to play really well defensively, but if they can survive these big burst setups, then their consistent damage on the Feral Beast Mastery Hunter is going to overwhelm. Calvish is getting low. Look at all the pets all over him. Kearney right now ducks into angel form and just throws out as much healing as possible. Calvish is just outright dying. He's just dead. What is going on? This is insane pressure from Dippy and Chun-Li. I mean, you literally have Kearney just free healing there, free casting, and they almost take Calvish down. He's got the greater invisibility. There's no ice blocks for quite some time, but Chun-Li is vulnerable. He's gonna have to play very careful here. Dippy looking for potential cycling. He finds it, and that's it. Calvish is done. Gustbusters, the surprise composition, the jungle with the druid, the resto druid jungle, something you don't see often, but it works. I can't believe it.
I wanted to see Beastmaster Hunter. I swear it's a strong spec right now, and nobody's playing. I thought for sure they were going to try it in EU on Streamer Zone at some point. I think they were saying no burst, no burst. And I'm like, really? No burst? I feel like Call of the Wild, every cooldown, like it's unhealable damage when it's able to ultimately connect, and Chun-Li's literally top of the meter. So, I don't know, man. I think Beastmaster Hunter is very much so slept on right now, and I'm very grateful that we get to see it here from Chun-Li. Now, defense, it's pretty fragile. Chun-Li had to make a lot of expert moves to survive in some of these situations, and he blew through major defensive cooldowns time and time again, but he navigated it, he survived it, he got to the late game, and he was able to overwhelm with just pure power on that Beastmastery Hunter. And North America, once again, showcasing they know how to Zug.
The definition of Zug, Beast Mastery Hunter, Jungle Cleave here. Yeah, a really high damage composition, and it's one of those compositions you can take down a mage. Like eventually those pets, the bleeds, they're going to land. It's just an overwhelming amount of damage. The double druid, like I for some reason I feel like double druid is actually, it's like kind of nice, you know, because you find these situations where you want a cyclone and both druids can kind of go for it, and you can only really slow down one of them. So the fact that you have Dippy on the Feral Druid spamming out Cyclones, looking for crowd control on the enemy healer, if he does get interrupted, that leaves Flop a lot more open to actually go for casts, and it seems like it's actually working out.
All right, let's see if they can keep it going here, because obviously on the side of the Tiger Toads, they could flip the switch. You know, then maybe they play a subtlety composition. They can just absolutely KO the Hunter or maybe even the Feral Druid in these matchups. Going to be taking it to a large map. How do the Gust Busters want to adapt? This is a team that I think Rogue Mage is not an option. They can play the Windwalker Mage, But I want to say Feral Mage and Rogue Mage, which are kind of coming out as like debatably the 2 best comps, they don't have that. So they're going to have to, crawl their way through this tournament with basically almost every other option. And they're going to stay with this composition and force the Tiger Toads to have an answer in game number 2.
All right, Ashmane's Fall. Let's see what they do. Do you think we're going to see Cubsy, the Arcane Mage, tagged in? Maybe they do play Arcane. You'd have access to the Kleptomania. Maybe the damage is a little bit better, but then you only have 1 Ice Block. That's the problem. However, I do feel like Arcane has the best overpowered barrier. So there is some, pardon me, since last season, there's been updates to a lot of the PvP talents. And one of the updated PvP talents that mages have is a talent called Overpowered Barrier, where basically it really shortens the duration of your barrier to 4 seconds. It increases the absorption, but if teams just punch through it and break it, you get a bonus effect. And on Arcane Mage, if you have your shield broken and you blink, you become invisible and immune to damage for 3 seconds. So it's quite powerful defensively if teams are just attacking into your prismatic barrier. So we'll see if they end up bringing that in. It could be a line of play for sure.
All right, let's see. Arcane, is it coming out? Typically, you don't want to play Arcane into BM, but at the same time, you get all the pets to cleave, so I could see pros and cons in this type of matchup. Also, Arcane is usually pretty decent into Druids with Kleptomania, with the spell steal potential as well. So I could see it popping out here. I just wonder if maybe they're defeated after getting smacked around by Welcome to the Jung, and they just kind of want to play what is expected meta, which is the Outlaw Frost, as opposed to playing their own unique style of it. If that's what they're debating and questioning here, because they're facing elimination, and they'll be completely out of this cup, and there's only 2 more cups. So you really want to have a deep run early to secure as many points as possible, just in case the meta shifts away from you or you get unlucky in some of the other cups. So you want to get as deep as you can in every single cup. Like every single series is going to be the most important. They're all critical, so the players do not want to miss any opportunities. Cubsy is going to be going Arcane. Calvish is going Subtlety for this time around, so they're going to be bringing their own flavor into RMP against the Gust Busters.
I kind of feel like this is going to go one of 2 ways. It's going to go way better, and Tiger Toads is going to have control of the match, or it could potentially go way worse. Like, Cubsy likely going to be trained down in this match. He's going to have to deal with ranged interrupts from both Dippy as well as Chun-Li, lots of different stuns. We do know Cubsy likes to play Blink. I think Overpowered Barrier, that's something, like I mentioned, we're going to have to look out for in this game. Cubsy's going to have to utilize that very well in order to survive, but I do think the kind of one-shot potential for the Tiger Toads is going to be significantly higher. So when they do go after Chun-Li and those sunlocks, if Calvish just moves over and gets like a kidney shot on flop or a gouged kidney shot on flop and a stun on Chun-Li, Chun-Li is going to have to trade or he is going to die. Like the Arcane Mage with the Subtlety Rogue, it does a ton of burst.
Yep, big damage coming out from Cubsy right now. Arcane is a treat to play, and Cubsy's been showcasing it in the AWC. Even when every other mage is Frost, he's stuck to Arcane, just basically one-tricking it for a very long time. But it's always great to watch him on it, going just side to side on the pillar with the Arcane missiles flying through. It's a very fun spec to play. I'd easily put it in my top 3 at the moment for my own personal experience playing it. But Frost, it's got the advantages of being a little bit easier. You know, it's mostly instant cast. It's less punishing when you get interrupted. So Arcane is flashier, but it's more punishable. Is Cubsy going to be able to get around those disadvantages and be able to style on the Gust Busters, pull his team back from the brink and keep them in the tournament? We've seen chaos with a lot of these rosters just separating and then reforming onto different ones. That's why they're the Tiger Toads, because they were the Silk Tigers last season, and they were the Super Toads and the Super Frogs before that, and now they're the Tiger Toads together. So this is a fusion of previous rosters coming together, and Calvish and Cubsy, we don't get to see them play together very often, so it's definitely been very entertaining. I'm excited to see how this one goes through. Calvish on that Subtlety Rogue, I'd say that that's kind of like his main flavor. He likes being flashy. He likes being stylish, especially on all his montages he's uploading on YouTube. He likes being that cool kid on the Subtlety Rogue. So let's see if they can put a show on us for here in game 2.
Playing all the skill specs, you know, the Frost Mage, the Subtlety Rogue, all those high APM. Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be people who disagree with me on that one, but we'll see where they decide to open here. Cubsy just building up some Arcane missile procs here, getting those clear casts rolling, barrage after barrage. Here comes the Arcane Surge, manages to land it, getting some decent damage out here. Who are they going to swap on? They could go after Flop. It looks like they're going to commit here to Chun-Li just a little bit. The smoke bomb drops down, but Tranquility behind the pillar. Flop heals through it. Chun-Li should be more than okay, and I think that was a great way to handle that smoke bomb situation. I mean, Cubsy and Calvish used a lot, and really, Gustbusters didn't have to make any big trades.
All right, Cubsy's stealing some heal over time effects here, making himself really durable, just staying at the pillar, line of sighting the hunter, waiting for the engage from the rogue. Here comes the cheap shots. Dippy intervenes, though, with a maim stun on Calvish. They switch to the rogue. Kearney's ducking in, double Psychic Scream. Cubsy's blinking in aggressively, getting on top of Flop. They connect to Psychic Scream, but Ring of Frost not able to go through. Chun-Li into the cheap shot. Big damage coming through from Cubsy here in this instance, but not enough to finish him. That touch of the Magi is the scary moment on the Arcane Mage. We can see that tracked on his cooldowns below his health with 30 seconds before the next one. He's going for Kleptomania again. Maybe a shifting power in the near future to try and reset that touch of the Magi, because he's going to need that big hit to go for a kill.
Yeah, Kleptomania is really strong. It's another one of those honor talents. You don't see that often, but it basically makes your spell steal a channel. And as he's channeling, he's just stealing debuff buff after buff after buff. So it removes basically full Resto Druid buffs every single time he can do that. It's a very effective into the Restoration Druid. So I think that's why Cubsy is running it for this matchup. Missiles after missiles flying in. Arcane Surge is going to be used. And honestly, Chun-Li and Dippy, they have not been able to put basically any pressure here onto Cubsy in this match. They just want to go after Calvish. He has no evasion. He has to trade out his Vanish defensively. Not a bad play. So going after the Rogue seems to be working quite well, but a big setup comes in. This is the Shadow Blades. Calvish, this is his big moment. He gets bashed. A beautiful bash coming in. Those Shadow Blades slowly but surely going to be expiring. They want to find a setup, but this pressure is immense on the Rogue.
Yeah, they're just staying on that target. It's a little bit easier to hit. He has to overextend, whereas Cubsy's probably one of the hardest players to kill on that Arcane Mage in a lot of situations. But disadvantage is that Cubsy's free casting. Look at him scaling this meter just higher and higher the more that they're leaving him open. They do get a nice Skull Bash into Cyclone, removing him from the fight for a couple of seconds, but Calvish not in a great spot to be taken out here. Call of the Wild available for Chun-Li. It's that green icon on the far left of his cooldowns. It's just glowing right now. That's where the Beast Mastery Hunter is ramping to maximum potential damage with every passing second. There are going to be more and more beasts on the battlefield, but they catch Chun-Li into a cheap shot. Is he going to die? He trinkets Exhilarations with Feign Death just in time to survive on that attack, and Calvish knew Chun-Li wanted to be aggressive on that cooldown, so he sent his kidney shot into the cooldowns right when he knew Chun-Li would be thinking that he's safe to go aggressive, and tried to counter it, but Chun-Li reacts appropriately. Flop catches Calvish with a Rake Stun. Kearney's in a Cyclone already, now into a Maim Stun, but Dippy's getting low. Cubsy's rotting a bit to the bleed damage. I think that's the name of the game. Get bleeds on Calvish and Cubsy, and keep pressure in two places.
Not looking too bad right now. Cubsy and Calvish both rotting down, but Chun-Li with no trinket is going to be a vulnerability. Big barrages coming in here from Cubsy. Arcane Missile after Arcane Missile, but he gets scattered up. Chun-Li just trying to peel the best he can and buy Flop a little bit of time to keep him alive. And there it is. The Ancient of Lore should be enough to keep Chun-Li alive. He's going to be immune to crowd control while in that big tree form and have empowered healing. So big heals going on to Chun-Li as they continue their damage onto Calvish. I am surprised at how difficult it is for them to really go after the mage in this matchup. They don't want to overextend. Cubsy in general has a very defensive playstyle where he's just going to be using the pillar to line of sight, pulling away the entire game. So it makes chasing him really, really difficult with his positioning.
Full blind on Flop. Chun-Li, no trinket. He's being greedy here, sitting through the blind. They can't get more crowd control. Cubsy gets interrupted. Dippy moves in. Flop jumps over. Maybe he's trying to bait something there. Not able to find it, I don't think. Kearney's trying to reposition away from the clone. Good positioning. Cubsy finally taking some damage here. Big bites coming through as those pets are empowered with the Bestial Wrath. It's a gouge on Chun-Li, but he can't get the stun. Calvish gets intercepted. He's going to turn it onto Dippy here with the kidney shot, but Cubsy's taking so much damage from the pets. While his positioning is great and his defense is solid, you can't really do much about the pets. They're eventually going to start chomping at your heels, and they're starting to build some significant momentum. Cubsy gets gripped back to the pillar by Kearney. They want to retreat, land a defensive Ring of Frost to hit the pets, which is great. It's just a big net that catches all of the beasts and limits their damage. So definitely Ring of Frost usage going to be important in this matchup moving into the future.
Yeah, definitely touch the Magi now on Dippy. He's in trouble. He is not messing around. It's trinket immediately. He's afraid of that touch of the Magi, but I like the response. Like, he ends up getting out of the smoke bomb right away. He trades out the survival instincts, and Flop doesn't have to make any significant trades as a result. Good play there by Dippy, moving over, getting the interrupt here onto Cubsy, as both Cubsy and Calvish are now rotting down, and they actually are going after the mage now. So putting pressure onto the mage, realizing Calvish really isn't taking too much. They're not getting many cooldowns here from Kearney. Want to just keep Cubsy a little bit more defensive in the match, but I like that they're keeping Calvish honest at the same time. Kearney's mana down to about 50%, and honestly, at this point, Tiger Toads could win this game just on mana. I don't know if Flop is really going to be able to drink. Dippy's in a little bit of trouble. Flop's doing what he can to try to keep him alive, but everyone is kind of unstable at this point of the game. Dippy's getting low, Cubsy's getting low, and either one of them could fall.
Oh, Cubsy just used Blink, so if they can catch him in a stun here, might be a good opportunity. They just can't get there. They're switching back onto Calvish, but Cubsy is just tearing them apart like a Gatling gun, a Galaxy Gatling gun on this Arcane Mage, just ratting out these huge Arcane missiles. Nice Kleptomania. Stealing the hots on Dippy. Flop. Trinkets. Iron Barks. But now he's down his medallion. So there's no medallion on Dippy, no medallion on Flop. Those are both open options in the future. Nice in-cap Roar clone here from Flop. He's trying to fake the counterspell. I think he faked the counterspell, but he can't get the clone. Kearney fades it. Now he's chasing Flop for a fear. Flop escapes it. Cubsy's taking a lot of damage. Ring of Frost. Nice on the pets here. Super critical that he lands that. Dippy's in trouble. Big damage. What was that? That was a massive Arcane Surge crit, I think, when we look at the damage breakdown. And that was a great setup from Cubsy. At Ring of Frost, hitting all the pets at that critical moment and just connecting his hardest hitting spell to close out the game.
He died pretty fast after the Arcane Surge, so I don't know if it's the missiles that took him down or what, but yeah, that was a tremendous amount of burst coming in. Cubsy did get the Surge off. He committed the Touch of the Magi, and if he's left open, he's going to do a lot of damage. So I'm curious to see how that one did play out, but you can see Cubsy on the Arcane Mage doing an incredible amount of damage. So yeah, it looks a little bit different than when he's playing against the Frost Mage Pharaoh. Like, he can get away with a lot more in this matchup.
Seems like just being able to move cast, I think, is the biggest deal. Whereas Frost, you got to be at least stationary for some of the fight, but as Arcane, being able to just move and slipstream around the map makes it a lot better for you to do a ton of damage like that. So that was really well done, and it's fitting his playstyle. It's working out for them. They can close the game out in the late stages. And what exactly? So you already got the Arcane Surge before that. Maybe it was like some rogue hit at the same time as
the Magi exploded.
Barrage. So he resets Surge and Magi in a second. And then how does he line this up? He goes Arcane Surge into Touch of Magi. Right here.
Guess so, yeah.
Arcane Surge, Touch of Magi, Missile, Barrage. The missiles hit. And then the missiles hit again. I think it's like Rogue. And maybe it was the Magi.
Might have been the Rogue. Might have been Calvish. It wasn't Touch of the Magi. It's not long, like, wasn't enough duration. Maybe it was like a Palm Blast. Has no travel time, so it was missile, Palm Blast. Maybe crit or something like that, but I mean, it could be just Calvish too. You know, like a secret tech or something like that.
We will see.
Yeah, we're gonna find out.
When we get the stat page, we can see the damage breakdown. We can see who did it. Who's the one getting nerfed
Who's
here?
responsible?
Who's the one getting nerfed? Who hit him there?
The damage looks a lot more reasonable on this than it did on details.
Without the pet damage. I mean, even without the pet damage, seems pretty high. So this is like a team effort, honestly. There's nothing like really big, you know. After we saw 4.2 million aim shots, which are average, you know, they're not that big.
Something hit him from 40 to dead, though. Like, what was that?
Yeah, can we scale up? Oh no, this has 40 to 0.
Eviscerate. No, there it is. Of course, it's the Rogue. Yep. Yep. Of course, it's the Rogue hitting him for 4 million.
All eyes on Cubsy. This is Cubsy. Cubsy's doing this. It's like, no, it's Calvish. Rogues are sneaky,
Fatal Intent, 4 million damage.
The Rogue's damage abilities, they wouldn't fit the fantasy of Rogue. That's why we couldn't tell. Okay.
True.
They have to be invisible. So lethal assassination there by Cubsy and Calvish together as a team. The Gustbusters are going to a small map. They want to get on top of Cubsy. They do not like him running the show like this and free casting. But at the same time, this means the Tiger Toads and Calvish can stun multiple targets really easily. So a double-edged sword here going to hook point.
Really small map. I do think that Cubsy needs to be kept in check. Like, it's annoying to go after Cubsy. Of course, I know that, but at the same time, it doesn't seem like they're getting too much done on Calvish. And Mage is just such a juicy target to go after. It can be difficult to take them down, though. I don't know. I don't really know what the correct targeting is. It's probably some mixture of going after the Rogue and the Mage, like what we just saw. But I think the smaller map in general is going to help Gustbusters a lot more. The only thing I'd be a little bit afraid of is Flop. Like, I do think Flop, there are some swap-opportunity potentials here for the Tiger Toads to go after the Resto Druid and try to take him down.
All right, let's see. I love the music, man. Every time, I just want that playing the whole time, just the whole trip. Just play the Galagio.
I imagine music. It's you. Imagine it's you on the sax every time I hear it.
I'm gonna have to learn it and then play it for you. You won't be able to tell in the break. You'll just like fade in and out, just randomly playing saxophone, doing the careless whisper saxophone in the air move. But here we go, a couple seconds to start. We're evened up here between the Gust Busters and the Tiger Toads. The Arcane Mage looks a lot better than the Frost Mage so far in this matchup, but it's a small map, so pressure will be higher from both sides. Arcane Surge around the corner. Looks like they managed to disrupt it with a Feigned Death. And that Arcane Surge is really important to disrupt. And now Cubsy's going to get silenced, so he can't do it. They scattershot the Rogue. They've got him snared in the back. They're pushing in with Bestial Wrath, Call of the Wild. It's a big push on Cubsy. They're getting their ramp. And Calvish is trying to intervene here with cheap shots onto Chun. But he looks stable with Iron Bark, and that's not good. That means Cubsy's going to take a lot of damage. He's got that Ring of Frost, a really important spell in this matchup. He hits that during the Bestial Wrath. He's got the pets and a Psychic Scream as well. They're using a lot of their crowd control on the Hunter pets to limit that Beast Mastery damage, slow the game down so they can be aggressive like this on Dippy, who is the main target, it looks like, for now. But if Chun-Li goes around this corner, I will imagine that they're going to switch to him immediately.
Oh, let's see what they can do. Dippy getting rotted down. He's in bear form, just trying to play it really safe. I think Cubsy is going to be the main focus of this game. They're getting some damage out. Kearney already makes a big trade. Maybe potentially wanting to win this game on mana. Here comes the Ring of Frost. Cubsy moving forward, potentially wanting to get all the pets in it. They're making a swap on Dippy. Big damage incoming. That's a fear on Flop. Are they going to use more Survival Instincts trades as well as his other defensive cooldown, the Heart of the Wild? That's going to allow him to use Frenzy Regeneration twice. But yeah, I think Dippy should be able to hold on with that. If not, I mean, that's insane, the amount of damage we're seeing from Tiger Toads. Dippy's still not out of the woods yet.
All right, let's see if they... Oh, Cubsy on the back foot right here. Trying to reposition, in-cap roar, but flops into the blind. Pressure onto both teams with Cubsy and Dippy dipping at the same time here. Earning a Maim stun. And just connect some big heals. Dippy's down on the back foot still. Fear on Flop. Heart of the Wild should be enough for Dippy with Barkskin. He should be able to recover. They Cyclone Rogue. They're getting back on the Mage. Cubsy fakes a kick. Fully channeled Kleptomania. And it's costing Flop a lot of mana to reload those hots every time that they get dispelled like that. So that's rough. Arcane Surge. Nice Maim stun. He's going to blink out of that. He's likely going to get Arcane Surge into the Touch of the Magi, and that's what we saw him score a kill with last time. Both of those are available, so Cubsy just needs to pick his moment here, line it up with some cheap shots. He's Kleptomanian. He's setting up the target by dispelling hots first, but now Kearney's in a freezing trap. Calvish is in a stun. Cubsy can't really afford to get aggressive right now until his teammates are free. He's trying to fake cast with that Arcane Surge. He gets it off. He hasn't used Touch of the Magi just yet. As he blinks out of the stun, now he's committing it. Big pressure coming in from Cubsy, but they get double rake stunned by Dippy's Incarn. They're matching cooldown for cooldown. This is a dangerous race to engage in right now between Dippy and Cubsy, but both these healers activating their immunities to crowd control managed to pull them back from that massive swell of damage on both sides.
Yeah, it's funny to see both of them just exactly like you said, activate their immunities, just bomb out heals, trying to recover from all of the damage that's going out, but they both managed to do so. Scatter into trap. Cubsy's getting lower, but this is the smoke bomb. Calvish trying to set up his team for a win. A beautiful knock there by Chun-Li. Gets him out of the smoke bomb, but he's able to reconnect. Dippy should be fine now that he's in bear form. Flop, though, feared up, so Dippy's going to be very careful. He's going to sit in that bear form, try to make himself as durable as possible. And it looks like Flop should be able to recover here. Goes for the Nature Swiftness, but no, he gets a cheap shot. Uh-oh, Dippy's still in trouble. This is the Touch of the Magi, I do believe, here from Cubsy, and that is going to explode. They might have lethal damage still. Dippy trying to make a push and get some counter pressure, but he is just not recovering in terms of HP. Finally, with the Iron Bark, he's going to be fine, but that was a very extended go there by the Tiger Toads.
All right, Cubsy looking to reposition here, get into a better spot. They still haven't got a block, so it's kind of rough on that front. They still don't have an opening on the Rogue with no trinket. Meanwhile, Dippy is looking like a very exposed target. They have Shadow Blades and Blind. There's no trinket. It should be checkmate. As long as Calvish connects the cheap shot and blind, they should be able to drop Dippy really quick. But they need to go before that bark skin. It's coming up in 1 second. They tried Shadow Step to eat the freezing trap. That's a type of flashy play I'm talking about from Calvish, but he's not able to get it, unfortunately. They're waiting for it now, but now he's scattered, and that opening's being lost. Cubsy fakes a kick. Arcane Surge gets feigned death. Nice play from Chun-Li, but here comes the cheap shot. But Calvish gets maimed. He has to trinket. Dippy's in bear form, expecting a swap in that position, but they're committing to Chun-Li. This is the Touch of Magi. Massive damage is swelling up onto Chun-Li. Is he going to drop? Flop connects a heal. It barely does anything. Ancient of Lore needs to be enough. Is it going to be? Flop is doing God's work right now to keep Chun-Li alive at the moment, just flailing his tree arms in the air, hoping he can heal him, and he recovers him. Cubsy is now on the back foot, and every time these cooldowns hit at the same time, it's a massive swell on both sides.
Oh my goodness, I can't believe Chun-Li survived there. Flop is just mashing his heels, praying it's going to be enough and that he survives. Cubsy, though, not looking too comfortable here, down to about 50% health. Dippy's making a push. He doesn't want to overextend and get caught in a stun behind the pillar either, so the dangerous game to play to chase Cubsy here, but it might pay off. He gets interrupted. There's the Void Shift. They hold on to the ice block, but Finally, the Prismatic Barrier comes in. Are they going to shred it? They do manage to. So Overpowered Barrier is available here for Cubsy. The next time he uses his Blink, he will be immune. See if he's going to use it. There it is. He goes invisible. Big damage incoming. Here comes the Smoke Bomb. Chun-Li, he trades out the Trinket, and I think he's going to be able to survive. Bestial Wrath trades, and this is going to be an absolute nightmare for Cubsy. I think they have a lot of damage available, and they're going to make a push.
All right, let's see if they can get an ice block here. They really need to. It's been just so long at this point. They get a binding shot. Chun-Li has just ended. His damage is going to ramp down. They do get a freezing trap at least, but Cubsy has barrier. He's soaking the hits. He's going to reset that blink, but he gets kicked on Arcane. Double in-cap roar hits the whole team. Arcane Surge attempt number 2. Touch of the Magi available now. Could be really big trouble, but he actually gets silenced and kicked here. He's not able to connect it. He blinks back with the Guardian Spirit. Dippy's pre-bearing, anticipating the attack. Chun-Li's repositioning, waiting for that Bestial Wrath. Cubsy's moving closer and closer to Flop. They get a Chastise, likely into a Psychic Scream. Chun-Li has no Trinket. Flop trinkets immediately to Iron Bark. Is he going to die through the Iron Bark is now the question. It still seems to be a remarkable amount of damage coming through, but he's holding on to 50%. Now Kearney into a stun, into a trap. Cubsy now on the back foot. Could be at an ice block easily here. But he's kiting around the map, avoiding damage at all costs. Bestial Wrath is up. Pets are on him. Dippy's on him. Big damage. He gets kicked on Frost. That's a really big risk to take right now with how low he is. Oh my god, almost going down, but a full blind, no Trinket. Chun-Li in trouble once again. Massive hit of damage. He barely gets the aspect of Turtle off in time. Mana is even at this point, but Cubsy is still holding on to that ice block as his kind of trump card in this matchup.
Yeah, precious ice block is available. Greater invisibility as well. So Cubsy has a lot of tools. Ernie's just going to go into Angel, pop out the Divine Hymn, and that should keep his team nice and healthy. But dampening is getting higher and higher. The damage for both these teams is going to be sky high. Cubsy needs to be very careful. Went down to 30% health. A big heal connects there by Kearney, but Kearney is running on fumes at this point, going for Symbols of Hope, trying to recover his mana. Cubsy gets stunned up. A bash. Dippy really trying to make some plays for his team. A full trap lands. They are rotting down. Maybe even just go after Kearney at this point in the game. He's so low on health. The Guardian Spirit out on the Cubsy. Kleptomania trades out. Calvish is getting low. Dippy and Chun-Li are just causing absolute chaos and havoc in this game. All 3 members are low, but now Chun-Li gets caught into the stun. He gets the feign death off. This is not looking good for Tiger Toads.
Oh, survival of the fittest. Is it enough? Cubsy has to block. It's coming down to the wire. It's a swing match. It's an important game here, but Kearney is completely out of mana and a freezing trap. No Trinket. Calvish has nothing. Flop, can he finish him? He's looking for a clone. He gets Shadow Step kicked. Cubsy's still just sending damage. He knows it's do or die right now. They have to push in. They need to close this game out. They get the Chastise, but they can't get anything out of it. It looks like at the moment. Cheap shots are over. Chun-Li survives the stun, but can Flop heal the damage? It's so much damage. Nature's Swiftness comes through. Chun-Li holds on by a thread. Star Searchers are coming in, but Chun-Li could flop at any moment. He's around the corner, but the missiles are connecting. Cubsy's blinking in to seal the deal, but he gets trapped around the corner. Is it enough? More missiles, more barrages. He just can't finish him. Chun-Li survives. Kearney's into the bash. No, he doesn't. He's into a full kidney shot again, and he will go down. And Dippy immediately after, massive damage onto Dippy on this swap. He's barely even surviving this stun. He wants to play it out, and I kind of agree that maybe they should switch Kearney at some point. He's kind of just sitting there like a sitting duck at such low health to be able to close it out, but Cubsy coming in on that Arcane Mage is clutch. They take the swing match, and now they will have the advantage moving to a Game 5.
I can't believe it. I can't believe they actually took him down. I mean, there was a point in that game where Kearney, Calvish, and Cubsy were all about 20% health. They were all dead, and somehow they just kept pushing forward. After the ice block on Cubsy, he was completely unafraid. He pushed forward, make sure to really get that aggression out, and sometimes that's exactly what you need to do. We can see here at the damage meters, we have Dippy and Cubsy kind of out ahead, followed up by Chun-Li and then Calvish. So the damage is relatively even. Calvish a little bit on the lower side, Dippy and Cubsy on the higher side, but overall, this is a really high-intensity game.
Okay, just back and forth. Look at everybody's dead, but I just feel like switching to Kearney. He's just stationary. He's got nothing. No Desperate Prayer, no Angel, no Guardian Spirit. He can't kite you. He's not going to evasion. He's not going to stun. Yeah. I feel like Kearney could just die right here. I really think teams underestimate swapping to Holy Priest. Like we saw even in Europe, the Hunter Mage team swapping Lone Tar and almost dropping him. I really think Holy Priest can actually be attacked in a lot of situations. I would have loved to have seen a swap to him at some point in this game when Cubsy's just kind of running circles with barriers and altar times and avoiding all their attacks. Because like even just right here, if the pets are on Kearney to Calvish, like he's just so low. He's so low. Everybody's so low. Oh my god. They're definitely they're evenly matched here in this matchup, and now I wonder if you're the Gust Busters, like you second guess? Like, is this the right comp? Because when you have so many options like they do, that's where you start questioning like the comp picks.
I'm trying to think of like what yeah, maybe just going after Kearney more would create them more opportunities. The problem is like the nice thing about going after the DPS is it kind of does two things, right? You not only are putting out your damage, but you're also forcing them a little bit defensive. So things can unravel really, really quickly when you go after a priest like that. But when dampening's so high and you've got no cooldowns and no mana, maybe that's something they should have done. I'm not really sure. Dippy comes back here to go after Cubsy, and he's going after Calvish. He goes after the kick. So yeah, Dippy's doing what he can to chase Cubsy. He's just so evasive and slippery on that Arcane Mage. But I mean, this is a great series. I did kind of expect the Rogue Mage. At this point, Tiger Toads, they're just a Rogue Mage team. They're going to be playing every variant of Rogue Mage, like I said. If Fire ends up being good, you're going to have Calvish on the Fire Mage. You've got all three specs of Rogue and Mage ready to go. And for the Gust Busters, they're just trying to figure it out. A lot of the teams in the tournament, it's like there's two major teams. It's like you either have Holy Priest and a Mage plus something else, or you don't. And you're trying to figure out what you can do to beat that setup, because that seems to be the setup to beat right now.
All right, we're locked in. Empyrean Domain, large map. Do the Gust Busters break out the Marksman Hunter? The Marksman Hunter Ellie Shaman comp that they used to beat Welcome to the Jung in a couple of maps earlier on.
They beat this comp?
It was Feral Mage, I think. Or no, it was Feral Ellie, actually. I think, honestly, Marksman Hunter here with Ellie might not even be that bad, especially on this map.
All right, well, I think we're not going to see the jungle. Like, I don't see us... I don't think we'll play jungle on a small map, right?
I mean, maybe they think they can outdamp
on a
them
big
if
map,
they drink or something. Because, like, if Flop does get a drink, they can outdamp them. But I just feel like you're pressured so long in that game. Like, you really going to have time to drink? Oh, Hunter Ellie. There we go.
All right, there it is.
This is whenever I see Empyrean Domain now, I'm assuming Gust Busters are going Hunter Ellie, because this is just a small pillar map for the Marksman Hunter to be able to connect. And I think it could be really scary for an Arcane Mage. And they can also opt to just spam Hex the Mage, too, if they want, and go on the Rogue, pull him around the map. Downside is Hunter is still fragile, right? And I think the Ellie Shaman, maybe a little bit less support than the Pharaoh, at least less reliable support, right? Like the Rogue can cloak immune all of the Shaman stuff, whereas Feral Druid, you can reliably get some physical crowd control on the Rogue. So it's, I think, a little bit more fragile, likely to be really explosive here from the Gust Busters and the Tiger Toads.
I'm really curious to see how this does work. I mean, Cubsy likely just going to be sitting at a pillar. He's very comfortable at a pillar, just channeling missiles, channeling his surge, using the run cast, and I think that's probably going to be the position that he's in. The one nice thing about the Arcane Mage is that Kleptomania, so being able to channel that, you can use it and actually channel through pillars. There's actually a lot of interesting tech with the Kleptomania, so I don't know if I know you're playing some Arcane Mage, Sid. Did you know that with Kleptomania, you can change targets mid-channel and still remove buffs?
I'm going to tell you right now, I've played Arcane Mage for like maybe 2 seasons, I think, and I never take Kleptomania. I literally never change my talents. I just play this. I don't know if anybody else is like that in the chat, where they're just like, I am a boomer now, I guess. I just play one talent. I just go in every game no matter what, don't change them. So I've literally never played Kleptomania. And maybe my teammates are going to report me now for trolling or something because I didn't take it in a matchup or something, but I literally never changed my talents. So I've never experienced what Kleptomania even feels like.
Oh, it feels good. If you fight a Resto Druid, you'll feel the power. You have to at least treat yourself. Spec it. But anyways, what I was saying is, like, if Cubsy starts channeling Kleptomania on Dippy, mid Kleptomania, he can switch it to Chun-Li and he'll just start removing those buffs. So, like, in certain situations, you can literally just clean the entire team with one Kleptomania. If you're switching targets around, it's very strong.
Arcane Surge on the totem just to get the buff up. All right, Cubsy saw an opportunity. Kleptomania around the side here on Dippy. It looks like they're going to start this game. Chun-Li aim shot from stealth. It looks like he shot that on Kearney. Cubsy's looking for polymorphs. Nice scatter shot. He's going to get out of that. Likely go for another polymorph here. No, they're actually swapping Hunter. Is he going to explode? Remember, it's a match point. They're putting all their chips on the table for this Marksmanship Hunter Elemental Shaman comp, and I feel like it's quite fragile to the Subtlety Rogue. Pressure is quite high here. They get Wall. They get Iron Bark in the first exchange. But Kearney's just dying. They're just committing to killing the Holy Priest, which I don't hate. I feel like before dampening, honestly, the Holy Priest is actually probably the most likely target to die.
Yeah, I like it. It's definitely worth swapping it up, right? You don't want the team to be too comfortable. Both Chun-Li and Dippy got a lot of offensive cooldowns up and available right now, trying to push in, but they're just hiding behind the pillar. Now making a counter go here on a Dippy. Dippy might just die. Oh, no. He's got to use his what is it? His burrow. Yeah, the burrow. He's got to go burrow underground. He's hiding. He's running. At this point of the game, it looks like he will recover. Flop goes into a kidney, into a gouge. Great crowd control there by Calvish, but that will subside, and Dippy will survive just using that one defensive.
All right, good trade so far, but they've got lethal on Dippy here as far as no trinket and no walls. He's got to pre-stone bulwark totem. Calvish is getting pressured. He's trying to reposition away, so they have to come off the pillar, but he's caught by a cheap shot. Thunderstorm during the stun. Good recovery. Seems pretty stable here, but here's the Arcane Surge. Touch the Magi's coming up in 5 seconds. Cubsy fakes an interrupt. He's going to be able to get a lot of damage. Nice counterspell on the lasso. Is Cubsy going to send it here? He's just sitting on a lot of damage in his back pocket. They got Shadow Blades coming up in 9 seconds, and they're just blasting damage through, but Dippy might regret getting close to them here, because Cubsy's maximum available damage is available, and so is Calvish here in a second. They're just rooting them, kiting away. They need to avoid them, kind of drag this out a little bit. They've got to buy time for the Astral Shift, buy time for a pre-Iron Bark. Counterspell on Stormkeeper. They're polying and Dippy to hold him in place. Another poly. There's the smoke bomb. Poly stun. No trinket. Flop's trying to get there. He gets inside the bomb and he gets the Iron Bark. That was a good recovery. Is he going to die through Iron Bark? No, they're going to wall on top of it. They're swapping to the Druid instead. So much damage coming in from Cubsy on match point, but Flop's frenzied regen recovers him. I feel like Gustbusters dealt with that situation very effectively. In panic. No significant overlaps. They survived that huge hit of damage, and now the Tiger Toads are waiting to reload before their next push.
Yeah, that was a good setup there by Tiger Toads, but equally great peels there by Chun-Li. Flop realizing the situation. Now it's actually Calvish a little bit on the back foot. Flop manages to land a low Cyclone, making it difficult for Kearney to actually top him off. Kleptomania is coming in once again. Chun-Li into a stun, but Calvish isn't able to really capitalize on a great bash into a lightning lasso there by Dippy. Slows down Calvish, but he is unafraid, continuing to make the push. I think it is going to be Dippy as the main target coming up here very soon.
All right, Dippy jumping away, trying to get some distance. Really important against the Subtlety Rogue to stand max range from each other, and Calvish is going to connect here. Stone Bulwark preemptively as Calvish comes into range. Arcane Surge on Flop. He's trying to solo Flop at the moment. I don't think anything's going to come of that. He's just kind of poking some damage at him. Cubsy repositions away from the Angel. Dippy's still in the outside of the map, looking to jump back with his team. And this is going to be a bit of a dampening comp, I think, from Gustbusters. They're just trying to survive to the late game and look for a big one-shot Stormkeeper aimed shot on a target. We see that Stormkeeper damage coming out on Calvish. We see big damage coming in on Cubsy. He barriers it. Chun-Li's trying to reposition. And I like the positioning, the triangle positioning here. The Bermuda Triangle of Wizards in the AWC and Melee DPS are lost forever when they are inside that triangle. Kearney into the stun. Still pushing forward. Big Lava Burst procs on the Cubsy here. Calvish is rotting down. Vortex is placed, but no one's really in it. Dippy's just going to pre-burrow on the Shadow Blades. Maybe get a double knock-up. It's a little bit of disruption, but now he's in trouble. Kidney shot. Nice Iron Bark from Flop, playing out of range of Kearney. Uncertain if he actually Shadow Melted to Chastise there or not. Instant tree form from Flop with that Nature Swiftness. He's got big heals. His team should feel confident here to do some damage during that tree time.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like this isn't going too bad for Gustbusters. The only downside is Flop is behind on mana, so mana could be an issue in the late game. I think Flop's going to have to try to sneak away and get a drink, but it's not an easy thing to do, especially with Kleptomania, because Cubsy at any moment can basically just remove all your insurance, all the heals that you have available, and make it really difficult for you to recover. So here comes the Arcane Surge. Big damage here on Dippy. Once again, the Smoke Bomb will drop. It gets knocked immediately. Shadow steps back in, but Dippy looks like he will survive. Doing a good job handling that situation. Kleptomania trades out once again onto Chun-Li here, so Flop has to play catch-up, and it's just constant catch-up here by Flop. Yeah, Gustbusters so far has been doing a good job with that, but we'll see if they can keep it up, especially as dampening gets higher and higher. All these setups become so lethal, but with the Elemental Shaman Mark Stunner, if you're in the open for too long, they can take you down quite easily.
Oh, big swap on Kearney here once again, maybe getting trapped off the back end of that. And he is going to get trapped. Calvish, no evasion, pushing forward, gets the kidney shot, flops in a blind. He trinkets to dodge the Ring of Frost, but now he's in a cheap shot. Ring of Frost attempt again, probably by Cubsy. He's just blinking all over the place. He's trying to knock him into the ring, but he's not able to, and his fear actually breaks too early, so they're just going to gouge him instead. Keep up their momentum. 2 seconds away from Iron Bark for Flop to try and recover Dippy. Tranquility in the middle of the map here. He's a bit worried about getting interrupted. He's going to stop that pretty quickly. Trents come through. Dippy jumps away, and they're avoiding that Angel, but a kick actually lands onto his Ancient of Lore, so nice kick by Calvish, slowing down Flop's ascent into that. Nice counterspell. Flop is getting shut down heavily, and it's match point. It's a very dangerous situation. If they have more CC, they get a Dragon's Breath. Do they have the ring around the corner? The Polymorph doesn't look like it. Oh, it's so unfortunate for Cubsy right there. They get a Psychic Scream into a Poly. He's just going for Arcane Surge. There's the Poly. He gets stopped on it with the Incap Roar. Now Flops into tree form. They can't do much here. They're going to have to retreat back behind the pillar and try and get away from this Marksmanship Hunter damage.
This mana is so heavily in favor of Tiger Toads right now. I mean, you want to believe that Gustbusters, they can bring the game long. I honestly think the only way they win this game is off a Miracle Ascendance or just a Miracle one-shot from Chun-Li. Like, they're basically just stalling until a miracle happens and Chun-Li can just one-shot someone instantaneously on that Hunter. We'll see if it happens. Maybe it is going to happen on Kearney. He's crossing and getting sniped right now by Chun-Li. Dippy just cannot connect any damage. He's doing the best he can on the Elemental Shaman. That Ascendance is going to be ready quite soon. We'll see if he can actually get it off and get that damage rolling, or what he's thinking right now. Big rapid fires coming in, and it looks like Tiger Toads is finally needing to take a pause for a moment. For most of the game, they've been pushing the pace. They're finally a little bit scared in the match.
Yeah, Dampening's getting higher and higher. It's going to be tough to recover through any spurt of damage here. Big hit on Cubsy from Chun-Li, but he had Alter Time, blinks back, but he's still kind of low off that exchange, and Cubsy is hugging that pillar for dear life off to the side there on the left and just blasting out arcane orbs towards Chun-Li and Dippy to try and cleave them down, but now he's caught in the open in a stun. Scatter shot on the Priest into a freezing trap. Cubsy trinkets to try and line of sight Chun-Li back towards Kearney's side, then blinking forward out of Dippy's line. Calvish is pushing in. He's comfortable. He's got Cloak Evasion. He's got Trinket, but he might have to trade them if he makes this deep of a push. And it looks like they want to start making a push. They're crossing the map here towards Flop and Chun-Li. I think Chun-Li is the main target. He's getting softened up a bit, but Calvish is taking a lot of damage in exchange for crossing the map. He's down at half health. He's not able to connect here. He's still at half health. They're going to have to take that closest pillar, but he's getting rooted. Angel form activates, but maybe they blast him through it. They step in for the kidney shot. Dippy fakes a kick, goes for the Hex. He gets a Hex on the go, but it can just be removed by Cubsy. It's not going to be too detrimental. Massive damage is incoming here onto Chun-Li, but they're managing to just walk it off. Kearney's in the middle of the map. They could switch to Kearney off a scatter shot. I think they want to swap to him. He's caught in a binding shot. Is he going to go down? And are we going to a game number 5? No, they pull even further back, just trying to bait Cubsy and Calvish into a better position for themselves to attack. And they are just dragging this fight into deep dampening. And they are praying for a crit, basically. Gustbusters right now, they need a big critical strike on any target, really, if they're going to take this, because they're starting to fall behind on mana, and I feel like one good setup from Tiger Toads could win.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a lot of damage that Flop's going to have to heal through. They make a swap on Flop. They get the Bark Skin, but that's not the biggest deal. Flop still has his Trinket if he needs it. Maybe they could just take him down through everything, but the longer that Calvish and Cubsy are in the open, the longest Kearney's in the open, this damage is finally starting to add up. Dampening is getting higher and higher, and they're being dragged into open waters. I mean, Chun-Li and Dippy, they are sharks right now, dragging Cubsy and Calvish into open waters, trying to take them down, have them overextended.
They both got a lot of mana here. I think Kearney got a little bit more mana, so that this is going the distance. This might be the longest game of the expansion, possibly, in the future. Both healers drink and reset like that at the 9-minute mark, and Tiger Toads are very reluctant to make their push. They've got all their cooldowns. They have everything lined up. He just got Arcane Surge off. So they've got a big go here. They stun Calvish before he can get to the target, but Chun-Li's in a chastise, can't do any damage. Dippy's in trouble. Lots of damage coming out from Cubsy. He trades out the Astral Ship, and now they're switching on to Chun-Li. They're cleaving down 2 targets, which is tough to heal his Flop on that Druid. Life Plume's going to have to be spread thin between those DPS. And Calvish is dismantling Chun-Li, trying to make his push, trying to stay on target, steps over to Flop to avoid Chun-Li's line of sight. Rapid fire around the corner here onto Kearney. Another setup onto the Holy Priest. He uses Guardian Spirit immediately to respect that damage. He's not going to let some type of huge critical strike take him down. They do get the Guardian Spirit out of the way. Kearney into Angel form, but he's kind of far away. I don't think his teammates will be able to push through here. Calvish is just taking so much damage on this push. Ray of Hope, he cloaks. They pop the blind. They want to try and go for the kill. Dippy has no trinket. Kidney shot comes through. Smoke bomb is down. Can they do enough damage to win? Flop jumps into the bomb, but he jumps into a stun. Calvish is there. Massive cleave damage coming in from Cubsy. Kleptomania strips the hots, but a triple in-cap roar peels them away for a moment, and Chun-Li is free casting aim shots right now in the back line. He stuns Calvish on his evasion. Now they cycle on the evasion. They've got traps behind the pillar for Cubsy and Kearney, loading up those flame shocks, looking to try and make their rot damage stick at some point, but Kearney is defiantly keeping them reasonably topped at this point, considering we're at 54% dampening. Double cap totem. Dippy in trouble once again, though. That pre-cap totem stalled the damage. He actually might survive as a result. Nice tranquility behind the pillar, but here comes another Arcane Surge. They have to run. They have to hide. They burrow beneath the ground. They're line of sighting, dragging this on just a little bit longer, praying for that big aim shot critical strike
Ancient
payoff.
of Lore. Yeah, Ancient of Lore is going to trade at a perfect moment where Dippy gets interrupted. Flop has free healing, a lot of free healing. And Calvish, look at him, he's just dead. No defensive cooldowns whatsoever. There's no vanish. Kearney might have to make the void shift. He grips him back to the pillar, but what a scary moment. And this is exactly what you want if you're Dippy and Chun-Li, having the Rogue Mage Priest just cowering behind the pillar, allowing Flop an opportunity to sit down and drink. Is this actually going to work? I did not think this composition was going to work, but This map is paying
Kearney.
dividends. Kearney getting sniped in the middle. Chun-Li has a ton of damage available, but they're just going for it on Dippy. Can they drop him? Can they just completely overwhelm the elemental? They might just kill him. No, it's just an all-in. There's not even any. I don't even think there's any crowd control on Flop. He just could not heal through the pressure anymore. The Kleptomania being too much, the burst cooldowns being too much, and Tiger Toads takes this series.
All right. Just getting out-damped. You played yourself. The dampening here this time around, it backfired. The Rogue stun lock and Arcane Mage damage too much to handle. Flop couldn't keep the heals going, and Chun-Li just never got a crit. There was never that big moment where you're like, oh my god, that aim shot must have just hit for 6 million damage. He didn't get lucky, never lucky. On the Marksmanship Hunter, and Tiger Toads just played it out, just waiting, biding their time, not taking too many risks, calculating how much damage they can take. I feel like Kearney knew, I can be a target, and he made really good trades every time that Chun-Li looked at him to try and block any sort of sneaky opportunity like that from their team. And in those final moments, Flop is drinking. They want this to go the distance, man. This is the spirit of Cloud9 inside of the Gust Busters to try and make a return. And you can see they're trying to take Kearney down. Flop jumps in, they scatter shot Rogue, and he still just kind of just dies. Even with the peeling that's coming through, it's just not enough. It's just so much damage from Cubsy. So much damage from Cubsy. And I'm so grateful that we have Cubsy to highlight that Arcane Mage, because all these other guys, they're just Frost Mages. They can't handle Arcane, They can't handle it. Only Cubsy can handle the Arcane.
Starting to sound a lot like Zico and I.
This is what happens,
propaganda
playing Arcane.
You can't leave me, man. We're the only non-mages on this desk.
I don't know. Boomkin's kind of dead to me. Arcane has corrupted me. It's taking over.
Need more
resist.
We need more spec diversity on the desk. Too many Arcane mages.
Oh gosh.
We'll get it soon, right? D-Machine, Chanimal, Chan. We're gonna get them on here. We're gonna get some Warlock perspective, some melee perspective.
True.
So,
very true.
But we are gonna get it.
Okay. All right. Well done to them. Unfortunately, that is going to be the end for Gust Busters, as that is a lower bracket series. So hopefully we see them return, though. I had a lot of hopes for this team. I mean, they did make it pretty far nonetheless. If they do return for Cup number 2, Ven, what do you want to see them make in terms of adaptations?
It's a good question. In terms of adaptations, probably just figure out exactly what compositions they want to run. I'm really impressed with this team because they don't necessarily have, the meta compositions right now, but one thing we haven't talked about too much, and we'll probably hit on it a little bit tomorrow, but there were some balance changes announced. So I think, some specs getting nerfed, some specs getting buffed, could really benefit a team like the Gust Busters, because they have so many different options available. They're all phenomenal players, and all it takes is just the matchups to go slightly more in their favor. And a lot of these series they're losing, they could actually win. They had a really close. They had a bunch of close series that we've seen, and I think they actually had a really good day overall. It's just unfortunately this team had their number.
Yeah, most certainly did. Well, here is the bracket. We've only got one series left, and it is another elimination round. It is Left 4 Dead versus The Move. The Move, of course, Absurd and WizK still remain. It is now Fuse and Ceralium joining them for that team to come together in the last series of the day. Left 4 Dead, Tuna, Accent, Gage, and Clapper. If you guys remember, Clapper was the warrior that came in game number 3, I believe it was, and kind of turned the tides just a little bit. Unfortunately, still did get a loss, and now they're down here in the lower bracket. So we'll see if they can find more success the second go around here for Saturday's games in North America. We're going to head to a break and see which team is going to be knocked out of the tournament next. Is it going to be Left 4 Dead, or is it going to be The Move? Find out next after this break. everybody, and welcome back. It is Left 4 Dead versus The Move. Left 4 Dead and The Move, they have both played today, and it's actually Left 4 Dead that did lose against Team Liquid coming down from that upper bracket series. Zico, who do you feel like has a better chance here in this series?
I felt like this one was hard for me to call, but ultimately I did go with The Move. And I feel like the compositions that The Move are bringing are a little bit more meta. I think that Left 4 Dead definitely could take it, but I would have to give a slight edge to The Move.
All right, if you're watching from home, definitely get in that prediction yourself. Get some chat points. Ven, what about you? What was your prediction for this series?
The Move. Going with The Move. They've got the Feral, the Mage, the Priest, and they're all really, really good at these classes. And I know they've been practicing a lot, so I think they're going to be able to put it together. And I'm not really sure. I mean, the thing is, Left 4 Dead, they have a lot of different comps that they can run, but how convinced am I of the Fury Warrior Feral Druid? Shadow Priest is nice, but it's no Frost Mage right now. So if the Shadow Priest comes ahead of the Frost Mage, that will blow me away. I feel like Frost Mage is kind of the king caster right now, so I think if that's what you're going to be running, you're likely going to have a big advantage in a matchup like this. So
purely from a compositional perspective, then you think The Move has the advantage, regardless of how much experience both of these two teams have playing on Top 8 broadcast.
Oh, it's not just composition; it's also the Move. They have that that extra little spice that's nice. Absurge and WizK. I know Peekaboo's not there right now, but you have Ceralium, who's a champion. Yeah, exactly.
He's in BWL. Let's
phenomenal player. Yeah, there's a lot of really good players, a lot of talent, a lot of experience on The Move. These guys always rise to the occasion. So I think they got this one in the bag.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, Left 4 Dead, obviously a strong team themselves. They did make it here to top 8. So it's going to take some strength with this team to get it done if they want to have a chance in this series. So let us know in chat who exactly you are rooting for. It is The Move versus Left 4 Dead. Elimination also. Both of these teams' tournament lives are on the line for the last series of the day. Who will make it to Championship Sunday? Game number 1, Left 4 Dead versus The Move.
All right, are we going to see the Feral Mage, Shadow Priest Feral? Ooh, this is something that you were talking about then, the Demo Warlock being tagged in. So Wiz is actually going to be playing here. We got Warlock and Feral going up against the Shadow Priest Feral. What do you make of this?
Well, he's playing Affliction, so the Affliction Warlock now. Yeah, it's got that big haunt. So Affliction Warlock, we haven't seen any Warlock. This is the first time we are seeing Warlock. I'm really curious to see how it goes. I think Affliction Warlocks, they're a bit on the squishier side right now, but they do a tremendous amount of damage. They have a 4-set bonus that basically, if they get lucky with the jackpot, then it spreads their UA to multiple targets and does bonus damage. So you can have UA out on the entire team. You can be rotting down the entire team, and I expect WizK in this game to be doing the most damage of anyone in the match. He's going to be putting out a lot of pressure. Let's see how it ends up working out.
Sounds like an average WizK game, to be honest. But we'll see. It's interesting to see. He's making his first appearance here, and it's going to be on the Warlock. And it's interesting because they could just run a straight-up mirror, but we're seeing a swap here over onto Tuna. Mass Spell coming out there actually on to the Cyclone. And we are going to see some pressure here onto Axton as well. And it seems like this Feral Warlock just wants to rot and dot literally everything on the map, and they're just trying to get maybe a Cyclone and snowball that pressure. But the weak points of the composition is, of course, going to be this Warlock is going to be susceptible to going down maybe in an extended CC chain. So we have to look at Abster to make sure that he's trying to stay away from getting crowd controlled as much as possible. Going for a bash Cyclone here onto Tuna. There's no Master Spell available for this one. Big Haunt connecting onto Axton, and the dots are starting to stack up here. WizK making his way up down the damage leaderboard here. We're expecting to see him at the top, and there it is. WizK is going to be hitting the top of the damage meter at this point. And if they can just keep this up as well, I think they're going to have that late game advantage as well. Holy Priest, very, very efficient healer. And so is Resto Druid. Oh my goodness, the damage onto Gage right now. What? He just dies. He had Dispersion. They had so many cooldowns here to answer, but just an insane amount of pressure coming in here. And the move make it look easy in game number 1.
I mean, I actually really like to see it. I swear, there's a lot of people writing off Warlocks. I'll be the first to admit it. Frost Mage is kind of the king right now, but I swear Warlocks are not that far behind. They're quite strong. Affliction Warlock does a ton of damage. Especially, man, if you're getting lucky with those jackpots and you're just spreading your UA around, like, it becomes really, really difficult to dispel. You pair that with a Pharaoh Druid, you have pressure on multiple different fronts. Like, I think this could be good. I love the fact that they're running this composition. It looks really good in game number 1.
Yeah, we need to see what happened on the replay there. Like, how did they do all this damage?
Shadow. You can't disperse because you got locked on Shadow. So it was a really good spell lock there by WizK. I think. We'll see.
Okay, so I think he got spell locked right there. So he couldn't access any of his defensives there, just spamming out the heals.
Big haunt.
Tuna did trinket there to try to save him, but wasn't enough. It was just a perfect kick timed with the damage there. So Gage couldn't have done anything there, but it was going to be up to Tuna there to save him. He had Iron Bark, so I feel like maybe we're just greeting that a little bit here.
Boom! There's a big haunt, followed up by a Shadow Bolt. And then, yeah, the Shadow Bolts are coming in with the Raptures. Affliction
actually
looking good.
He actually did Iron Bark him there as well as soon as that haunt connected. Just so much damage coming in there. That's an insane amount of burst actually coming in there from the Warlock and the Feral Druid. And you can tell maybe this is something that the move has been keeping in their back pocket. It's interesting because they could kind of run just a straight up mirror here if they wanted to with WizK on the Shadow Priest, but opting for the Affliction Warlock. And you can see here the Haunt 1.2 mil. There's a Shadow Bolt for 1 mil, Haunt for 1.2 mil, and then it's 2 more Shadow Bolts. And you got, the big winner set bonus coming in there with the bite from Fuse. Absterge adding in a little bit of extra damage, and it's just
the big winner. Dang goblins, yo. Dang goblins. Now, so they're going to lock in the same comp. The only thing I'm afraid of is Left 4 Dead is just going to play Fury Warrior. Like, if you're a Warlock, the thing you hate the most, your arch nemesis, like, it is going to be that Fury Warrior. If you're a Fury Warrior, you love attacking Warlocks. It's like if you zone into a solo shuffle and the enemy team has a mage, you cry. But as a Warlock or a Shadow Priest, you put a big smile on your face and you are ready to go. So I think we are going to be seeing a cleave composition here. So this is the big test. If WizK can survive the cleave setup, then I really believe in this composition. If not, then I think this is going to be a very back and forth series.
Yeah, could be also on hook point. So you can tell Left 4 Dead are really setting that up. They are setting up for the Clapper to make his way in here. No, they're not going to bring in the Clapper. I'm surprised to see that. They want to... I mean, it is kind of annoying, right? When you play a game and it ends when you still have like all your cooldowns, basically. You just get kicked at the worst possible time. And, the Iron Bark is not enough. The enemy team just has the perfect amount of damage to take you down. And you don't really get to see how the matchup plays out. So it is annoying when that happens because you don't actually know how it would have played out in the late game, if you could have still won that matchup, or if it's even a good matchup. But at the same time, hook point plus Clapper sounds kind of like a good combination if you ask me. But we're going to run it back here with Gage on the Shadow Priest.
I'm excited to see this one. I really have been interested about Warlock. Like I said, there's a lot of Warlocks that are kind of dooming about the spec right now, but I know Demonology is pretty solid, and Affliction, I think, got a big power spike now that the 4 set is available, and obviously we're on the tournament realm, so all the players have access to that. So we'll see. They can get another win here. WizK is going to be holding it down. You would expect him, too, to be playing on the Priest, so it would be interesting to see the Shadow Priest, Holy Priest, Feral versus the Resto Druid Feral. Double Druid Priest versus double Priest Druid, but we're not going to see it.
Yeah, that's unlucky. You've been talking a little bit about Warlocks today. Have you been playing? What's your Warlock's name? Is it Buff Arcane?
Yes, it is.
Have you been playing Buff Arcane lately?
Actually, a lot. Yeah, I play a lot of Affliction, a lot of Demo as well. I think I played more Demonology Warlock in 3s than I have on my Mage. So, yeah, I have a little experience under my belt. I think we're like 2,200 right now. Nothing crazy, but nothing too bad either.
Oh, that's a respectable rating right there. And how do you feel? You feel like it actually has a place in the meta?
Well, Demonology Warlock, I think for sure. Like Mage Lock, I think is solid. Affliction, I'm not too sure of. I think the big problem with Affliction is Frost. Like basically, Frost Mage is just the best caster right now. We'll just, we'll say it. They are getting some nerfs, so we'll see. Maybe that changes. Maybe there'll be a new king on the block, but yeah, Frost Mage plus like a Feral or a Rogue can kind of just run a Warlock over, and it just feels like it's hard to get pressure back. But in a matchup like this, where you're not playing against a Frost Mage, you're playing against a Shadow Priest, maybe the Warlock will come out ahead in this one.
Yeah, plus Fear is actually really strong into Feral Druids. If you can get them off, if you can avoid all the stuns and all the kicks and actually get those off, you actually get decent value out of them. So I can see what they're going for, but it's going to be hard to get away from the meat grinder on Left 4 Dead. Axton is going to be definitely looking to hunt down Whiskey in this one. Already seeing the opener here. Big stuns coming out into the silence onto Whiskey, but he's just going to use his Dark Iron Dwarf Ritual nice and early. Get a little bit of extra damage here for his dots, and already removing that first silence. Tuna actually pre-bear forms this stun. Whiskey wants to get some dots there onto Tuna as well, but not able to find him just yet. Instead, he's going to be focusing here on getting dots up onto Fuse as well as Gage. And in the meantime, Abster is just sitting there in the back line, spamming out Holy Fire, spamming out extra pressure. And you can tell Tuna already having to deal with this is going to be very, very taxing on his mana.
Yep, let's see. Whiskey manages to connect to Haunter, gets feared away. Gage doing a good job. They play the small map. That's going to allow Gage to get in positions for those really low-range Psychic Screams and get those fears out on the enemy team. Beautiful Vortex there once again. Honestly, Axton's been doing such a good job all day with those Vortexes, preventing the life grip. But it does allow Whiskey to use his portal. So he kind of procced the Vortex with the grip, and then he can just safely portal away. Good play there. Fuse in the meantime, rotting down low, and this is going to be one of those games where damage matters a lot. Both teams are going to have pressure on the Feral as well as the enemy caster. So putting out massive pressure in a matchup like this is really, really important. It is a bit of a DPS race.
Yeah, and right now, Whiskey is not really up there in terms of DPS. Axton is actually the one doing a tremendous amount of damage, but Whiskey kind of had a similar story in that last game. He started off on the bottom, and then he started getting his dots ramped up, and that's when he started to take over the match. So we'll see if that same thing kind of happens again here. He is behind the Gage right now onto the damage. We're going to see a stun come out on the Axton as well as Fuse. And that's going to allow Whiskey actually to get off his Haunt safely. And he's going to start to rot down the enemy team. It looks like he's moving in towards Tuna. Maybe looking for some crowd control. They get the stun there. Actually swapping to Tuna there with a Shadow Bolt instead of fearing him out of that one. But Whiskey really wants to just maximize the pressure onto the healer as well as the DPS here. But he's going to have to activate the Dark Pact. Get stunned there for a second. And Fuse also kind of rotting down a little bit. So Abster has a little bit of work ahead of him. Gage gets a fear onto Fuse. That's going to allow him to free cast a little bit onto Wiz. And Wiz once again here with the Power Infusion looking to get some damage done onto the Feral Druid. They stun Tuna as well. Whiskey's trying to make it there, but unfortunately not going to be able to find his target there. He wants to rot down Tuna as much as possible. Axton is also taking a nice amount of damage, but they all will recover with that Tranquility from Tuna.
Yep, good heals there by Tuna. Looking for another regrowth here. Haunt connects now onto Axton. Whiskey is just going to portal away, looking for the Soul Rot. So it's that really bursty moment. It's going to be the Observer plus the Soul Rot, and that's going to be where, or the Dark Glare and the Soul Rot, and that's when he's going to be able to put out a ton of burst damage, and that's what's going right now. WizK's damage is ramping up, but it seems like Tuna's able to deal with it. Fuse is trying to get damage and pressure onto Tuna. So basically, as the Feral Druid Fuse, you want to be getting damage onto Tuna, putting out as much damage as possible, lots of stuns, and that makes it really punishing for Tuna to dispel UA like he just did. If you can dispel the UA and the Haunt and all the dots, it's really going to limit what WizK is able to do in the match.
Yeah, so far they've been actually keeping WizK down, so not been able to get too much work done. Nice DR stun there coming out as well. Just anything they can do to limit his cast, but Axton actually taking a huge chunk of damage here. WizK is loaded up, but there we go with another Dispel there. You can see the UA silence onto Tuna. Wiz looking for maybe a fear there, having a bit of a duel there with Tuna, and there's another Dispel, and he's just doing what he can here to dispel these dots off of Wiz before he can get that pressure rolling, but Fuse is just dead. What in the world is this damage coming in here? Left 4 Dead strikes back.
Yeah, I mean, this game, I guess the other thing about Affliction that is kind of rough is the UA Dispel is just less threatening than it has been in the past, especially like when they increase the stamina. So this is one thing that's happened in Season 2 is they increase the amount of stamina that you get from the PvP trinket bonus. And when that stamina goes up, UA Dispel protection kind of gets worse. So healers can kind of just free dispel UA, and we saw that a lot in this game. Even though WizK was able to kind of keep up with Gage there, anytime they had a lethal moment with the Haunt, it just was immediately dispelled. And the only way you really counter that is by also going after the Druid a ton in this match. Unfortunately, it didn't really work out here. So let's see what happens to Absurge. These are kind of the last few moments of the match. I believe WizK gets stunned, so Tuna goes into stealth. I think, actually, no, they don't. They just take down Fuse. Tuna moves over, he gets a maim, and Absurge tries to trinket immediately. I mean, that was an insane amount of burst there onto Fuse. You got to kind of feel for him there.
He faked the kick, then he casted a heal behind the pillar, came into line of sight, got silenced, then he got stunned, insta-trinketed out of the silence, and
look at this burst. What are we talking about?
Look at there. Right, he gets one palm off, he gets silenced.
Void Blast and Collapsing Void.
Yeah. Can't even trinket. Yeah, that's crazy. That is a crazy amount of damage there. Wow. That's gotta be that's gotta be some crits. What did you say?
Shadow Priest said, I love making shadow noises with my mouth when
is that what that was? What was it?
Yeah, so I think one thing you can do if you're Gaged is so I think what he's doing is he's canceling his void so it collapses. So you can actually cast like a Void Blast, and then you can cancel your own void so it explodes. And then you get this kind of burst where you see like a Void Blast, Catharsis, and Collapsing Void for 4 million damage.
Jeez.
So it's like, yeah. Sheesh. A lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, that was, what, half HP? 40-0 in less than a second. So, yeah, that's pretty good amount of damage coming in. I wonder, what is the move doing now? I feel like they're going to stick to the same comp. And just go with a big map.
Maybe WizK gets mad, though. He's like, you're going to play Shadow Priest into me? And, he logs on his Shadow Priest. Or they could just bring in Ceralium. Hey, you got a Frost Mage, bring him in. And just run this Shadow Priest over. Nope.
Yeah, they're gonna lock it in again. Same map, or sorry, large map, and I think that's gonna be a big thing for the move. I think if they lose on this map, then we see Ceralium, we see some FMP action. I wonder though why they don't want to lock in the FMP. Is this just not a good matchup for FMP?
I mean, maybe the double Druid. You don't really get too much value from Sheep, playing against a Resto Druid and a Feral Druid. So maybe it's not ideal. But I don't know about you. I still don't know who should win this. I feel like both games we saw were just random, just completely random. Both the way Gage died and the way Fuse died were just completely out of nowhere. I didn't expect it whatsoever, and I still don't fully know who should be winning this matchup.
Yeah, it's, I don't know. We need more data points, I feel like. Because, yeah, like you said, it was kind of random kills. But, I don't know. After seeing it play out a little bit with all the Dispel spam, I feel like Wiz's damage, I think when you get that big snowball pressure, and you can keep the pressure, that's when the move's comp is going to look really good. But as long as Tuna can kind of stay away, never get dotted, and just keep dispelling his DPS, I feel like Wiz is not going to be able to ramp as much. So I think the key to actually beating Left 4 Dead is going to be getting on Tuna and making sure that they're pressuring him. They try to pressure him, but I really want to see those stuns happen onto Tuna and actually get some dots, or maybe even stun fear him, dot the DPS, and then dot Tuna in the fear, and then swap him at the end of the fear with like a DR stun or something. Just try to secure some dot duration here for Wiz, because he has a lot of damage. It's just a matter of actually getting it off here onto these players. But look at Gage immediately. Same situation as in game number 1 right there. Getting spell locked and then just spam casting heals because the damage is just an insane, overwhelming amount there. Beautiful knock there actually coming out on to Axton. Forcing out both trinkets here from both Feral Druids in this opener. And so far, Wiz is doing a lot more damage in this matchup. Now getting on top of Tuna as well. Getting some haunts there onto him.
Yep, nice damage incoming. Gage gets Cyclone, a beautiful Cyclone that's going to slow down some of those incoming heals. But it seems like Tuna's going to be able to recover. He's just in such a good spot to toss out those heals. I think Gage is going to be more than fine. But WizK moving forward, he gets the Haunt, he gets the UA up. And what are they going to do? Bear Form there by Fuse, a great preemptive play in. It's interesting. It seems like Fuse is going to be the main target in the match. for the side of Left 4 Dead. They really want to go after that Feral Druid and look for that Shadow Priest kind of one-shot damage. Gage actually moves forward on top of Absterge, allowing crowd control, but he gets caught in the fear by himself. And unfortunately, it's going to really limit what Gage is able to do in this situation. Fuse still under fire, though, and Absterge is struggling to keep him alive. It's a surprising amount of burst that's going out onto this Feral Druid.
Yeah, Absterge actually had to burn through his Will of the Forsaken there as well. But look at Gage. Oh, my goodness. Huge damage coming in here. Punishing that UA dispel there on Tuna. Actually getting some burst off. Forcing out the dispersion early here. So Gage is not going to be able to kind of just sit there on top of Absterge with that same level of confidence. Now they're going after Axton here on the side of the move. Forcing potentially a Barkskin. Not going to be able to get it. But here's that big one-shot coming in from the Shadow Priest. Are they ready for it? And the Crashing Void and the Siphon, they're not killing off the Siphon, but Gage is a little bit out of position. Could get absolutely deleted here if he's not careful. Dropping to about half HP, but Tuna's out of crowd control. He is in the Ancient Tree of Life, and he is able to get a lot of heals here onto his team. Now it's going to be WizK here potentially under fire, but he fake casts the kick, so Wiz is going to have a lot of damage here in his arsenal. Still keeping up here on the overall damage. Gage with no dispersion still for another 35 seconds. Tuna dispels the dots, but he gets caught up in a stun. Big swap there from Fuse. It's going to force out the trinket from Tuna there. WizK sitting through a Cyclone. Tuna should have some time here to recover, but Tuna has full bleeds here as well from Fuse, so Fuse is doing a great job just keeping up the bleeds. If Wiz can get some dots there as well, Tuna is going to really start to feel the pressure here.
I love this. Just have Agony and Corruption on everybody, then find that single target to burst with the UA and the Haunt. Affliction Warlock does a lot more single target damage than it has in the past, so it's more of like a burst spec now than an overall rot spec. That's why when those Haunts connect, you can do a tremendous amount of damage. Looks like Left 4 Dead is fully recovered, but in terms of mana, the move is way ahead. So in terms of the long game, I think the move is going to have an edge, meaning Left 4 Dead, they need to either figure out a way to get Tuna a drink, or they need to figure out a way to try to push and actually close out the game, but the move is not making that easy for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now, it's not looking too good here. Tuna has the bark skin, so he should be able to survive the next swap attempt, potentially. But Absterge trying to cross the map here, trying to get away from these druids. They can shut down Tuna from those drinks as well and just keep up the pressure here. Maybe even force the dispersion on Gage again. I think the move is going to look to be in a pretty solid spot, but at the same time, no survival instinct here. No trinket and no bark skin onto Fuse, so he's going to need to pre-survival instinct potential incoming stuns if he wants to stay alive, because we have seen the damage that this composition packs. Tuna now getting stunned out of line here. Can they get some big CCs here? Maybe. No, they're just going to go after Tuna. They fear him there as well. They get a Cyclone onto Gage. Tuna is going to be able to activate that tree and recover himself. But again, this is going to just burn through so much mana. Absterge with a slight mana lead at this point in the game. Things are not looking bad at all here for the move. There's the coil onto Tuna. Can they follow it up with a stun? It doesn't look like it. It looks like Axton is going to be the target of choice. He's got the Incarnation popped as well, and he's looking hungry here. And finally, he's going to be able to connect on the enemy team's Feral Druid. There's the disorienting roar, but Tuna not able to find the Cyclone. WizK porch all over him, and he is ready to shut that down immediately with the spell lock. So Tuna realizes he can't go for that play there, and instead he's just going to take a defensive posture and try to recover his team.
Oh, WizK rotting down low. They're finally going after the Warlock a little bit more. That Void is available. We saw it crit for 2 million. So that burst is available. We'll see if Gage is going to be able to get off a Void Blast. He's caught into a stun right now. WizK goes for a Haunt, and as dampening gets higher and higher, dispelling that UA for Tuna becomes more and more lethal. Who goes for an interrupt, manages to find the name stun there onto WizK, who's looking to load up his dots once again. The one unfortunate thing for WizK in this matchup is Axton and Tuna both have Curse Dispel, so if they're just spam decursing in this match, it can be really difficult for them to actually get off that that agony damage. It's going to limit what WizK can do. Tuna, I believe, sat down for a drink, recovered a little bit of his mana, puts his team back in the game.
Yeah, Tuna actually got a lot of mana there. He's got the mana lead now, so that was a great defensive play there from Tuna. And the move now might need to find their own drink, but potentially could just try to stay in it. It looks like Absterge is maybe fishing for it a little bit, but he doesn't want to fall too far behind on the healing as well, because it is a scary game to play. If you CC yourself too long with a drink, then that could just mean the end of the match. Fuse now getting caught up in a big CC chain there, taking a lot of damage in that stun lock, but at the same time, Gage as well dropping a little bit. Haunt is going to connect here onto Gage. Big damage potential. They get the fear onto Tuna. They get the stun onto Tuna as well. Unfortunately, the fear breaks to that rot pressure, but they're doing good damage here on the side of the move. You see Fuse and Wiz at the top of the damage leaderboard, and so far it's not looking bad. Axton caught up in the stun though. This is huge. There's the haunt as well. Big damage. Was that the swap as well? Gage could just fall as well. He's got nothing, and the move make a big push to get the win here on Asherman's Fall. That was fantastic. With oh wait, cross kill potentially.
I mean, Abster's lived at 5% health there. That was such a close call, but it looks like he will be able to hold on. I think the move's going to be able to do it, but that was a close call. I mean, they actually, if they had got the kill there on Abster, I think they were going to win that game, having Feral and a Resto Druid. So close game there. Close call, but the move is happy to take it. They're up 2-1.
I feel like this matchup can go either way, because one moment you got the Feral Shadow Priest just completely destroying Fuse, and he's like barely surviving. But then the next moment, you just get a big haunt swap with power infusion, with the big damage coming in from the Warlock, and it just looks like a completely different match. But when did they actually force that last dispersion onto? Oh, it was right here at the beginning of this replay. So they get that dispersion there onto Gage, and that's a big window, because now when they go after Axton, if Gage uses his Void Shift like that, then he's not going to have that dispersion. Usually you want to Void Shift and then use your dispersion, and then your team has a chance to recover. While you're in dispersion, your healer can heal up everybody, and you're going to buy that time. But the fact that he had to use it a little bit earlier, it gave them that big opening. And Axton, with no defensive cooldowns here, couldn't activate that survival instincts in time, was really, really unfortunate because of that death coil. So it was a good coil coming out from Wiz, who kind of set that up, because he did have renewal, he did have survival instincts as well, so didn't really expect it. And you can see it here from Wiz. There's the power infusion. Abster just buffing up the damage. They get the haunt, they have the coil, Prolific Raptures are coming in, the Shadow Bolts are coming in, and then they just instantly swap to the Shadow Priest. He's already primed up with dots. He already has UA rolling on him as well, and they're able to take it. But I don't know, this was our, I guess, longest game in this matchup, and I still can't decide who should actually win it. I feel like it comes down to small things, but if it wasn't for that drink that Tuna got, I feel like the game would have already been over, like, on mana at this point.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, there's a clear kind of damage gap in this matchup. The one thing that's nice about the Affliction Warlock is even extra interrupt as well. So you have that extra interrupt that you can really deal with. It seems like the Holy Priest deals with the split pressure a little bit better in this match, and is going to be able to out mana unless you get a drink. And a lot of teams have been able to slow down these drinks. It seems like WizK, it's not too much effort for him to get out that burst. You get up a UA, you get up a haunt, and all of a sudden you're rocking and rolling, and you're able to get out a lot of damage. So I feel like for the move, this was the most convincing game to me, and you could really start to see some of those win conditions develop.
Yeah, I think so too. I don't know. I feel like that big one-shot that we saw from Left 4 Dead, I think it's really, really hard to set that up for them. So we'll see. The move they're going to... Sorry, what?
It's inconsistent.
Yes, it is very inconsistent. So I kind of want to see the clapper. I feel like I'm ready to see the clapper at this point.
I'm ready to.
Hey, we're going to get it. But I don't know. Do we like that map, though? I feel like this is not a clapper map. Like, what's going on? Where's the ruins of Lordaeron? Like, where's the bloody maps? Like, what is this? Tiger's Peak?
It could work. I do wonder. One thing, I mean, what I want to see for WizK on this map is for sure using short gateway. So I really, really hope he uses the short cooldown on gateway. I think it's incredibly effective on the Warlock, especially when you're kiting double melee. If you just do, like, we used to call it the Team EG gateway, because Zale and Talbadar were kind of patented for that one. But you just triple gate. The whole team just gates across the entire map. It's on a short cooldown. You reset your portal, reset your base, and it just allows you some freedom in the match. So I am really curious. I mean, if you are a Warlock, looking down and seeing the enemy team be a Warrior and a Feral Druid, it's one of those things that does make you kind of cry.
Yeah, so Clapper, it says he's arms, but he's going to be a Fury Warrior. Just a bit of a graphical error there on that. But yeah, I hope he does play the short gateway. And this is really where Wiz is going to be tested as well, because that has been kind of the weakness of the Affliction Warlock. If you let melees get too much uptime on you, you are basically a little bit of a glass cannon. So if we see Kind of what happened a little bit in the upper bracket when Clapper got tagged in. We could potentially be going to a game number 5. Spear of Bastion got a lot of value. They had good vortexes as well. And that's one thing that this comp from Left 4 Dead has that's really, really good for them when they're trying to chase down like a mobile caster like that. Just Vortex, Spear of Bastion. They can pin WizK down and kind of eliminate a lot of those gateways and grips. Then they can get that uptime that they need and actually take him down.
This is the test. I mean, is this really why Warlocks are unplayable and nobody's playing it? They're just going to get beat down by Warriors? Or is the move going to be able to pull off a win? I mean, that really is the question. How is WizK going to handle it? I feel like they could win, honestly. I think there's a decent chance, but I also think WizK is going to be in a world of hurt. He's going to have to do a really good job kiting. He's going to have to try to get away, have really good synergy with both Absurge and Fuse, landing stun locks at the right time. It's going to be difficult, but I think WizK is up for the challenge.
I think we're going to game number 5. I believe in the Clapper. I feel like the Clapper, he did the exact same thing in the upper bracket. They ended up losing that, but he got tagged in cold like this. His team, one game away from losing that series, and he showed a lot of confidence. He showed, a lot of burst damage, and he delivered. So I feel like I think we're going to game number 5. I think the Clapper can do it, but we'll have to wait and see. The game is live, and the gateway has been placed. WizK already is going to be the target of choice. Nice stun there coming out from Abster. Actually, Axton just trinkets the first stun of the match there just to get his bleeds rolling, and he is going to be able to connect with those. And WizK already getting gripped here, and actually fake casting the kick there as well. Nicely done there for Wiz. Gonna get that precognition and get these dots rolling.
See that nice little shiny circle on the ground? Absurge is playing a really interesting PvP talent, or when he uses this Holy Word Sanctify, it gives an immunity to cast interrupts on WizK. So that's a great talent choice, and we'll have to see how that plays out. Whenever you see that shiny circle, it means WizK cannot be interrupted. He's going to be able to fully load up those dots, which I think is going to be very effective. And right now, the move has a lot of pressure.
Yeah, they got triple dots. They got a fear there onto Tuna as well. Tuna actually shadow melding there for a second. But look at Axton. He might just die right now.
Oh, my goodness.
Huge damage coming out. Nice vortex there as well by Fuse as he looks for Tuna. He gets a kick onto Tuna, but he gets stunned by the pillar. And that might just be it. Oh, my goodness. They just catch him getting a little bit too aggressive, getting a little bit too antsy. Wants to go and interrupt Tuna. They got too much pressure. And the Clapper immediately claps back in game number 4.
That game was looking so good. The game was looking so good. I feel like WizK was able to get out so much damage. Look at this damage is sky high in this matchup, but Axton just lands the stun. The Clapper leaps over, and like you said, he claps back in a big way, tying up this match.
Yeah, Axton wanted, because they had so much pressure, right? So Axton wanted to get like a kick into a stun, and he was just thinking offense, offense, offense. But Axton, your line of sighting, your healer there. Yes. The Clapper, he just immediately capitalizes on that. And you see it here once again. So here, they got so much pressure. Axton is dying. The Clapper is dying. Tranquility comes out. He wants to kick that, but then he gets instantly maim stun behind the pillar.
Oh my
and
goodness.
Tuna as well, charging in there to stop Absterge on that Divine Hymn. And that damage, like, that's... sheesh. That Blade Storm is just...
It's
arsing.
devastating. Yeah, like Fury Warrior Bladestorm does omega giga damage. It does so much burst. I've died so many times to that. Like, look at this. It's just chunking his health, and he gets dropped. A great swap there, though, because that game was looking a bit rough. I'm not going to lie. Like, going after WizK wasn't looking so good. They're landing the triple fears. Everyone's rotting down. Fuse is getting out a lot of damage. Like, man... If Fuse had just played that a little bit safer, if he didn't get caught in that moment, they were looking good to win that game. So I do wonder, is this what they're going to lock in once again?
Yeah. That was it was like a little sketch. But I don't know. It depends on the map, right? If you get a big map, maybe you go back to the Shadow Priest, Feral, and you hope for the one-hit wonder from the Shadow Priest with the silence, maybe silence disarm combo. You could do that. Or you could just say, you know what, the Clapper, he's earned his spot here. Let's just keep him in, and let's see what happens. And You see the damage. Actually, we're giving the Clapper a lot of credit here, but it was mostly Axton. 10.9 million damage contributed from Axton in the last couple. Okay, there we go. And when we zoom it in a little bit to the last 2 seconds, it's still Axton, but it's a little bit more even there. So just a lot of, yeah, we're going to see it locked in again. And we are going to see Ceralium tagged in here. Now, we did see Team Liquid struggle. Well, it was with the Windwalker, but still, we did see them struggle one game against this with their own Frost Mage. We saw Sam I Am get absolutely erased that first game.
Yeah.
But then they brought it back, you know, and convincingly won it.
It was a down goes moment, though, right? Didn't he have both ice blocks? I was watching it on my couch. I was on break. I was upstairs. I was like, shoosh, a lot of these mages are dying without ice block. That's really tough.
A lot of these mages. Somebody should say headshot. That'll do it. Maybe they can become the next meme. I don't know.
Yeah. But this is great. I mean, Ceralium's like, really? You're going to bully my younger brother, WizK, on the Warlock? Well, this is the big brother now coming in on the Frost Mage. It's going to be a little bit more difficult to deal with. You know, a little bit more snares, a little bit more roots, a little bit more bursty. But honestly, from what I saw of the Affliction Warlock, I kind of wish they played it again, because that game did not look bad. I think this is just like a little bit safer, maybe. But I did mention this composition in the pre-show. Like, this is one of the comps that Axton, Clapper, and Tuna, they practice a lot. And I've seen them beat Rogue Mage Priest. Like, that's actually the reason why Liquid was playing Windwalker Monk, is because with their Rogue, they were losing. I'm kind of curious to see how the Feral Druid does here.
Yeah, we'll see. They also could run Mage Lock on the side of the move. Like, they have some comp options, actually. This is actually kind of a scary team when you think about it. They have a lot of different options. It's almost like we haven't seen WizK up until this point, so you kind of forget he's even on the team, but he gave us a quick reminder so far in the series. But this is game number 5. Loser goes home. Winner advances to Championship Sunday. Who is it going to be? Big damage connecting right now. Ceralium with that Icy Veins Power Spike, getting a lot of work done here. Warrior's going to be the target of choice. They're also cleaving the Feral Druid a little bit, but here comes Clapper. There's the Spear of Bastion. Here comes the damage. Axton, though, with the fake cast on the Cyclone as well, getting actually a Cyclone onto Fuse there. Ceralium now is going to get rooted, I think, on the grip there. So he's kind of pinned up here, but nice positioning. Ice Wall is coming in. Axton is stuck in the stun. Oh my god, did you see that play there? He cancels the Ice Wall, counterspells the Tranquility of Tuna. Absturge follows it up with the stun. Can they get the full fear as well? They do, and this is looking like a really, really solid offense from the move, but they don't really force too much. They don't even get the survival instinct from Axton. Oh my god!
All right, if I scared anyone with that, I mean, Ceralium went down to literally 1% health. I mean, that freaked me out a little bit. Did not want to see him go down without that ice block. Got the cold snap, but that just shows you the burst potential of the Fury Warrior and the Feral Druid. So sorry, that was a little scary in that last moment, but we'll see what happens here. Ceralium looks like he's going to recover, but Axton and Clapper are looking to connect. There comes a Blade Storm. Ceralium easily gets away from that one. And now Fuse is putting the pressure here onto Axton. Looks like he will land the Cyclone to follow it up. Just trying to get control of the matchup a little bit and stall until Ceralium has that very powerful Icy Veins.
Yeah, this is going to be one of the scariest comp to play Mage into. Like, you just blink and you might miss it here. Keep your eyes glued here onto this Warrior and whatever he is hitting. Right now, Ceralium's going to be kiting, making his way around the map, and I really love his positioning, consistently dragging the melees away from the healer, forcing Tuna to chase them, and that's going to be a Cyclone, and that's going to force out Tuna's Trinket, and they're just going to keep continuing to maneuver around the map. That's going to be the Alter Time, though. I don't know if I like that Alter Time. Axton is going to connect back on Ceralium, and now here comes the Pain Train, but nice Trinket there from Ceralium. He's going to buy him some space. Axton, once again, looking for the Cyclones on Ceralium's Trinket there potentially, but they're not going to be able to find it there. Nice displacement coming out. Now here is the full Cyclone onto Tuna. This could be it. This could be the game. Clapper, are you ready here? What are you going to do? He's dropping to 10% HP. Huge damage, but that stun from Axton onto Ceralium might have just saved the day. Defensive fear coming out from the Clapper as he continues to move forward. Meanwhile, Tuna in the backline is struggling to keep up here with his melee cleave. Absturge in a stun, but he's going to be able to reposition Axton now in a Cyclone Fuse, stunning up the Clapper here once again, and Absturge and Ceralium just moving across the map. There's the Ice Wall. They isolate Clapper. Do they have the damage to take him down? No, he's going to maneuver back to the safety of his healer and now look to come back to his target.
Yeah, good plays here by Ceralium. Great kiting so far, just really utilizing the large map. But here it comes. The spear is down. Clapper goes for the Blade Storm. Ceralium in trouble. He's going to use the Ice Bear, and that should be enough for him to survive. Absurd trades in a big way, but now Fuse is in trouble. Ceralium going for a Blizzard, looking for some more damage. He's getting swapped to once again. Clapper's all over him. He's doing an insane amount of damage on that Warrior, despite the fact he's getting peeled up here by Fuse, and that Ceralium is just kiting him across the map. He's still putting out quite a high amount of burst and overall DPS in this match. Really nice to see the Fury Warrior kind of play out this way. Ceralium once again going for another Ice Bear. He gets a Vortex back. Those Vortexes and that Spear just create moments in the match where Axton and Clapper can actually have good uptime here on Ceralium.
Yeah, but now he's going to be able to kite them for a little bit. Clapper's going to be the one in trouble. Tuna, though, in the ancient tree form, and he's going to be able to keep his team potentially alive here. He's struggling a little bit with the damage that is coming out right now. Fuse actually almost getting one tap there. Needs to be very careful. So that's... Oh, my God, Ceralium is just dead. No! What? He had Ice Block. He didn't want to use it. Oh, no, because he didn't cold snap earlier. So if he ice blocked here, he wouldn't have any more ice blocks left in the bank. And, oh, my God. Why didn't he just instantly cold snap there? After
So
he
many
ice blocked.
mages,
Yeah, so many mages do this. I don't understand why. Like, what is the upside of doing that?
You get two overpowered barriers, I guess, but it's also just like you're not.
What?
You're not.
What
It's
do you
not.
mean
It's not
maxing
get good investment in the late game. You know.
It's
That's
not
what
worth.
I think.
It's not worth the risk. If you ever have to block before your block is back, technically, then you just, you lose a block essentially. So I don't like when people do that. But yeah, so that's why he didn't want to use his ice block here. He obviously was in a stun. He obviously realized, okay, I'm in big trouble here. I could die. They would probably rather maybe trade the Void Shift. But yeah, at this point, if he ice blocks, he has to cold snap 2 ice block at this point, and if he does, it's just not looking good. And Absturge had no Guardian Angel, so it would have to be the Void Shift.
That was insane amounts of damage. Like, what is going on? Clapper and Axton, they do some serious DPS here onto mages. I mean, he's just getting shredded. Like, he gets disorienting roared, and during the disorienting roar, he loses, like, what is that? Look at that. Trying for like 50% of his health and taken down. I'm not gonna lie, man. Mages are dying without ice blocks all weekend. Like, there's got to be at least like 8 mages that have died with ice block off cooldown. I'm losing some heat, you know, like.
You're gonna lose your branding power. The market is being saturated, Ben.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Stonks are tanking.
Yeah. Right.
Speaking of stonks tanking, I don't think our predictions are looking very good anymore.
We had a perfect prediction here. We had it perfectly
Clapper
lined up.
No, we have to shout out Clapper. He is
We do.
literally just clapping. I mean, look at this:
Yes.
2.5 million plus 1.2 million execute. It's like a 4 million execute coming off of a 2 million rampage. I mean, this is just so much pressure.
No biggie.
Yeah.
It's,
Doing 6 million damage in the last 1.9 seconds. Pretty decent. But look at Tuna as well. A little Star Surge there added in, a little present for the mage. Helping out, a little something. And, of course,
Tasty
Axel
treat.
as well. Getting the bite off. Honestly, this comp from Left 4 Dead is so entertaining to watch. I love it. I think it's a really cool composition because nobody's really running this. And we saw one warrior, I want to say, in Europe yesterday. We saw with Andre. But it's cool to actually see a warrior make it to top 4 on NA. And it's a very unique comp that these guys are running. So I look forward to see how far they can take it.
yeah, they're going to be against Tiger Toads tomorrow, Zico. How do you feel about that matchup?
He might not be able to take it much further than this.
I mean, we'll definitely see. We've underestimated them before, including Shat. Left 4 Dead, only 17% for the move. For Left 4 Dead versus the move's 83%. So we can look at the bracket and kind of how everything ended up for the North American region. As we can see, we've got Welcome to the Jung versus Team Liquid up in the semifinals. Certainly excited for that one. It's a matchup that we've seen quite a lot. Ven, do you feel like this new season is going to change it at all?
It's hard to say. Honestly, at a very high level, it seems to be the Feral Mage Priest teams that are coming out ahead against the Rogue Mage team. So I am curious to see what Liquid ends up doing here. Maybe they lock in Trill on the Rogue. We saw him play Windwalker. I don't know if Windwalker is going to be good in that particular matchup. It did look good against the Cleave, but I think this is going to be one of those matchups where it's very similar to what we saw in Europe with Dobob and Echo, where it's going to be Feral Mage Priest versus the Rogue Mage Priest. May the best team win, but welcome to the Jung. They are looking really good. Like, they're looking super solid right now. So I don't know. Liquid definitely is going to have a difficult matchup ahead of them.
Yeah, I think they certainly will. But we'll see what they are capable of on Championship Sunday. And then, of course, that matchup that we already mentioned down there in that lower bracket, Left 4 Dead versus Tiger Toads. We'll see if Left 4 Dead is up for yet another challenge with the Tiger Toads team on Championship Sunday. And of course, we did have those EU games on Friday. We can take a look at the bracket over there. We've got 4 teams left in that region as well. In the upper bracket, we have Overload versus Dobob. Dobob, this is a team that's been super fun to watch so far, Zico.
Absolutely. We got the return of Flappers. He won that spring final tournament and competed at BlizzCon previously with Relza. Back then, they were a jungle. They were the deadliest jungle in Europe. This was before Streamer Zone kind of took that spot, but they're back together now. They got Tessia, of course, on that mage, and they were the team that dethroned Echo, knocked them down to that lower bracket. So we got Overload. They've been having a phenomenal season so far, picking up some new members themselves and just looking super solid. So that's going to be a really hype matchup. Then we have Echo down in that lower bracket, and we've seen it so many times. Echo getting knocked down to the lower bracket and then just making the dream run, making their way back to the tournament finals, and then just taking the whole thing. So we'll see if Echo can deal with these newer rosters that we're seeing, or maybe somebody like Forged RMP can take them down, because it is most likely going to be a mirror or a feral mage versus rogue mage. So that matchup could go either way. There's so many good teams here in Europe. It's going to be exciting to see who comes out on top.
Yeah, most definitely. So many questions that we have that will be answered in just a matter of time. So definitely stick around, because that is the end of it for today. Of course, we are returning tomorrow for Championship Sunday. So thank you everyone so much for watching. Thank you for the teams that played today as well. And thank you guys for watching from home. We'll see everyone tomorrow, 10 a.m. Pacific or 6 p.m. CET. Thank you so much. We will see you soon.